That's going to win outright. 888-994-6669.
888-9-WIN now. Go 2-0 absolutely free on a recorded line. 60-second recap coming up. Keep it right here on the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show, sponsored by TakingVegas.com. All right, here we go with the recap. It is going to be a massive weekend, and this one is brought to you by TakingVegas.com. Give us a call right now at 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. 2-0 for free on Saturday. An NFL playoff release plus our sixth college basketball falls favorite. We are 4-1 with those, with 3 outright winners. It's free on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. Go 2-0 absolutely free. And if you combine the 2 in a parlay, it pays right around 4-1. So again, free on a recorded line at 888-994-6669. Plus, we have our one and only NFL playoff game of the year going this weekend. Last year, this play was Philadelphia when they killed Washington. This year, we love a play. Get involved right now at 888-994-6669. Also, get involved with the initial bankroll program. Turn $1,000 into $6,000 with just 3 games. Only risking your initial wager twice. We'll show you how to do it. It starts with a phone call. That number, 888-994-6669. Welcome back to the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show. My name is Chris Hodge. Got JR on with me. You could also go check out the Bet Big, Talk Loud podcast. I have a free pick on Monday's national title game between Indiana and Miami. JR has a free pick available on the Bet Big, Talk Loud podcast on one of the 4 divisional round games this week in the playoffs. He gave you a free pick last week with the under in the Houston-Pittsburgh game. My free pick was Indiana when they destroyed Oregon, and I also gave that out.
Can you believe that Monday night game even got close?
Well, the defensive touchdowns all over the place.
I mean, the last 5 minutes, all of a sudden I started biting fingernails.
And I want to address what I did, okay? So we did that podcast last Thursday for Indiana, Oregon. Now, I gave out Indiana for free on the podcast, but I want to tell you guys something. I can't make it any more clearer than this. People I spoke to on the phone, I told them to absolutely, and you know you're out there. If you talk to me, you know this. Absolutely load up on Indiana. I told everyone out there why they were going to win. And I hit that exactly to the way I broke it down. Now, I want you guys to understand this. If you're just getting a free pick, you don't know to load up on that game. You're just taking a free pick. But when you spoke to me personally, I told you exactly why, okay? And that's what we offer here. And we're going to do the same exact thing for a playoff game this weekend. I'm going to tell you why this team is going to win if I talk to you, all right? 888-9-WIN now, 888-994-6669. We'll start you off 2-0 for free. College basketball false favorite right around plus 150. An NFL playoff release. JR, they combined the 2 in a parlay, pays 4-1. But we are now into it. Full-blown college basketball, and we are going to load up on an NFL game and then move forward with college basketball in a big-time way.
And not only that, I mean, guys, when it comes down to when you get involved with us, not only do you get the best games on the planet, but you get real strategy. Somebody that understands how to break it down, when to advance, when to progress, when to pull back, all of it. We break it down, we give it to you, and it makes sense. Do yourself the favor right now. Call the number. We've got a huge 2-0 on the recorded line, and it is absolutely free. 888-994-6669. That's 888-994-6669. An NFL blowout. We're telling you now, absolute blowout winner in the playoffs. Plus, I've got something, or I should say Chris has something, in college basketball where the dog should be the favorite. Favorite should be the dog, and we're taking advantage. We're telling you to bet the game on the money line because we expect it to win outright. Not only that, put it together with the NFL game and get a little over 4-1 on your money. 888-994-6669. We're always talking about not betting those parlays, but what we mean is what he said a moment ago, those 6, 5, even 4-leg parlays. They're ridiculous. You're not going to hit those, but maybe 1 out of every 50 chances. So do yourself a favor and give yourself the best shot at really making some decent money with this better 4-than-1 shot that we're giving you absolutely free on the recorded line. 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN now.
And if you combine, I said this in the last segment, if you combine all of our Saturday shows this year, which started at the end of August, and if you combine all of our Sunday show this year, which was the first week of September, okay, the NFL season starts 1 week after the college football season, we have done 39 total shows. 39. We have won 26 of the 39 weeks with the free picks. A bunch of those were parlay winners. Now, we did lose a couple parlays, and it happens. But, guys, just do simple math, all right? If you hit a parlay that pays 4-1 and you lose a parlay the next week for 100, you're still up $300.
It's crazy. We got to explain that.
I mean, this is what I mean.
People are like, yeah, but all those losses, what are you talking about?
Right.
Each one of the wins paid 3, 4, 5 to 1.
This is simple math. It really concerns me that this country has the stupid people that they have walking around in it, because I can't understand why we can't do simple math. Now, I know they're teaching math differently in school with this Common Core nonsense, but 2 + 2 still equals 4.
At least I think so. If you go on the internet, it equals something different.
All right, so now here's the thing. For everyone out there listening, okay, do simple math in your car. You call up on a Saturday, you hit a parlay, you win 400. You call up on the next Saturday, you do a parlay for 100, you lose it. How much are you up? We got the answer? Okay, good.
It's like second grade math.
Oh, my, it's worse than second grade.
Johnny gets on the bus and goes to Chicago traveling.
A kid who's 6 weeks old can do this math. 888-9-WIN-NOW, 888-994-6669. JR, we're going 2-0 today, absolutely free on a recorded line.
Call the number, guys, 888-994-6669. Huge blowout winner in college football. Huge blowout winner in the NFL and an underdog in college basketball that's expected to win outright. Call now. Hit your 4-1 absolutely free. You get it on the recorded line at 888-994-6669. That's 888-9-WIN-NOW.
Plus one and only NFL playoff game of the year. Last year, we did this in the conference championship. We gave everyone Philadelphia, documented. Every customer got it. They won by 100. We are doing it now in the divisional round. There's one of the 4 games today we absolutely love. You'll also get that if you're involved with us at 888-994-6669. 60-second recap coming up. Keep it right here on the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show, sponsored by TakingVegas.com. All right, here we go with the recap, and this one is brought to you by GirlsThatGamble.live, along with the Bet Big, Talk Loud podcast. Give us a call at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 2 massive plays for free on a recorded line for Saturday. One in the NFL and the college basketball false favorite. We are 4-1 with college basketball false favorites with 3 outright wins. And if you combine these 2 in a parlay, it pays right around 4-1. It's free. It's on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Plus, we have our one and only NFL playoff game of the year going this weekend. Last year, this play was Philadelphia when they destroyed Washington. This year, we're doing it in the divisional round. So get involved at 888-994-6669. And if you want to turn 1,000 into 6,000 with just 3 plays, only risking your initial wager twice, get involved with our initial bankroll program. We got 3 big games lined up. 1 call gets you started. That phone number to call is 888-994-6669. All right, back here on the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show, closing out the last few minutes. Then we're going to end the show with a 60-second recap. I am Chris Hodge. I've hosted this show since 2006, and the message has always been the same. Please do not gamble more than you can afford to lose. Now, again, I have said this numerous times. I'm under no obligation to say that. Nowhere in my contract do I have to say to tell you people to be careful with your money. But gambling is dangerous if it's done incorrectly. It could be very profitable if done the right way, and that's what we try to do with the initial bankroll program. We always tell you people don't risk more than you can afford to lose. We always tell you people don't pull money out of retirement or life savings, or no, you don't have us saying otherwise, right? We always tell you people to be careful. But if a certain investment isn't working out the way you want it to, and you want to pull some money from that and put it towards this just to see, those are always the people. It's crazy how this works. Those are always the people that seem to do the best. Like, hey, I have $100,000 in the stock market. You know why it's not performing to the capability that I wanted it to? I'm going to pull 25 out of that, and I'm going to put it towards this. They're always the people that do the best. I can't explain how that works, but it always seems to be those people. But that being said, as I say each week, Don't gamble the car payment, the house payment, the food payment, the light bill. Don't gamble those things. Okay? Go pay your bills with those. This is done with disposable income, and it's an alternative way to make a good amount of money. So you give us a call at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 2-0 absolutely free on Saturday. We have an NFL playoff game. We have our 6th college basketball false favorite. Now, we're 4-1. We won 3 outright. We did not win the last one outright, but we did cover it. 2-0 absolutely free. If you combine those two in a parlay, it pays around 4-1. Plus, for all involved, we have our NFL playoff game of the year, one and only. Last year, this was Philadelphia when they killed Washington. This year, it's this weekend. We also have that going. So give us a call at 888-994-6669. Be sure to check out TakingVegas.com, girlsthatgamble.live, and be sure to listen to the Bet Big, Talk Loud podcast. Everyone out there, have a great Saturday, and we'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the day. All right, here we go with the recap. It is going to be a massive weekend, and this one is brought to you by TakingVegas.com. Give us a call right now at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 2-0 for free on Saturday. An NFL playoff release plus our 6th college basketball falls favorite. We are 4-1 with those with 3 outright winners. It's free on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Go 2-0 absolutely free. And if you combine the 2 in a parlay, it pays right around 4-1. So again, free on a recorded line at 888-994-6669. Plus, we have our one and only NFL playoff game of the year going this weekend. Last year, this play was Philadelphia when they killed Washington. This year, we love a play. Get involved right now at 888-994-6669. Also, get involved with the initial bankroll program. Turn $1,000 into $6,000 with just 3 games. Only risking your initial wager twice. We'll show you how to do it. It starts with a phone call. That number, 888-994-6669.
This program was paid for by 1220 Enterprises. The opinions and views expressed are not those of local stations. Prior results do not guarantee future outcomes. Use of this information in violation of any federal, state, or local laws is prohibited. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Well, I gotta tell you, it has been a long time. It feels like it's been eons. It's been years since Dan Devone, Ken Luttrell, and Evie Giddings have been together. And I gotta tell you, Dan, it is not off to a rip-roaring start. I don't have my sound up. I can't get to the text messages on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. My headphone is tied up like a 1989 soundtrack. I don't know what's going on right now, but I'm happy to see you.
A mixtape?
A mixtape. What do they got? The Walkmans. The Walkman lines. Yeah. I'm discombobulated at 9 o'clock, and it's crazy because we got an entire day of sports. We got Warriors this week from 9 to noon. Ken Luttrell and Carter Chickering are going to be on from 12 to 2. And then I'll be back in the saddle with my guy Lorenzo Neal for the kickoff show before, obviously, the Niners get set to take on the Seattle Seahawks. It is an all-day affair on 95.7 The Game.
You know why we're off to a bad start?
Why is that?
No pasta.
No pasta. Okay, God love Ken Luttrell.
Oh, yeah, well, Kenny's he's a big timer now. He belongs in front of the mic.
Yeah, he goes
anymore.
He goes, hey, minute left, guys. Don't have headphones. Don't have don't have anything set up for us here.
It's been a year, I feel like, since I've been back here, and you guys, this show has fallen off the rails.
Yep.
And again, like Devone said, it all starts with your producer. Just where is that guy?
Well, Ken's kind of like George Lopez. Whenever he learned to swim for the first time, his dad just threw him in the pool in the deep end. He figured it out. That's Ken. Like, hey, we don't have anything. Just you got 40 seconds here. Get the hell out there.
I thought you guys were prepared.
Figure it out.
You've done this show before, haven't you?
That's true.
I didn't take you for a George Lopez fan.
You know what the motto is of the Boy Scouts?
No.
Be prepared.
Figure it out.
Be a man, I thought.
No, speaking of pasta, we are going to get into the Golden State Warriors, and they got a game at 5:30 today against Del Curry's Charlotte Hornets, the soon-to-be inductee Del Curry. But Pasta's not here today because Pasta got scammed, and Pasta got scammed by one of your favorite. I don't know what you would call them. Journalists, writers, observers of his day. That's Jeff Pearlman. I got something to say to Jeff. Because Pasta set up this elaborate trip down to East L.A. or wherever the hell he is. And I see a picture the other day of Pasta rolling around. Apparently he's in Jackie Robinson's driveway. And he's taking pictures of modern-day suburbia because he was supposed to go to a live podcast recording in which Jeff Pearlman, his hero, was going to do some presentation of an incredibly interesting subject that I have no clue about. And then he cancels it, the entire tour, about a month out, and Pasta's already got his hotel, he's got his transportation, and he's got his days off. He can't go back. So Pasta's not here today because he's meandering around Pasadena looking for something to do because Jeff Pearlman canceled a tour.
Well, that's on Pasta, first of all, for being the only guy to buy a ticket to the Jeff Pearlman tour and for stalking the guy. And yeah, it was sort of inadvertent where Pearlman made a guest appearance on a show that I did.
Oh, I know.
And afterwards, Pasta said, hey, thanks so much for doing the show. By the way, can't wait to see you next week. And Pearlman hits him back. Oh, yeah, that thing was canceled.
I'm sorry, young man.
Pasta was floored.
Wow, dude.
Well, he's a young guy. That's going to break his heart. Some of us like to go see, rest in peace, Bob Weir. Pardon me. Some people like to go see the Grateful Dead. Other people would like to go see, a Yo-Yo Ma who occasionally perform at Yoshi's.
Wow.
Other people would like to go see
Span the globe.
Jeff
Bob
Pearlman.
Weir, Yo-Yo Ma.
Yeah, other people want to go see Jeff Pearlman.
By the way, Kenny, were you I know you're musically astute. Were you a Dead guy?
I really wasn't.
Okay.
My stepdad is. He was a little crushed by the news, but yeah, I can't really get into them.
Yeah. No, it was sort of me as well, but it was as close to you'll find as far as a group that had a cult following. I know there's ardent fans, but that really was you would go to a concert and it was an event. You would see people from all over the world that would travel, and it's a family, and they're all sort of reuniting. As a matter of fact, coming up, I believe this week, they're doing something here in the city.
I think so. Yeah, real quick, I was going to say, the one great thing that I know about them is that they didn't care if you brought in photography, videography. They let anybody and everybody take videos of them all throughout. So you have so many archives of their live, almost every live show they've done. There's some sort of video on it that you can find.
What's amazing is, though, you thought the band would fall apart and would not get this far when Jerry Garcia died. What was that, some 20 years ago?
The 90s, yeah.
Yeah, and here they are. So hats off to the Dead.
Well, and they've kind of reinvented themselves, too, with using the Sphere in Las Vegas. I know a lot of people have gone and done those shows because it's such a visual experience. It's honestly one of a kind. I've never been to the Sphere, but I've heard that those shows are utterly incredible. So they found ways to kind of reinvent themselves. And rest in peace. The one thing, it's not a shot, but the one thing that I found a little humorous was, so there's Deadheads everywhere, right? Everyone loves them from near and far, and they're obviously a big connection with San Francisco. So they were talking about them during the Philadelphia Eagles San Francisco 49ers game. I think it was Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady. And Kevin Burkhardt we love to talk about broadcasting on the show, and I feel like Burkhart was caught in a Ron Burgundy moment where he just kind of had a script, and he definitely wasn't a Grateful Dead fan because he's reading, and he's, want to extend our condolences, thoughts, and prayers to the Bob Weir family. Gone too soon at 78. And I was
First and 10 from the 35.
Well, and I just was like, well, the guy lived a pretty long time. It was, it wasn't as if he passed away in his 40s or 50s.
A Bob Weir story. This was, I was a much younger man, and there was somebody that was older than me that was his nutritionist. And I was dating this young girl, and she said, hey, this guy is a nutritionist for Bob Weir, is part of the Dead. I didn't really know who Bob Weir was. And I believe he lived, I know that he had a house up in Mill Valley. So we went to this party, and it had a Cajun theme. I remember there was Zydeco music, and he had like this table of crawfish from like here to Market Street, where you would just go, and there were beers, and you would just pick from this crawfish. But what I found sort of amazing, and this is the way those dudes rolled, I guess, back in the 70s or 60s and 70s, if you were a rock star. So he had his girlfriend there, who was about his age. Then he had a younger girl that I guess was also his partner, who was about 15, 20 years younger. And
as
then he
one
had this
does.
really, really young girl who was just like, starstruck, sort of just in her early 20s. And all three of them were at the same party together, and they all sort of interacted with one another. Oh, hi, Michelle. How are you today? Darla. I'm like, where am I? Like, who rolls like this?
Rock and roll, baby. Rock and roll.
Like, wow. All right.
Yeah, they don't make him like that anymore, man.
Yeah, that's old school right there.
Rest in peace to Bob Weir. All right, it's time to get into your favorite
How does he do it?
Your favorite Bay Area middling squat. No, I'm just kidding. We do have to talk about the Golden State Warriors at some point. Who quietly, Dan, all right, you're going to have to help me figure this out. I swear to God. And people do it at 888. I was about to give out my own phone number. I really haven't done this in a long time. I was about to 510.
Were you shipwrecked last night?
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
I had a couple. We went on down to the ship. You got to get there more, man. I'm telling you, it's a great time. 888-957-9570. Can people help us figure out what is actually happening right now with Golden State? Because if you look up and down their schedule since, I think it's almost been a month, Dan. It's almost been a month. You're going to see a lot more green W's than you are red L's. And this is a team that right now is finally knocking on the door of something other than the 8 or the 9 seed. They're 1.5 back of Phoenix. Finally popped the game on them by taking down Kenny's New York Knicks. Sorry about that, Kenny. I know he's in attendance for that one.
You stink.
Well, they do when they don't have Brunson, that's for sure. But they've not won more than 3 games in a row this year. They haven't done better than, I believe, 5 of 6. That's been their best stretch. But they are 10-4 in their last 14 games. Dan, the floor is yours. Is that not a good stretch of basketball?
It's a good stretch of basketball, but I think you have to look and take into strong consideration as to who they played. And the schedule, we knew this was going to flip. And we knew it was going to be in their favor, and they've been able to take advantage. And I think coincidentally, we've seen Steve Kerr settle on a starting 5. He's still going 12 or 13 deep, but there seems to be more set rotations. There seems to be more set minutes. And guys, for the first time this year, and maybe in a long, long time, now have defined roles. And wasn't that one of the things that we had talked about throughout the majority of the beginning of the season when they were trying to find their way is, and I hate throwing this out there, but what's the identity? The identity of this basketball team. And I'm not saying that they're there necessarily because I'm not sold on Moses Moody, huge night the other night. I'm not sold on him and Quentin Post as starters, but for right now, it works. And I think that as well as the schedule playing into their favor has been the reason for the success of over the last, 14 to 15 games?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is absolutely their best stretch of basketball since the start of the season. But because there were a few parts that weren't involved, it was really hard to, I guess, kind of assess the team. Like, you're finally feeling what this 15-man roster, or 14-man, because there's kind of a guy on the outside looking in, a 14-man roster was supposed to look like during this summer. Like, I feel like the Golden State Warriors right now, on January 17th, as they get set to prepare for the Charlotte Hornets, this is what Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr had in mind this summer. Curry, Moody, Jimmy, Draymond, and then some combination of, I don't know if it's Post, Melton, Horford's playing for you. It feels like because there's not as many of those condensed games like there was at the beginning of the year, along with the team beginning to find its health, that's why you're seeing them win games. And I should say, to your point about that context matters, winning games against teams you're supposed to beat. You know, it's interesting because the teams they've lost to during this stretch are Toronto, who's a pretty good team, OKC, who's obviously the best team in basketball, except when they play the Spurs, the Los Angeles Clippers, who have quietly rattled off, I think, 11 of 13. They're playing really good basketball right now. And the Atlanta Hawks, who, although don't have a great record, I think they're a better team without Trae Young. So the four teams that you've lost to during this 14-game stretch, they've all been quality opponents. Meanwhile, the only real team that I feel like you could say is in that upper echelon would be a New York, in Orlando. You could give them the Phoenix game at the beginning of all this. But those teams all had guys out, right? Phoenix was at full strength, but Orlando didn't have Wagner, and New York obviously did not have the Pied Piper, Jalen Brunson.
And in all fairness to the Warriors, you lose to OKC, but that was a scheduled loss because you sat everybody.
Did that bother you, by the way?
That Jonathan Kuminga didn't play, or that they sat everybody?
No, I don't. Sorry, early chuckle. No, the fact that they didn't play any of their stars. Like, to me, that's OKC's in town, and it is a little bit of a fanfare thing, but I'm sorry. Like, I want to see our best players against their best players.
I agree.
And the fact you chose that game to load manage, and I get it, you had the Jazz the next night, and that's a more gettable game, which, by the way, you only won by 9. I thought that was weak. I mean, you just punted on a game that's supposed to be a Friday night spectacle for your fan base, and you basically gave them, what, Pat Spencer?
And the NBA has done their best to try and curb this and eradicate load management, but it's still there, and it's still an eyesore, and it's still a pock on the house that is the NBA. And I don't know how they fix it. They've tried it with the playing game. They've tried finding teams. But load management is still rearing its ugly head in the NBA. What the fix is, Adam Silver's tried, but it ain't working because it happens far too often. Not to mention, you would think that the NBA or the networks and all that money that influences the NBA, because don't forget how much money they pay the NBA to get the rights to broadcast their teams, and Steve Kerr does that to a nationally televised game? I don't know, man. That does not sit well with the powers that be, those business tycoons that make heads roll, man.
But it's also just frustrating. Like, I understand the Warriors are not nearly as good as OKC, and they probably would have lost that game regardless. But to me, it indicates a shifting of, well, Dan Aykroyd trading places. Like, the Warriors and OKC have traded places to where I feel like when the Warriors were in their heyday, or even a few years ago when they were competing for a championship in 2022, that's the kind of game that a lesser group sits their guys, right? They know they have no chance to beat the Warriors, so they're going to pick that game to rest against the Dubs because the Dubs are at home or the Dubs are coming into town and big bad Steph Curry is going to beat you no matter what. That's kind of OKC. And to me, I guess it was a little sobering just to see the Warriors pick that game against the champs where you're, you know, if the Warriors were, I don't know, right now they're 4 games above 500. Let's say they were 7 or 8 games. You know, they'd won a couple of these clutch games, had gotten a few of the games they were supposed to get. I don't know, Indiana, Portland, Milwaukee, whoever. I feel like that's a barometer game. Like, that's a litmus test sort of game. That's where you test yourself against the best. That's where you see how close you are to a team that hoisted the Larry O'Brien last year. And the Warriors not only chose to not do that, but they just sat everybody and said, yeah, we're fine taking a 40-point whooping, which is exactly what they got.
Well, in a weird way, I sort of respect Steve Kerr because he just does things according to Steve Kerr when it makes sense to him. Popovich was the same way. He's like, I don't care about what it is that you think or what it is that the pressure that's being applied on me by that of the NBA or the networks because it's a nationally televised game. I have an older squad. I already recognized publicly to Tom Tolbert that this is a fading dynasty. I knew that would go viral. I've got nothing to lose. Listen, man, this could be the final couple of months of my coaching career, maybe just here with the Golden State Warriors, maybe forever. But what it is that he's saying to everybody is like, look, we are not that team. And in order for us to be competitive is that I got some old guys on this squad and I got to rest these old shoes so that I have some gas in the tank in the latter part of the season. And I'm going to pick and choose where I can get these guys nights off because it's all about where I'm at as a team in terms of my health when we hit April and May. And that's the only way he's guiding this ship.
Well, he does march by the beat of his own drum. And that is something that I do respect about him. Obviously, because this roster is, I think it's beginning to come into form, yes, because Steve Kerr is beginning to trust it, but also just you're having players emerge and play better. And some of it's playing better against lesser competition. But, the one guy that I feel like is allowing this Warriors team to sort of turn the corner is a representation of them getting to where they need to be, which is playing more consistent basketball. It's DeAnthony Melton. I do feel like that guy can play. And in fact, I feel like if the minutes restrictions were off at this point, because he's obviously still, a month out from coming back from the ACL that he had last year, he's probably starting. I think that the Warriors at some point are going to get to a playoff starting or closing five where we know they're trying to hide Draymond as much as possible at the 4 position, but he's going to be their center. Butler's going to be, or Moody's going to be their 4 and 3. Melton's going to be the 2, and Curry's going to be the 1 because DeAnthony Melton's a guy that it feels like every single night now you're beginning to see why this dude was so highly coveted by them last season as well as trying to bring him back this year.
He's a quintessential 2 guard. Really, you don't think at the end of the season, if you're going into the playoffs, it's not a front court of Butler, Horford, and Draymond Green and DeAnthony Melton and Steph Curry?
I think that would be, in an ideal world, the way to go, but can you play Horford 30 minutes?
No, but I think he's going to start and he's going to close. Quentin Post is the only eyesore. We can get into that, but I know you're a QP guy, but oh, God.
What are you talking about? You accuse me of hating 7-footers all the time. You're the only guy who likes size on this team. Oh, we got a real stable of centers. We got Trace Jackson Davis.
Well, there's the operative guy. I need to see a little TJD.
For Trace Jackson Davis for like a month.
Kenny, see, this is the thing about it. Time is a flat circle. What was the last time we did this show together? A year ago, all 3 of us?
Pretty much.
And nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
Why would it?
No, it never has. And I actually think it was Klay Thompson we were talking about. What are we going to do with Klay?
Yeah. Well, Klay Thompson's available to be traded. You want to bring him back?
No, I don't. And you do that all the time, man.
What, man?
I know you do that for S and giggles, but come on, man.
No, Clay's...
You know the difference between you and I?
He's in a better mental space right now.
I was hosting a show with Dibs, is that I go to the callers a lot earlier than you do. You just let these guys sweat.
He's been sitting here for 5 minutes. This isn't Mitch in New Jersey, all right? He's been sitting here for 5 minutes. You know what? Since Dan Devone is such a nice guy, we're going to go to the phones immediately because he wants to get me to stop talking. That's kind of his way of doing that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Deborah, who's in San Leandro. Deborah, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. Beautiful Bay Area birthday today.
No doubt.
With that, football and basketball. In regards to the Warriors, and now Steve Kerr has done this before. It's like during the beginning of the year, he's just really filling everything out, filling everybody out. You have injuries, and then it gets to this point where it's halfway through the year. It's like, okay, we're starting to round into shape. We're starting to see what he's trying to do, right? And so now that's where we are. I agree with them sitting the older guys, I'm going to call them the older gentlemen, against OKC, because we had the toughest schedule that anyone had in the NBA in the beginning of the year. And I think it was still wearing on those guys, right? So, like Steve, it's not about the ratings. It's about getting his guys prepared. It's about getting above 500. And, yeah, let's go get that easy game we can get, because realistically, our guys are old and they needed the rest. But I think we have turned a corner. But I need us to beat some good teams, not just the ones we're supposed to beat. Yeah, do a good job.
No, thank you, Deborah. I'm right there with you. And that to me is why this 14-game stretch has been kind of interesting to dissect because coming up after today, in which ideally you would beat Charlotte.
Well, hold on. I knew you were going to go there.
No, and I know you were going to go here. This, God.
I'm just saying, do you see what it is that they did first of all to OKC? Do you know what they did to the Lakers the other night? Was that last night?
Dude, I watch more Hornets basketball than you can imagine.
LaMelo Ball, 1-footed threes. Bring it on, brother.
Yeah, they also, let's see, they got losses to the Pacers. They got losses to the Raptors.
I'm just saying, man, when Brandon Miller.
The Warriors, the Bucks.
When Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball.
The shooter.
And Bridges are all going or healthy.
Oh, no. There's a weapon on this team that you're going to find out about tonight. Well, no, I mean, Knippel could shoot. He's really good. I don't know. Charlotte's making... And in fact, with your obsession with size, I'm surprised that this player has not literally stood out to you because his name is Falkbrenner.
Oh, yeah.
He's 7'2". He's a Creighton Blue Jay, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year in the Big East. And
he's been helping on offense, man. Like, you can't space him.
Oh, but Trace Jackson Davis can give you spacing.
Yeah, he's along. I mean,
by the way,
I'll give it to him.
No, they also have Pat Connaughton on this team. This is my annual call out in which Pat's not gonna hear this. Pat Connaughton owes me money. He owes me money from a fantasy football league that I was in back in 2000 and it had to be 17 or 18. So Connaughton used to play for the Blazers, and I have a buddy that I played baseball with in college, who then has gone on to do PR in the NBA, started in Portland, eventually went to Boston. He's now in Philly. So my buddy Brandon says, hey, we need an extra guy for this fantasy football league. Pat Connaughton's in it. CJ McCollum, I think, was in it. It was a PR/player Blazer fantasy football league. So I said, yeah, sure. What's the buy-in? X amount of dollars. Boom. Let's play. So I make it to the final. And I lose. I come in second place. Boo-hoo. But I got to get a certain amount of cash from people. Pat Connaughton is the one guy that did not pay his dues. And I'm not going to say how much money it was, but Pat Connaughton owes me, especially for a guy who is, a year out of college? That's a decent chunk of change.
Hey!
And right now, it is 2026. That has been 9 years of accrued interest in which Pat Connaughton, I'm telling you right now, that guy, I'm not going to get what I owe because I've been asking him for it for the last 8 years. But Pat Connaughton, that guy owes me a little cash, all right? And he makes $9 million somehow.
Are you going to be at the game tonight?
No.
Well, that was your opportunity.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if you.
Can I give you a really quick...
I don't know if you noticed. There's another game going on tonight, so of a little more interest.
Can I give you a quick little story?
Yeah, of course.
It's impossible. Oh, what?
Well, I know that your stories sometimes run long. Do we have to hit a break here?
I got 2 minutes.
Okay, how about this? Let's go.
Squeeze it in 30 seconds.
Well, I was going to take a caller, but you wanted to yap.
No, let the callers go.
No. End us.
It's about the callers.
Brian in Palo Alto. We're going to give you the floor for the end of this segment, man. What's going on?
Every caller, when they come on the show today, from this point forward, say thank you, Dan.
I'm not going to say that, but good morning, guys.
What's up, Brian?
Tread lightly, Brian.
Yeah, I can't think. Obviously, time imminent death. Can't think of a bigger waste of time and energy and wasted resources over this time period. And can't think of a player who got more undeserved hoopla and attention than Jonathan Kuminga ever in any sport for any team that I rooted for. Guy accomplished nothing, expected things to be handed to him right and left. It's unfortunate. Hopefully a lesson for Lakeup is to keep him and his sons out of the draft room moving forward because, those were 2 busted lottery picks big time. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga, Dan, you were pimping him up all last year. He's got one other team in the NBA that wants him, right? One team. And it's not Steve Kerr's fault, by the way, right? So, anyways, that's my take. It's just an unfortunate saga. Maybe they could have got another title in this time period if they had prioritized Steph. That's all. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, Brian. Let the record reflect. We have not brought up Kuminga yet.
Nobody took a shot at me, and now I got no time to come back at him. Well, he's right. He's right. I was pimping up Jonathan Kuminga, but it's qualified, and I'd like to explain myself.
Well, you could rip him on the other side. We got 2.5 hours left.
All right, Brian. Go after me after I Maybe he didn't like the fact that I wanted to say, thank you, Dan.
Well, everyone in the future knows that because they know you're a nice guy and you're allowing them the opportunity to speak, especially on a,
no, he's right.
on a bright Saturday morning.
In all seriousness, I was on Jonathan Kuminga's wagon, and I'll explain why, though.
That's a tease, people. All right, Warriors this week moves on. Hey, 888, seriously, 888-957-9570. You don't have to say thank you, Dan, but if you'd like to give your take on the Warriors, we're happy to hear your opinion. Have the Warriors turned a corner? What are they looking at right now? And Dan will explain why he was or is or could be still in a Jonathan Kuminga wagon on the other side. 888-957-9570. Devone Giddings back after this.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org. Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Every caller, when they come on the show today from this point forward, say thank you, Dan.
I'm not going to say that, but good morning, guys.
Every caller, when they come
Now
on the
back
show
to
today.
Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
That is Dan Devone. I'm Evan Giddings. You got to turn your mic on, buddy.
The reason I said that is because you keep the holders on hold for unnecessarily for up to 45 minutes at a time.
Dude, this ain't the DMV, all right? I'm not telling you to take a ticket and get in line.
What? Can I ask you something?
Yeah,
You're
sure.
a smart guy.
I try
In
to
this day and age of AI, modern technology, everything fits on your phone. Why is the DMV still the DMV? Like, you walk into that thing, it's the same place when I went and got my permit all those years ago. It's right. You get a ticket, you go in line, and then you have all these federal workers who just move at an ant's pace. I'm like, dude, I'm in no rush. I'm getting paid regardless.
Dude, the one thing that I will not do is sit up here and take a shot at DMV workers. Those people work at hell on earth. The amount of people that walk to the window, and I can attest to this from personal experience, that walk to the window so ill-prepared to finish the task that they came to the DMV to actually accomplish, it's unbelievable. The amount of times that you are sitting behind someone who's at the window, who's trying to get a license or some piece of paperwork updated, and they go to the window, and a very polite individual will say, "Do you have your so-and-so form?" And they'll go, "What?" Dude, you've been sitting here for 3 hours and you don't have your 98C or whatever it is. I mean, it's unbelievable. So I don't know why they haven't been updated throughout the years, but what I do know is that humans have not yet still got to the point where they can come prepared to the DMV. So my response is, you don't have to upgrade.
You know, the last time I was there was not that long ago because I had to go get my new ID, so that you need an ID to go along with your passport if you're going to travel these days.
Yep.
And so I had to go get my ID that serves as sort of a passport as well. This is a couple of months ago. And so I get there at a decent hour and figured, okay, I got to get there early in the morning. I wasn't there when doors open 7 or 8 in the morning. I was there at about 9, 10, which was a huge mistake. And so I have to wait in line. I get a number. I look at the number and I'm like, 67. Oh, no. I was like, I was
6.
No. What number was it? I had a,
You don't get that. You're too old.
Oh, you went 6'7"?
Yeah.
No,
you went 6'7". Come on, man.
That thing's going to be out the door within the next. That's not carrying over to 2026.
We'll find out.
By the way, I think LaMelo Ball was sort of the guy coming to town tonight.
Yeah, he had 9 threes against the Lakers. You better get a hand up on LaMelo. You see what he did to DeAndre Ayton the other night?
Oh, wait, let me just finish my story.
Okay.
So I get numbered like 586, and I look at the counter, and they're like a number 43. I literally had time to go back home, get something to eat, go down to the Dolphin Club. I spent the whole afternoon running errands, and then I came back, and they were still not even at the 500s. I came back like 3 hours later.
Well, that's savvy by you. I usually just bring a book.
Well, that's because you're smart.
Or I'd download a TV series or something. What? No, I like to be prepared if I'm going to sit in a place for 3 hours. It's like an airplane. All right, Dan.
LaMelo Ball, dude.
Well,
just don't sleep.
You could have had him.
Don't sleep on Charlotte is all I'm saying.
You know what? I will. How about that? I will sleep on Charlotte. You know why? Because the Warriors are the team that wins 3, but not 4 in a row. They do win 3. They have not won 4 this year. This is going to be their 3rd win. And then the game that will give them trouble as all heck is going to be on Monday night when I'm in attendance at Chase Center. You going to come to the Miami Heat game?
Why would I go to that?
Well, I don't know, because we could watch a game together.
Hey, Ken, did you go see the Knicks, by the way?
Yeah, he did, unfortunately.
Oh,
Yeah, I sure did, but it wasn't great.
He was really coy when I was talking to him the other night. I was like, you going? I might. He had something going on.
He's got to connect. He's got to connect.
I was working out the kinks with our director of sports, Lucas Alexander. But yeah, I got something going, and then I took a lot of pictures, though. That's what I really wanted to do.
Of Cat?
Sort of.
So, Kenny, I'm not going to ask you about the Knicks. I apologize. What were your overarching takeaways from that game in regards to the Warriors?
I mean, they moved the ball a lot better, but they were really great on the breakaways. I mean, that's one. It's hard to respond to you without thinking about what the Knicks did wrong, since I am a Knicks fan. But they were so good on the breakaways. Jimmy just took over at one point, and they were shooting really well from beyond the arc. What was it? Moses Moody, 7 for 8? I feel like no one's talking about that. Like, no one really mentioned that. That's like something we haven't really seen in a while, have we? Have we seen it at all this year?
Well, that's why.
We've only seen it one time. It was against New Orleans when he hit 7 threes in the first quarter.
Do it again, Moody, within, the calendar year, and then I'll start talking about it.
Yeah, but, I mean, they
made 4 the game before against Portland.
Moody did?
Yeah. I mean, but this is the thing, though. It's, Moses we know he can shoot. He's shooting a little less than 39% this year from 3. But these firecracker games are kind of what, to me, is skewing the percentage a little bit, where you'll see a 4 for 8 or last game 7 for 9, and then you'll see an 0 for 3, a 1 for 4, a 1 for 5, an 0 for 3. And there's got to be more, like Steve Kerr said it, but I forget who originally said it. It's like the great players, the great shooters will do it, 4 out of 5 games, 3 out of 5 games. Moses right now is giving you 1 out of every 5 or 2 out of every 5 where it feels like he's shooting the ball well. And he does other things too, but that's one of the reasons why, to me, his status as a starter in a perfect world, he'd be more of a guy you bring off the bench.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of good open looks for them, too. They were really creating a lot of good shots. I mean, Curry also was making ridiculous shots. He made that one, was it that sidestep and then off the 1 foot? Like, come on, man. Like, Deuce McBride, just take a seat, dude.
Was it Steiny that had the greatest stick ever when it came to Moses Moody? That he's just a dude, a jag. He's just a guy.
He's better than a jag.
Nah. God bless Steiny. That is a perfect stick for this guy.
Well, Steiny and Monty Poole also said, he goes, D'Anthony Melton's going to be taking that starting spot in that rotation.
Well, he is. No?
No, he will eventually. But my bigger question is it going to be Moody or Post? Well, we have a caller here. You don't want to make him wait, but I don't know. Do you have any things to offer about that?
About what?
About the inevitable choice that Steve Kerr is going to have to make between Moses or Post. Because Melton's going to start at some point this year. It might be a month from now.
Both of them are gone.
I'm sorry. You do need to trot out 5 people.
Yeah, Horford will be your center. And then, you sit down Moses Moody. In a perfect world.
You can't throw the senior home out there, though. He's not going to start the entire...
No, you can. Then you'll bring... I just want to see TJD in the rotation. I get it. He can't stretch, but why he's not... Why you don't have young legs... on a guy.
But you want to start Horford. He's 48 years old.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Horford in the perfect world, if you're in the playoffs, let me just ask you this. If I'm a younger team and I'm in the playoffs in the first round and I got the Warriors.
Every team's going to be younger than the Warriors.
Do you want to take on Horford, Green, Butler, and Steph Curry? Like, that's a lot of experience when it comes to big games like that.
Well, I wouldn't want to take them on 5 years ago, but right now, from what they've shown so far this year, I like, who is scared in the West of the Golden State Warriors?
I'm just saying that you have an advantage when it comes to the postseason with those 5 guys or those 4 guys, as opposed to Quentin Post. Quentin Post, we keep calling him a stretch 5. I keep saying this. Don't you have to hit a 3 to be considered a stretch 5?
Well, he's been a lot more physical this year. He's been played tougher on the interior.
I think you're just doing that to poke the bear. Like, you just want me to get upset.
Well, I haven't seen you in a month. I've been itchy. So the thing about Post that I
here we go.
No, I'm not here to defend him. I'm here to just say his role is to keep Draymond Green, who we continue to placate to on both ends, at a position where he doesn't have to guard bigs. And I think eventually the Warriors are going to be a position where he's going to have to play the center position. That's how it's going to go. That's how it'll work. And then Quentin Post will come off the bench. Because against these big teams, too, it's like you do need bodies, but that's one of the major flaws about this roster and the construction of the rosters. The size they do have is too old, too young, or in the case
TJD.
Or in the case of TJD, not quite as useful, in my opinion. You know, I think there's a reason why he doesn't get a lot of burn. But they won 10 of 14, Dan.
I know. We should feel good. And I think that they've turned a corner. It's not a big corner. They're not going to walk down OKC or Houston or any of the top, San Antonio. But I do think that this is a team now that you can at least see has defined roles, a starting rotation, a closing rotation, and it's beginning to make a little bit of sense. What really I think this hinges on, in all seriousness, Ev, is what they get back for Jonathan Kuminga. If somehow, and I don't know if they have the assets, you're going to have to get off those draft picks. But you bring Trey Murphy into this equation, I'll sit up and take notice and like, okay, got something going here. He fits. A two-way big wing with these boys. The one thing you can say about the Warriors right now, and I haven't been able to apply the good word to the Warriors for a long time. Like, they do a lot of things sometimes that are okay. They are a good defensive basketball team. And I can say that without hesitation. Like, defensively, they are good again. Offensively, not so much. Are they old? Yes. But defensively, that I think is the identity that's beginning to show itself is Will Richard, DeAnthony Melton, and these young, long, lean guys that are clogging lanes, getting hands on balls, and smothering dudes. They are a good defensive team. I have not been able to unequivocally associate the word good with the Warriors for a long time, but I have no problem saying that.
No, I agree. I do think that this is a good team, and whatever they were getting in a return for Kuminga, should they choose
defensive team?
No, I mean overall I think they're 11th in the net. Like they're not a bad team, but they're just kind of what Jimmy Butler called them mediocre. I would say they're better than mediocre, but they're definitely not among the elite. And I think there's tiers right now in the Western Conference, and the Warriors would be in that third or potentially even fourth tier. I mean, you're not stacking them up with obviously the guys at the top of the table, and even a team like Houston, who is falling right now, better than Golden State. The Lakers are falling right now, but at full strength, they're probably better than Golden State. You know, to me, they're right where they should be, which is in that 7-8 range, and they're a game and a half behind the Phoenix Suns. All right, let's go to
a little Tom Petty and some free falling, because the Lakers, man, they are coming right back to you like a stone.
They're missing one of their best players. You know, it'd be like if you took Butler away from the Warriors or Curry away from the Warriors for a month, I think is what Reeves is dealing with right now.
By the way, have you seen Rich Paul's podcast?
Yes, I have.
With Max Kellerman?
Yes, I have.
Like, one of the most powerful guys in the NBA. Should he be saying that stuff? Like, get rid of Austin Reeves. Like, it's like, whoa, you're Rich Paul.
He said something about the Golden State Warriors in their last episode that I don't know if we have the sound. Maybe we can get it a little bit later. But I'll read it to you if we don't have the sound, because I thought it was pretty funny, actually. Mojo Rising is in Castro Valley, wants to talk about Kerr and Kuminga. Mojo, good morning, man. What's going on? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Light my fire, man. Hey, I actually called in. I don't know if you guys remembered. I called in about a month and a half ago, or maybe 2 months, and I was the guy that said that Kuminga dunked over Joel Embiid. And I defended him and this and that. And the whole thing is, if I don't know if people remember. I guess people see things backwards. Wasn't it last year, before they had Jimmy Buckets, before Kuminga got hurt, he was averaging over 20 points a game? I believe his career high is like over 30. or something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he never scored 30, but I think he has. So my thing is like I said, I've watched and played basketball my whole life. Kuminga is really good. I don't understand what people are seeing. I don't understand how he got into Kerr's doghouse. So in my opinion, I'm not saying that Kerr's not a good coach. To me, I don't know what he's doing anymore. I don't think he's that great of a coach. And I think it was about a month ago. I think you guys got a call. I think it's the coach. This guy's the coach. He's a good older guy. He calls in all the time. He said he was completely done with Kerr, the way with his treatment of Kuminga, and he had all this Warrior stuff, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with the Warriors anymore. He's been a lifelong fan. I agree with the coach 100%. I don't know what Kerr's problem is. He's ruining this poor kid. You know, he's got raw talent. He's like 6'7". He's athletic. You know, when he played for the first 12 games of the season, I seen on the pregame the other night when they were in NBC Bay Area that they still had their highest percentage when Kuminga was in the games, those 12 games. So I don't understand how he went to the doghouse, but I guess Kerr does it every year. He did it last year with Looney. Wouldn't it be nice if we still had Looney as offensive rebounding? Didn't we get killed on the offensive rebound, especially in the first half against the Knicks the other night? So my point being is I agree with the other gentleman when he was on the Kuminga bandwagon last year. Like, Kuminga is a raw player. That last caller that called in and said that he was like a bust, that dude's on crack, man. People need to get their heads out of their whatever, because Kuminga, he's going to go somewhere else, and you watch. He's going to end up being good. He's going to come back and haunt the Warriors one day for 50 points, and they're going to say, oh, well, what happened? How come Kuminga couldn't play for the Warriors? Because of Steve Kerr. He does it every year. He puts somebody in the doghouse. Like, it's ridiculous. Kuminga is a good player. You people need to get off of him. When you trade him, you're going to be sorry. That's all I got to say, man. It's ridiculous the way this treatment of Kuminga, and I agree with the coach 100%. Steve Kerr, man, I don't know. Get your head out of your Kulu, bro, because Kuminga is coming back to haunt the Warriors one day, man. Love you guys.
Appreciate it, Mojo. Have a good weekend. Well, that is going to be the test, right? For everybody that believes that Kuminga is this star in waiting who hasn't been given the opportunity, if and when he moves on, we're going to find out. That's going to determine if people can take their victory laps or not.
Listen, here's what I want to say about Kuminga, and this goes back to the previous caller, Brian, who said that I was on Kuminga's bandwagon a year ago, and he's right. This is a Warrior team that if you were to look back objectively and assess this team, you would say, okay, there's a couple of needs. You need to be younger. I think we'd all agree with that. You need to be more athletic. I think we'd all agree with that.
Yep.
And you need wings. That's who Jonathan Kuminga is. Now, are there holes in his game? Hell yes, there is. But you can't tell me that there isn't a 8 to 10 to 12-minute stretch where he can benefit the team. Now, the fact that he's not playing, I'll always defer to Steve Kerr. But maybe they don't have to. Maybe Steve Kerr can write his memoirs next year, 5 years, 10 years from now. Maybe he can come on our show and tell us exactly what the hell's going on. But this does not make sense. The fact the guy doesn't play and he's a young athletic guy and something that the Warriors clearly need. A year ago, this isn't relegated to this past month. Last year in the postseason, towards the end of the season, he did not play. He didn't play in the decisive game in the last game of the year, the regular season against the Los Angeles Clippers in a do-or-die game. No Jonathan Kuminga. In the first series against Houston, no Jonathan Kuminga. The only reason he saw a run in the postseason was because Steph Curry got hurt and they needed somebody. And oh, by the way, he went for 30 points in that series against Minnesota. And he led the team in scoring, him and Jimmy Butler. So I know there are issues with him as far as being a Steve Kerr guy. But hell yeah, I was supporting playing this guy last year. Is he a long-term fit? Probably not with the Golden State Warriors. But Steve Kerr at some point has to just say, look this guy was shoved down my throat. I didn't like him at the draft. I wanted Wagner. I wanted whomever. He was never my guy. And that was my positioning from day one. He doesn't fit into what it is that I'm doing. And so long-term, he's going to be more of a detriment than a help. Whatever it is, God bless. Who am I in any position to say otherwise? But this is just too weird for this to be unexplained. For a guy who does not have an injury, who has all those abilities, and to not play at all.
I think it's pretty simple. Like, the moment that Jimmy Butler got here, the ticking time bomb on Kuminga's time in Golden State just started. I mean, it's finally coming to a head because he's eligible to be traded. and they'll have until February 5th to figure that out. They may or may not do it.
But DNP, I get it limited. I get you're not.
I personally think they have an understanding right now. I think they have.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what is it that I don't know?
What I think that we're not seeing is there was an understanding this summer that when he signed that contract, it was with the intent of eventually trading him. And he started for a time being, helped the Warriors go, 4-1, then reverted, didn't start playing well, eventually fell out of the rotation, got hurt, and Kerr went back to what his bread and butter has been, which is no JK, more Butler, and a lot of other guys who he believes give them what he needs.
Well,
Santos on line one.
About a host of Golden State Warriors.
No, because
players?
the problem is, and everyone likes to use this per 36 stat with Jonathan Kuminga, and that's well and good, right? He averages umpteen points and umpteen rebounds and umpteen assists or whatever his numbers are per 36. But that's if he plays 36 minutes. And he's a guy that for the majority of his career has either played well when he's gotten a lot of run at times, and when he plays a few amount of minutes, he does not play well. He just doesn't. He needs a lot of time to figure out his game each and every night. And on this team, the coach has decided that those minutes are not available to him. We cannot allot you 30 minutes to figure out if you're going to have a good game or not. That's just how it goes right now. So he's a player that either has to play a lot or play none because he can't help you in 5 to 10 minute spurts like other players on the team do. I think that's what's happening. And eventually now it's gotten to the point where JK is not even going to lace him up. He's out there before the games taking 2 shots. He's in his warm-ups, and he's been a good teammate. He's not a problem child by any means, but he knows what this is. He knows that his days in Golden State are probably coming to an end. So why should he go out there in those garbage time minutes that people believe he should be playing and A, play poorly, B, potentially hurt himself, and C, give anything back to a coach that clearly doesn't believe in him? Like that to me is just what it is right now. And that's why we're going to have to figure out how much you can get for this kid over the next 3 weeks.
You know what's wrong with that scenario?
What?
Is how about just from a fundamental standpoint that he's making $23 million a year? You know, we've lost our way where it's just, okay, I don't want to get injured. Steve Kerr's like, I'm not playing you because, listen, the whole intent was to trade you. You're not fitting in. How about the fact that you make $23 million a year? There's a lot of people driving around right now that are listening to us that got to go to work on a Saturday or worked a long-ass week and enjoying the weekend that don't snip $20 million a year and or will make that collectively their entire lives. And a lot of our audience can't even add up to $20 million. How about the mere fact that you have an obligation to get the hell out there and play basketball for a contract where the ink isn't even dry? I understand that you don't want to get hurt or fill in the blank, and Steve Kerr has his reasoning. How about you just signed for $23 million, and as somebody who pays for tickets to go see this team, I deserve to see the best product that's out there, and you have an obligation to yourself as well as to the guy, whether it's Joe Lacob or whomever, to play the damn sport. I mean, I think it's more of an indictment on basketball, maybe professional sports, where we're like, well, it just doesn't fit. Really? What world are you living in? I want to live there, man. $20 million, and I just, I'm not going to work for the next month and a half.
Yeah, but Jonathan Kuminga was not paid this summer to be a player. He was paid to be an asset. He was paid to be a trade chip. And
he
knows that.
So, Ev, let me ask you, in the beginning of the season when they were 4-1.
I think it's been very, very clear the way it's been laid out for their relationship this season.
When he was playing well in the beginning of the season and they were 4-1, was it a foregone conclusion he was going to get traded? Or was there a part of you that was saying, maybe it'll work? Maybe the light went on and Jonathan Kuminga, I'm not trading this dude. You can't tell me that there was a sentiment here where people are like, he ain't going anywhere. So the idea that we were trading him regardless, I don't know that I buy that.
No, I think in a perfect world, he takes the leap and emerges and does whatever the Warriors want him to, but that's not the player who he is. You can't change the guy. Like he is the player who he is right now. And that player does not fit with what Steve Kerr has envisioned for this Warriors team. And that's why I thought it was always going to get to this point. The moment that Jimmy Butler got on this team and when Kuminga came back and started getting DNPs at the end of last season, I know we got to hit a break here, but to me, this was always the inevitable place we're going to find ourselves, which is people can't figure out why he can't play. They're eventually going to try and trade him or upgrade from him, and they're going to be stuck in trying to do so because trying to trade a piece that nobody has any reason to give up anything worth a damn for is going to put you in a precarious position. And that's why the Warriors are now putting out this PR buff that they're okay with keeping him after the deadline. No, you're not. And that's why Kuminga demanded a trade the other day, or his agent demanded a trade the other day, because we're in the same position we were this summer where both sides are firing back at each other to try and get this guy somewhere we can actually play basketball, because it ain't going to be in Golden State. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Coach Hall. I want to give you your time on the other side. You can say thank you to Dan if you'd like. I see you, Scott in Berkeley as well. Dan Devone, Evan Giddings, Warriors this week. We're back after this.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie Treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy Bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo citrus fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisle.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Ready to shoot your shot? Join the Alameda County team and make a real impact. With strong support, expert training, and flexible schedules, this is your chance to lead and grow. Don't sit on the sidelines. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Straight
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dan Devone is not just a person. He's an entity. He is, in some cases, omnipotent.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. I only have a few more weeks of this.
Really? Where are you going?
No, I just mean talking about Kuminga. They're going to trade him.
I thought you got traded.
No. Although I do appreciate you. You and Kenny sounded really good last week. I'm not bleeping you.
What have you got?
I was trying to give you a compliment.
Oh yeah, well thank you.
Yeah, I was out on a golf course, sitting there at
That's what you blew us off for?
No, I told you I had this. Well, I don't know if I told you. I told Kenny. I had this golf tournament with a bunch of buddies that I'd set up for, I don't know, X amount of months, and I forgot that it fell on the Saturday, and so we were sitting out there, having a couple liquid golds, and I go, my boys are on. We're on the fourth tee and sit up there with Big Blue, striper right down the middle. And I hear you guys talking about the Warriors. You guys sounded like a couple of buddies, just hanging out, having a cold one.
An old married couple?
No, well, Kenny maybe. Yeah, Kenny's working his way.
I don't know how to reel you in like Evan does. That's the issue. I got to work on that.
Well, you got to get your proverbial cattle prod and just stick them. Yeah.
What'd you shoot?
98.
That's not bad.
No, it wasn't bad
break
at all.
100?
No, if I break 100,
I'd golf a lot.
Well, also too is the whole point of the tournament was that the more you drank, the lower your team score, and it was a scramble. So I only had to take, I think,
best ball
four of my scores. Like I had 4 pars, so we just took those scores, and then the whole rest of the time, I was just drinking to keep our team score down. So I was just having fun.
I mean this in all seriousness. I think, well, I shouldn't say provide a sweeping generalization, but for me, drinking in golf is a prerequisite. I need a horn or two before I tee off.
You got to get out of your head.
Yeah.
Before you even
it's the one sport that I just overthink. And I need something to take the edge off. Like I just need to sort of center myself a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of a, well, what are we talking about this week? The idea of pressure, right? There's a big football game later today. Sam Darnold, the quarterback for the Seahawks, is a guy who's, I think, always just, people relate him to pressure getting to him, right? It's too much.
One game.
Well, that's what I said. It's only been, technically 2.
Yeah, that's true.
And he didn't.
Detroit?
Yeah, kind of peed himself in that game. The playoff game, he got sacked 9 times. And then I don't think he looked that good in Week 18, honestly, against the Niners. But to your point, it's what's a large enough sample size of of pressure. I think we have a large enough sample size, say, of Jonathan Kuminga to understand that.
You're good, man.
These
segues every week, Kenny. We go from, we could be talking about, I don't know, pickleball in Serbia.
This guy's telling a story about Peru, and I got to get us back to the Warriors. I got to get back to the Warriors.
He drives us and meanders and somehow sticks the landing and gets back to Jonathan Kuminga from him shooting a 98 and having cocktails on a golf course.
I've driven Lombard Street enough. I know how to get back on the straight and narrow. All right. Anyways, now I lost my train of thought, though, which you're really good at helping me.
My sister lives right there on Lombard Street. I'm like, why?
She lives on Lombard Street?
No, she lives right across the street on Hyde, but right where people gather, like 24/7. Like, how do you live here? It's like perpetual tourism.
Well, I don't know if it's as bad as it used to be. I feel like I go at odd times of the evening, but I feel like I can always just kind of cruise right down. Maybe you got someone you're showing the city to, and yeah, you're not sitting in traffic. It's not like Summer of Love anymore. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Dan DeVoe. My name is Evan Giddings. Ken Luttrell in the house with us as well. Coach Hall has been waiting patiently in San Diego, wants to get in on the conversation. Coach Hall, thank you for hanging on. The floor is yours, my man. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I just wanted to refocus this back to a team thing. From a team perspective, I don't know if J.K. is going to go elsewhere and be, superstar All-NBA player. I personally thought he had, Jaylen Brown upside if given an opportunity, just from the way he played him and kind of locked him up that championship year. I want to go back to Draymond and Curry's system and how holding the ball, waiting on Steph Curry to get open is old news. The entire NBA they know what we're doing now. It's so predictable. And I thought that we should have ripped the Band-Aid when we had the chance. We should have traded Draymond after the championship season. Remember, he was unplayable. I mean, Al Horford was cooking him in the finals. I don't know, if we just don't have the memory or we have a revisionist history. I think all of this anger needs to be redirected towards ownership and coaching. They're clearly not on the same page. Kerr wanted one thing, and ownership wanted another. And now here we are, barely making it to the play-in, probably not going to get out the first round of the playoffs this year, and we're trading away picks and futures, and we're playing Anthony Lamb and Pat Spencer and Pods over athletic guys that we had and giving away Ryan Holland. It's just a mess right now. I think either something needs to happen. Curry needs to leave, or ownership needs to find, a new Dunleavy or something. But it's clear we're not on the same page, and it's just going to be a revolving door of confusion as we keep going. I appreciate y'all letting me get my thoughts out.
No, appreciate that, Coach Hall. And that you bring up an interesting point about being on the same page, because I actually think the Warriors have been on the same page since the 2022 title team. The issue is that Kuminga was drafted before. And I think they had a different idea of what they wanted, let's say, these last 5 years to be at that stage when you're coming off of 2020. You don't know how Klay's going to come back. KD is left. Steph has to basically carry the squad. Even he missed, obviously, the COVID season. I think when they drafted Kuminga, they were in a very different place. And then they win the championship, and then all of a sudden they have to, get back in line. And now you're seeing them taking the posts and the Will Richards and the Pajemskis, kind of the experienced college, more ready-made talent as opposed to the lottery pick and, honestly, kind of just experiment that was Jonathan Kuminga.
This is all going to come to a head. There's a lot of validity to what the caller said, because how is this going to end? And we hear it time and time again, our dynasties don't end well. And it's true, they don't. So what you have to do, and missing on Weissman and missing on Kuminga was huge. It really is. It was sort of, I think it really spelled the fate of this basketball team, because there's no ability. There's no easy off-ramp here. There's no exit from this thing. I think that you're really, as you continue to lean in on the Butlers and the Currys and trying to win one now or play quote-unquote meaningful basketball, that just means you're prolonging the inevitable. What's the inevitable? The inevitable is that you're looking at lean times around here. Once Curry starts getting closer to 40, Draymond's gone, Butler's gone, Kerr's gone. You you weren't able to. How much better would this team be? I used to say this to you, and I always sort of tongue in cheek. But a year ago, I said no, Ev, you're heading the wrong direction. How much better would this team be with a Con Knippel, with a VJ Edgecombe, with even give me a Derek Queen? How much better would this team be with some of the young stars and what was a really, really good your man Cedric Coward?
Yeah. I think, well, number one, that would imply that you wouldn't have made the trade for Jimmy Butler because you would have been trying to go the other way, right? So would you be better? No. But would you be further along in restarting or retooling or rebuilding? Absolutely. Yeah, if the Warriors had Con Knippel, I think people would feel a lot better about the future than they do now because, and I think that's, to bring it to Kuminga, I think that's where I struggle to see the other side of, well, here's what he is. I know what people want him to be, and I understand what he represents. Like last year, you were talking about, well, the Warriors are devoid of athleticism and youth and wings, and you're right. They still don't really have those things, which is what hopefully they could try and acquire at the deadline. But I think he stands out on this team because there is nothing else like him, but that doesn't make him great. Like what he represents is not necessarily what he in reality is on the Golden State Warriors. And that's where there's two different schools of thought. And I hear both. I just lean more into the camp of it's been 4+ years, and I realize he's still only 23 years old, but it just ain't happening here. And that's why I believe that eventually they are going to trade him by the 5th. And I think that for the last month or so, there has been this mutual understanding of, well, you're not going to play. And he took it to the next step, which was, well, when you do need me to play, I'm also not going to play. And that was during that OKC game we talked about in the first segment, in which everyone was out. I thought could be a showcase opportunity. I thought Kuminga could get 30 or 35 minutes. And he said, I have a back injury.
I'm curious to get your response to this because I don't think it's beyond the realm of comprehension that he comes back to this basketball team. And here's the reason why. If I'm Dunleavy, I cannot salary dump this guy. Where are you at with that? Would you do a Trae Young? Like, let's just build around Jalen Johnson. They don't have a Jalen Johnson, obviously. And let's just get him out the door. Can you salary dump at this point, Jonathan Kuminga, and just say, I know that we're getting back very little in return, but we're so much better off having this cancer out of the room. Let's just move on. I don't think that's an option.
No, I don't think it is either. And I don't think to the words you use, and maybe you meant it, maybe you didn't, I don't think he's a cancer. If he was, then you would have to salary dump him. You would have to get him out. But you literally heard Draymond and Steph the other night say, it's not a problem. It's a unique situation. This whole team has been dealing with it for the last 3 years anyways. They understand what it is. Everyone in that building knows that this guy's on an island. The coach in many ways has kind of put him there, and he's not making a fuss or a stink about it. His agent will demand things, but that's a lot of posturing in my opinion. And they'll eventually figure out a way to coexist until he's gone. Like that to me is where the Warriors and JK are at. But to your question, I think you're right. You can't just dump him at this point because if you were going to, you should have done it either over the summer. You should have done it a few years ago. You should have done it when you could have actually got something worth anything. You know, I don't think that a Corey Kispert is coming back the way that Trae Young was able to at least get the Hawks a piece. You know, he didn't get him any draft capital, but he got him a piece. Jonathan Kuminga right now is not going to include, is not going to net, I think, a piece unless you also want to attach unprotected first-round picks. And that, to me, is where the Warriors, as much as I think that a couple of these guys might be worth draft picks, the Warriors have been very steadfast. Like, they're not giving up anything beyond 2027, and we're going to find out if that's a wise or an incredibly dumb decision. I mean, I just, like, I don't...
Who gets more in return, Jonathan Kuminga or Ja Morant?
Ja. 100%.
Really? You really think Ja Morant's
Morant's been an all-NBA player. Like, you can believe that he's a thorn in your side and he's a malcontent and he might be a cancer, but Ja can play.
He could play.
I don't know that Jonathan Kuminga can play.
Have you seen Ja Morant play lately? He ain't the same guy.
No, but he's still Ja Morant. I mean,
and his contract, like, he's got 2 more years. I'm just saying, like, You could have a hard time moving him as well. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Well, I think they are, but let me ask you this. If you could trade Jonathan Kuminga for Ja Morant, would you do it?
Wow. Yeah.
There you go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Devone and Giddings with you on Warriors this week. Let's go to Scott. Scott in Berkeley, one of our favorites. What's up, Scotty? Good morning.
Hey, Dan. Hi. Hey, Evan. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Well, the thing, I guess my problem with Kuminga is that I can think back to his rookie year. And I know he had some big-time performances on national TV. When they went to Brooklyn, he embarrassed Kevin a couple of times in that game. Later on that year, I think when the Lakers came up here, I think it was the ABC game, the Saturday night game. He got the Lakers good. He's topped out, and when a guy of that talent tops out, they're just confused because I mean, in a way, he doesn't know what else he needs to do. Kerr can't figure out how to get more out of him, and I'm not going to jump on Steve about this. How do you jump on a guy with 5 rings as a player and 4 rings as a coach?
Well,
I can't do that. I mean, the philosophy of this organization when it came in was rely on shooting. Rely on Steph, rely on Clay. The guys that they had off the bench in that 14-15 team could all, were multi-position guys who could defend 3 positions and all shoot. That hasn't been the case with this team. You now have a bunch of specialists who don't necessarily, I guess they fit within what Steve wants, but not necessarily totally are the group of guys that they had then. So I keep it, I just kind of concede for the sake of Kuminga and for the sake of the team, there has to be a break. And I've been kind of like, look, obviously I was on the Trey Murphy wagon early, but Dumars, I think about a week ago said, nope, not moving him. So, now has the Michael Porter thing has come up, but Michael Porter's making 38. So I don't think that's going to happen. So I looked at Toronto, trying to figure out how many, what you could possibly do with them. The one thing I think I came up to was maybe Indiana, depending upon what the situation is with Obi Toppin. Toppin's only making 14, though. So really, I guess to make that deal work, Indiana would actually have to put somebody else in the deal, maybe Johnny Furphy. But, I'm just kind of like going, okay, this is the next phase. We see what happens after February 5th.
I got you, Scotty. Appreciate the call. That's
Thanks,
a name
Scotty.
I haven't heard in a minute.
Johnny Furphy.
Dude, Furphy, that kid had game at Kansas. He's got the, I think.
Is he still playing with Indiana?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's on the team. Let's see. He got, oh boy, he got 29 minutes the other night. Furphy, I want to say he's the kid who had he had this really wicked, like, mullet in college when he played for Kansas. I don't know. I haven't thought about him in a long time, though. You know what? We'll take him. Because at the very, and this is something, too, it's like, you're asking about selling low, and I don't think they'd want to, but if you can't find a team that's going to get you, I don't know. And I hear Scotty about Trey Murphy. I don't think he's available.
That's the guy. It's Trey Murphy or bust.
But this is the thing, though. Are you willing to just keep him on the team? Because the other part is, too, now, unlike last year, and to me this is the biggest difference between the situation now and before, is that Kuminga has told you without telling you he ain't going to play. So this isn't like a Minnesota situation where if Curry goes down for a couple weeks or Butler gets hurt, well, JK, you're up. He's not playing.
But how, on what ground does he not play? Like, how is, again, you're making
because I don't think he wants to go out there.
I get that, but we're paying you $23 million a year. There's a guy right now driving a cab who can't even fathom what it is that we're talking about right now. Where is just how do the fundamental economics work into any of this?
Is that you paid me with the understanding that you were going to probably trade me. He's been trade bait for the last few offseason.
And so it didn't happen, and I need you in this game because 3 guys are hurt, and you're going to tell me you're not going to play?
Well, I don't want to sprain my ankle and cost myself a chance to get moved,
There's got to be some player union violation, or there's got to be something there that's just like, that cannot be legal.
No, I mean, I just... What did Steve Kerr call it repeatedly with Willard and Dibbs? You listen to that interview. It's a difficult situation.
Yeah.
It's a difficult situation right now. But unlike last year, I don't think that he's... Because I understand why last year JK would say, all right, I'll go out and play. Yeah, you haven't played me for 2 weeks, whatever. Bleep you, I'll go out there and show you. Because he was trying to get a contract. And he was trying to, I don't know, maybe he's trying to showcase his talents for teams that would want him. I think he's already done that. And a lot of those teams, by the way, have also come back and said, we're not that interested anymore. Like Phoenix. I thought this was the most, I don't want to.
Well, and if they weren't so much interested, they just turned out to be good. They don't have as much of a need, I don't think.
Well, Phoenix, I mean, you can always, but this is the thing is you can always use more wings if they're good. I think that's why Trey Murphy is such a likable player for a ton of teams because he's a prototypical 3-and-D. Kuminga is not. Phoenix is a team that was willing to offer Kuminga 4 years, $90 million over the summer. That's reported.
Yeah, but they were going to.
They don't want him anymore.
Well, because they were going to move off of like Colin Gillespie and a lot of these boys who are now like factoring into the success of this newborn Phoenix Sun team.
I mean, the trade was for Royce O'Neal and Nick Richards.
Yeah, I don't think they move off of either one of those guys right now.
No, that's what I'm saying, though, is Kuminga's stock has fallen so far for a team that actually wanted him. I'm not just saying a team that believes, maybe it could be a potential piece or he's got a high ceiling. No, a team that was willing to offer him money.
The emergence and the success of that particular team as opposed to Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, I think it's both. I think it's saying, why would we go and risk what we have for a player that we don't know anything about? And you're not going to give anything up in the meantime either. I do think that the whole being willing to keep him past the 5th is posturing because that to me is when things could become a little toxic. It could become toxic when, as Big Chick walks in.
Offensive lineman just walked in for the.
What number is that?
Bubba Paris. Is he rocking? Is that Paris on the back?
No, it's Dre Greenlaw. You do know he's.
I thought he had 77.
No, Carter's wearing a Dre Greenlaw jersey. You do know he's playing in a playoff game today, and it's not for the Niners.
Yeah.
Big plays when it matters.
Big play, Dre. Yeah, count a 15-yard unnecessary roughness coming in at some point. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. I lost my train of thought. Corey in the Bay by way of Louisiana. What's up, Corey? Good morning, man.
Okay?
Huh?
So y'all need to figure that shit the fuck out?
Oh, boy. Corey, did you dump that? I would do that.
Carter walks in and the whole show goes to hell.
Yeah. Was that Dre Greenlaw or Corey, by the way, of Louisiana? I couldn't tell. All right.
I think he was talking to you, by the way.
I think he was. I thought he was at the DMV. Let's go to Kevin, who's in Fremont. Kevin, save us, man. What's up?
Hopefully I can, but I'm not sure I can at this point.
You got it.
And by the way, that word unfortunately came out, at least in my ear. I hope it didn't come out on the radio.
It did not.
Anyway, that's good. This is an organizational blunder as far as Kuminga. I knew from day one when they drafted him that, and I've been following basketball for a long time, when the Warriors were really bad before Curry, okay, since 1977, okay? So, anyway, and We Believe was great and whatnot, but this is an organizational failure. You do not draft if you're. They decided that their window was over, and they were going to start rebuilding, and they were going to start drafting projects. So they started drafting projects, and Kuminga was one of those projects. And then they win their fourth championship. And, oh, no, we're not done yet. And then they had a bunch of other things happen, the pool incident and stuff like that. But this hasn't all been about an organizational blunder. You do not, if you're going to try to win and you valued Curry, because everyone's been saying you still have Curry on the team, if they valued that much, you don't start drafting projects. Now, Kuminga is never going to be a star in this league. He might be a functional something, I don't know, but I dare anyone to tell me that he's a developed, even 4 years later, he had a chance on his own to develop skills. I could dribble better than him, okay, with the other hand, and I can't see. I literally am blind. I could dribble better. I taught myself how to dribble with the other hand better than him, okay? I'm 50-something years old, okay? This is not a case in point where this has to end. This has to end because this guy has failed to develop other skills other than his raw talent over the years. He's not a consistent rebounder. He's not a great dribbler. He's not even a great outside shooter, which is what this team wants. I can't believe how much they want to shoot from outside. I want someone to actually I want a power forward to be inside rebounding like Larry Smith, by the way. So it would. But
shout out hard hats.
So my whole point is, this guy has to go because he's just not whatever. But to the point is, but I chalk this up to an organizational failure. It's not a Kuminga failure because Kuminga is who he is.
Yeah.
You decided he was going to be a great basketball player. I knew from day one he wasn't.
I got you, Kev. No, appreciate the call. Strong finish. We got to hit a break, though. I see you, Mark in San Bruno. I see you, Drew in Oakland. We're going to get to your calls on the other side and much more. You know, again, to me, this is shouldn't be about, I don't know, bashing the player. It's about figuring out how we got here, why we're in this spot, and what they can do to rectify moving forward, because they got until February 5th. And, oh, by the way, in the midst of all this, they happen to be playing their best basketball of the season. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors This Week continues after this with Dan Devone and Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. As we know, these football playoffs, hot and heavy, they're underway. So let's keep playing here on Underdog, the best place to get in on the action, because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog, as I've been telling you, is easy. You pick your favorite players and their stats. You go higher or lower, pair them together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I'm looking at these 2 1 seeds and their quarterbacks, and I'm thinking defensive struggles, so I'm going lower on passing yardage for both Bo Nix and Sam Darnold. What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code, Willard, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code, my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust.
Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything else store-wide. Save up to 50% on closeouts, overstocks, and floor samples. Get our best offers on your favorite furniture. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Crash blocking the 2 right lanes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Roadway that's causing quite a bit of a slowdown.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Fit your crew and save on fuel? There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
New year, new home. Those new windows you've been thinking about, American Vision Windows can make it happen in just one day. As an employee-owned company, we treat your home as our own. Every detail gets owner-level care. Book by January 31st for no payments until next year. New windows now, pay in 2027. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. On approved credit, minimum purchase of 4 windows. Some restrictions apply. Offer ends January 31st, 2026. Call or see website for details. CSLB 778326.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Sometimes you wake up, Evan, you sound a little bit groggy.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Where you at, Phil Mo? I know you're around. He's got to be feeling good. Niners got a big game coming up later. Warriors got the pesky Hornets. The Hornets' nest coming into town at Chase Center. LaMelo Ball, the pick that should have been back in 2020.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it was the last time.
How weird would that have been? How would he have fit if he came here? He wouldn't have. That would have been so strange.
Well, he'd still be on the team, unlike James Wiseman.
Was he going to be shooting one-footed threes from Steve Kerr's offense?
As long as they go in.
They don't.
I mean, they had a dude named Jordan Poole who did the same stuff. Found a way to turn him into a player that helped you win a championship. LaMelo, no, seriously, did you see what he did to DeAndre Ayton the other night?
Oh, when he crossed him up.
Dude, he crossed him up and then sprinted back to the three-point line to take a one-legged fadeaway three that he hit, and then started saying, "This is my house," because he's from L.A.
Chino Hills, baby.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what you define as L.A., but yeah, he had the homecoming. Like,
he's fun.
LaMelo was made for that kind of team. He should be a Laker, man.
You can't. It's so hard if you're Charlotte. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Like, guys like him, finally, Memphis has come to the point where, like, all right, we got to trade you, dude. You're out the door. But it's taken a long time for them to get there. And the same thing with when it comes to LaMelo Ball. All the trade talk is like, yeah, maybe he doesn't fit. And physically, he doesn't do this. He doesn't play defense. But, man, he makes us a lot of money. People just love. That's one of those guys, for whatever reason, he just resonates with pop culture. And he's one of those guys that can transition out of basketball. If you were to talk to somebody that's like, watches TikTok all day and doesn't even know who LeBron James is or anything about the NBA, and you were to say, hey, LaMelo Ball, like, oh, yeah, I love that guy. Like he's become iconic in that sort of demographic.
Well, yeah, he's like the representation of Gen Z basketball. By the way, there was a clip that went viral over the holidays. Maybe we talked about it, but it was because I was watching TikTok. LaMelo was doing a post-game interview, and they were asking him what his holiday plans were. He's, probably going to hang out with the family, maybe some girls. Like, I hang out with the dogs. Was doing this, doing that. And then he goes, oh, yeah, and we got to be in Orlando. He was thinking about what to do for Christmas and where he was going to go party, and then he forgot, oh, by the way, yeah, we got a game in 2 nights. Come on, LaMelo.
Whatever happened to the reality show? That's no longer, right?
Oh, Ball in the Family?
Yeah.
That was a Facebook show. I like that. LaMelo was, honestly, to me, he was the star of that show. When he was a little kid, I forget.
He was like
in high
16
school
or something.
Dude, he was so
When you
funny.
think about that guy, just from a reality.
He's the same guy now, by the way.
A reality star guy who sort of grew up on the stage, right? Think about his sojourn, man. It's really pretty trippy. Chino Hills, dude scored like 100 in a game. Dad has him transfer out of Chino Hills. Then he doesn't go to college, but he's got to play this 1 year before he goes to the NBA. Remember he was playing in Lithuania? He played a year in Lithuania, and that was during like season 3 of the show. I think it was Lithuania.
Well,
and then he goes to Australia, and then he goes like that. Like his sojourn to the NBA is off the chain.
Well, yeah, because his older brother, not Lonzo, but LiAngelo, got caught with the Ryan Rollins hands in China.
Yeah,
almost
his
got
freshman year with UCLA.
Almost got thrown in prison.
He's stealing sunglasses.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a Louis Vuitton store or something, but he had sticky hands and almost got caught on the other side of the world. So maybe they just decided, yeah, LaMelo, who, by the way, is like the funny part was I actually think LiAngelo, who I guess he turned himself into a rapper, but he might have been the most mature of the 3.
I remember there was one episode where he was in Lithuania and he was still a kid. He might have been like 17 years of age, and all these Lithuanian guys used to just rag on him. Like one time he came to his locker and there was a big poster of Borat because he looked like Sacha Baron Cohen a little bit in Borat, if you think about it. And so he's playing in Lithuania and the coach says, hey, listen, why don't you just draw up some plays that you like? Like draw me some plays that you like and we'll try and work them into our offense. And this is his dad who's telling the story. And he's like, you know what this fool did? He drew the whole stadium and the fans with these little circles. He like drew the whole thing. And like the coaches, what is this? I don't want a portrait of our arena. I want you to give me some plays.
No, but that's why with the balls, I'm sitting here thinking back on it. And yeah, it was cute and it was fun. And then you realize LaMelo Ball has not, in terms of maturity, aged a day.
Well,
he's the exact same guy that he was.
If you grew up in that environment.
16.
Yeah, like how are you going to, like, is dad going to lead the way to adulthood?
Well, I actually think LeVar did a pretty good job. He's gotten out of the way now, outside of that failed shoe business that they used to have. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dan Devone, Evan Giddings, Warriors this week with you, taking up until 12. Then at 12, Ken Luttrell, Carter Chickering, and are going to get you set for the divisional round between the Niners and the Seahawks. And then at 2 o'clock, the big fella rolls in. Lorenzo Neal is going to join us. The kickoff show will be from 2 to 4:30. So a lot of sports going on today. Obviously, the Warriors at 5:30. Grandy's got Warriors Live for you at 4:30. Keep it locked right here all day on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Oakland and talk to our guy, Drew. Drew, thanks for hanging out, man. Good morning. What's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm starting to get flashbacks of the mid-'90s when it comes to the Warriors' recent draft picks. Remember when we drafted Joe Smith over KG, and we drafted Todd Fuller over Kobe, and we drafted a Darnold Foyle over T-Mac. That set us back, guys, like 20 years, and I feel the same way with Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman. We should have drafted Ball, Şengün, and Franz Wagner. That would have gave Curry another wind of championships, maybe 3 or 4 more championships, just like Duncan got in his end of his career when they had Kawhi and some of the other guys that they got. So I blame it on Bob Myers. Honestly, he jumped ship for a reason, guys. He jumped ship because he knew the mistakes he made, and he didn't want to get blamed for that as the current GM. So he had some excuse to leave, and he left early because he knew the dynasty was over, and he made horrible mistakes. And I think we're set back another 20 years, guys. After Curry leaves, I don't know when we're going to win another championship. So thanks for taking my call, and I'll hear the rest offline.
Appreciate it, Drew. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, anything post-Steph is looking pretty daunting, but I will also add that not a lot of people believe that they could win in 2022, and sports are weird like that. Yeah, the Myers thing is, he looks a lot better for getting off the ship when he did. I'll give him that. A
lot better in that suit and tie in the ESPN studios.
Well, he's not even with ESPN anymore.
What is he doing?
Dude, Bob is... I don't know what his official title is, but he's working with 5 different sports teams in 5 different sports.
He's with the Commanders. He's doing something
Yeah, he's working with that big conglomerate, but it's like he's involved in, English Premier League and the NFL, I think NASCAR. He's living it up.
Let me ask you a question.
Far less stressed than he'd be with this basketball team.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, because there's a bit of selfishness, I think, on the part of Steve Kerr that, listen, I don't have to worry about the future because I'm not part of the future. And so I'm going out with Steph Curry and I'm going out with Draymond Green.
That's fair.
Is there a part of, and we can always look back and say, well, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but do you think fundamentally because, you can point and say what you will about Danny Ainge, and I know a lot of people don't like that guy, but when you think about what it is that he did with his aging dynasty after the Celtics won it in 2008, with Pierce and Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett, and they were trying to run it back. They were still good, and he was still trying to squeeze something out of them. And Danny Ainge, who doesn't care. Danny Ainge is one of those guys, say what you will, but he's somebody that's always thinking about the future. And if you think about the Celtics who won that title in 2008, still pretty much kept that train going down the track and stayed relevant for a good 10, 15 years, right up until today. And how did they do that? Well, they said, hey, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, we're not getting old with you. Screw the sentimentality. We're trading you. Where are we trading you to Brooklyn? And they got all those players, and they got those draft picks who turned into Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, which continued the success for that of the Boston Celtics. So there is some, should they have, because I think it's too late now to trade. You're not trading Steph Curry, but should they have moved off of a Draymond Green sooner rather than later? I was always never in on letting Clay walk. I think that he should have been traded maybe a year sooner. I mean, it's easier to say now, but I think it took that sort of a mindset where we're just going to eat it for a year or two. But hey, Warrior fans, it's better doing it that way where we're back on track as opposed to where I believe they're headed right now, which is to the abyss where they could be irrelevant for upwards to 10 to 15 years.
Well, and this is the thing, too. So you bring up the Tatum trade that Ainge made, and that's probably... that's on his mantelpiece as far as moves as an executive. Because, by the way, in Utah, all he's done is stripped that to bare parts. The biggest move he's made was trading away Donovan Mitchell. But the Tatum thing is, I do think it's an example of how quickly our perspective or evaluation of an executive or a team can change by just one move. The Warriors haven't had, I would say, a big move. The biggest one they made recently was the trade for Jimmy Butler. And I think it's put Dunleavy in a decent light, right? Everyone wants them to be better, the roster, all this. I get it. But I think considering what he was handed, Dunleavy's done a pretty damn good job.
Really good job.
I mean, to the last caller's point, that's why Myers left, because he saw this happening, and Dunleavy has kept them relevant. But to me, he's one move or draft pick away from us looking at him as, all right, he's done a good job. Now he's done a great job. The Tatum pick was supposed to be the number one, and they traded back because they didn't want Markelle Fultz. They didn't want Joel Embiid, and he had his eye on Jason Tatum and got his guy, who ended up being the best pick.
Didn't want Lonzo Ball
from that draft. Yes,
number 2. Bro.
Yeah, Lonzo. Lonzo was the guy that went to the Lakers. But my point is, one move or one trade can, I think, flip not just a franchise, but our perception of a front office. And the Warriors, unfortunately, they just have not been able to hit in to me, the 3 big opportunities were Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. They didn't get any of them. And so that leaves us feeling like, all right, they don't know what they're doing. Or a lot of fans are just frustrated because They don't have any young players now, emerging guys, potential talents. But if and when this thing does eventually kind of crater out, I feel like we have to give someone like Mike Dunleavy a bit of a clean slate because he has not yet had a lottery pick, and he's been able to provide the Warriors with decent pieces. And the highest draft selection he's had, I think, was Pajemski at 17 or 18? Yeah. So, the Kuminga stuff and the Wiseman, I do think it's a little unfair to leave it at the feet of this current front office unless you're going to go all the way to the top and say it was Joe Lacob.
Yeah, I don't put any of this on Dunleavy. Are you kidding me? Dunleavy is this Will Richard and Trace Jackson Davis, Quentin Post. I mean, he's spinning magic.
So far.
I mean, Schroeder was a mistake. By the way, you see the Schroeder-Luka sort of feud that's going on?
No. Well, I saw the Draymond Schroeder thing. I caught that. That was the video that I caught at the end of the half. They were talking about each other's hairlines, I think. What happened with Luka?
Oh, those two were just read about it. By the way, there's another Luka
a little Euro beef.
There's another Luka in this league. And I was never a Boston Celtic guy, but I love me some Luka Garza. And if people don't know, if you're not down with Hugo Gonzalez.
Oh, my God.
Luka Garza and Hugo Gonzalez, baby.
Oh, my God.
Hugo.
Luka Garza.
Why don't you look about Luka?
I mean, he was good at Iowa. I haven't heard about
what he's doing now.
No, he plays.
Would you take him over Quentin Post?
Hell yes.
Oh, my God.
Hell
dude.
yes.
You know what? I'd take him over.
Hell to the yeah.
Trace Jackson Davis.
No.
That's where me and Dan, that's where we part ways. All right. Bruce is in Petaluma. Wants to get in on the Kuminga conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number, by the way. Bruce, what's happening, man? Good morning.
What's up, boys? Not a long time, first time. I'm going to be honest with you, so let's start there.
Welcome to the program.
Number one, thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys. Number one, I think that Kuminga is not smart, and I think he has low IQ, and I think that that's really bad for trade bait, and I think they're hiding that from us. I go on TikTok. I love me some social media. I go on Instagram, and I'm always watching these videos of people breaking down players and what they lack and what they have. And I can't find one reason why someone can't make a video and break down why Kuminga doesn't work. And the one thing that I keep coming back to is the guy doesn't have high basketball IQ. What do you guys think?
I think that is something that's always been in question about him, Bruce. And specific to a team that they run a motion offense, and you kind of just have to know where to be and understand spacing. And it feels like that's a part of his game that isn't yet refined. He's much more of an isolation, pick-and-roll type player. And that's why I think if and when they trade him, Kuminga's probably going to go out and average points for another team. I'm not sure it's going to be a good team because the other thing is, too, Kuminga's looking for a place where he can be featured, right? He can be given time to mess up and make all the mistakes that he didn't have because he was drafted to a team that won a championship. But that also means you can only play for a handful of teams. And odds are those teams are not going to be very good. So I unfortunately feel like what's going to happen is he's going to be traded to Sacramento or Washington could have been a place. I know the Lakers have been a team that's now interested in him, according to recent reports. But he's got to go to some place where he's a one. And there's just not a lot of those locales that are willing to bet, I think, on a guy who hasn't shown, for various reasons, enough to believe that he could be a cornerstone piece.
Yeah, I think that it's not his offense to me because there's some times when that offense for the Warriors where you just need someone to go ISO and get you a bucket. I think that's something that's sort of coveted in the NBA. But you're right. I'd rather not say he's not a smart guy or a low IQ. I don't think that's fair. I just don't think he's learned any better. And this is the problem with going to the G League and the problem of not getting anything either at the high school and or that 1 year in college where Steve Kerr doesn't have to teach you the fundamentals of basketball simply because he doesn't have the damn time, man. He's putting out too many fires to teach you how to play basketball. The raw athleticism is there. But yes, he has not adapted or learned the nuances of how to rotate defensively or to do the other things. He knows how to go the full 94 feet and can slam with either hand. That he's got down. But what he's had a crash course that he's not catching up to is all the other little stuff. And guess what? That little stuff, it matters. And at the end of the day, it matters more than anything to a player like that or a coach like that as Steve Kerr.
For the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, you cut me off before I can make my point. I apologize. I blame Dan. I wanted to point out my frustration watching that stupid Antarctica documentary that Steiny keeps talking about. That's from Corey. Oh, boy, did he come in hot. Great show. Thundercat. Yeah. There you go, Corey.
What documentary?
Thanks for the call. Something about Antarctica or the Arctic. I was helping him out yesterday trying to plan a travel to Norway. He wants to go to some random port town far north of Oslo. There's like a train line that you can, once you fly into Oslo, which is like the main port city in Norway, then you can get kind of where else you need to go on the Swedish or Norwegian side. But it takes a while. And I just really don't think he knows what he's getting into when it comes to the Arctic. That's just me. All right.
Let's get nuts.
Not today. Austin is in San Jose, one of our favorites. Austin, what's up, man? Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good, man. Good. How you guys doing? Just waiting for the football games and enjoying the conversation. Hey, listen, guys, I kind of caught what Coach said earlier. I think I'm kind of going down his wavelength as far as the organization, just in kind of decisions they made. Nobody's ever going to dispute the fact that Curry's the guy has won the championships and continues to sell tickets. I think we have to be careful about that. I'm not sure how I interpret the current roster. I'll just be honest and say that the roster right now for me is not that exciting. I think that it's a team that wins on some nights, but I'm not sure that they're very captivating. Maybe that's the word. I think that part of the Kuminga equation is whether you think he's a good basketball player or not. It's kind of separate. I think some fans like me see him as part of the entertainment package, and certainly when you look at a team that, you know, probably the most athletic guy on the team right now might be GP2, which is, if that's the case, then, you know, that kind of tells you where the Warriors are in terms of athleticism. And then Curry the other day even went so far as to say that Atlanta was, you know, they kind of bought into the whole idea of length and athleticism as almost to say, like, you know, we're not there, but they're there. And I guess he doesn't seem to see a problem with that. So I guess as long as, I think, Dan, you were saying, as long as Kerr has a vision of what he believes he wants to coach versus where the league's going and maybe even where the owner wants to go, I think that's something that really needs to be explained. I think I kind of feel like Kuminga, because, guys, I've been in corporate for a long time, and I've seen situations where employees are caught in between what really isn't things they can control. And even though this is basketball, I feel like Kuminga is really caught between the front office and the coaching staff. And I wonder some days if it's really more about that than it is about Kuminga. So I guess I'm going a long way to say, listen, I'm going to be a Kuminga supporter whether he's here or not. I think it's too early, Evan, to start saying that we know what Kuminga is going to be and he's not going to be that. I would say, you know, pump the brakes on that. I mean, whether the kid, Dunleavy traded the kid to the Wizards, it turned out to be a pretty good guard for Milwaukee right now, right? So I think we need to be careful about assuming that because a player doesn't work well in the Kerr system, that he can't work in the NBA. And the last thing I wanted to say is, guys, we act like this is some kind of physics class when it comes to playing basketball here for Kerr. And the reality is you don't need to be all this basketball IQ stuff. I think is blown out of proportion. You know, Kuminga is going to be fine in the NBA. He can average 18 to 20 a night and get 5 or 6 rebounds, and he's going to be pretty damn good in most situations. So that's all I got, guys. Enjoy the day, and I'll keep listening. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Austin. Yeah, I mean, Rollins is a guy that kind of was on the trash heap for 2 teams, and I think you got to give him credit for making the most of his opportunity, because really the only reason he plays for Milwaukee is because Dame got hurt last year and they had a spot open. And Rollins is a good player. What I'm saying is the idea that Kuminga is going to go somewhere and transform himself into a cornerstone piece like he believes his ability can get him to, that I guess I just don't see. Like, Rollins is a good player, but Rollins is not going to be a number 1. Rollins might not be a number 2. Maybe he could be a really good number 3 or number 4. That to me is where I think that's the kind of ceiling that JK is looking at as far as his career is concerned. But he wants to be the man. And that to me, what I can say for sure, and I feel confident I should say saying is that's not going to happen in Golden State. It's just not. You all right?
I was waiting to go to a break.
Oh, well, I thought you had a final
Well, then
thought.
you leave on a high note. You know Seinfeld? George Costanza? Leave on a high note?
Oh, I'll tell you during the break. All right, 888-957-9... This is like when I was going to give him my number at the beginning of the show. 888...
Or some chick's number.
You got to stop, man. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dan Devone has a riveting tale for you on the other side.
No, you do, bro.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly flyer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. How about Post cereal, Quaker cereal, or instant oatmeal, Pop-Tarts, Rice Krispie treats, which are amazing, Welch's Fruit Snacks, Nature Valley, Nutri-Grain, or Quaker Chewy bars, and General Mills cereal, various sizes and varieties, all just $1.99 each when you buy 4. Now we go to 95.7 The Game's Pop-Tart, Dan Dibley.
And that was a lot of goodness, but there's more. Earn 4 times points on Juicy Sumo Citrus Fruit, just $2.99 per pound. Clip or click Lucerne Butter, 16-ounce selected varieties, or cage-free eggs, 18-count grade AA, just $3.99 each. Limit 2.
Over medium, thank you very much. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. We'll see you in the aisles.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hey, Gil, when you say those radio announcers, you're excluding one Dan DeVoma Kahuna, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you can't overthink things. What?
I don't know.
You can't overthink things in this life, Dan.
Well, you getting dumped? What do you mean? Where do you go with that? Overthink what?
I'm just here to impart wisdom. See, people think that because I'm younger than you, I won't say by how many years, that I can't be the one that holds the knowledge. But that's kind of the way this show works.
I find it fascinating that you're a good-looking, smart guy who's got the whole world in front of you. I wish I had your career path. The dude is going to be doing play-by-play at the network level. And you have so many, every time I sit down and I hang out with you, you're telling me, yeah, this girl kicked me to the curb or this. What am I missing here? What am I not seeing that
What is going on here?
What's going on in these relationships?
Well, if I had the answers, Dan, we wouldn't be talking about this every single week.
There's so many attractive young women out there, or they're not. Is that what's going on?
You know, what I've learned recently, when I mean recently, I mean watching Mad Men for a few days because I've been sick. A man is the room he is in.
Do you love how they are drinking scotch in like every scene?
Oh my God, it makes me want to live in 1960. Those
Scotch
people are
and
just
cigarettes,
just absolute functional alcoholics. But we're in the same room together. So we are the same. A man is the room that he's in. And right now, Dan Devone and Evan Giddings are in this room. I can't tell you about the rooms that I'm in at La Rocca's or, wherever else. What was the fine establishment you and I went to? Balboa Cafe. I can't tell you about those places because the people that I meet there just aren't for me. We all have our own shortcomings in this life.
I keep telling you that you're hunting in the wrong areas. You tell
me to hunt at Safeway.
Exactly. Like in the middle of the afternoon. Like
between the aisles.
Everybody, Safeway, by the way, used to be like the singles hangout down in the marina.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying.
My mom asked me about that one day, and I'm not going to lie, it was an uncomfortable conversation. She goes, so you're living in the city now. What's the Safeway down by the marina like? And I go, it's a shop, and they sell groceries, including vegetables of various sizes. And she goes, Yeah, that was the classic make out and hook up spot back when I was young. I go, Mom!
That's a conversation you don't want to be having.
Mom, please!
Stop! You used to have singles night at Safeway, apparently.
What?
Yeah,
singles night at Safeway.
Yeah, no doubt.
What did they had a projector and you guys would go watch movies, or?
I wasn't you guys. I wasn't hanging out at Safeway. But my point in all
you've
this
seen
is,
this city grow and fall and come and go.
I'm just telling you, by the way. Yeah, shout out Daniel Lurie, man. Way to get us on the right track. Don't mean to go politics.
I got a little bit of a problem with Danny.
All right.
Mainly these phantom tickets I keep getting.
Well, that's what happens when you park in a handicap spot.
No, it's not parking in a handicap spot. It's the fact that I don't know that there's these secret cameras throughout the city, and if I go a mile an hour over 10, I'm going to get hit with a $50 fine. It's not my fault that Arguello's a 25 under zone. I got to be somewhere. Don't just slip me something under my doorstep that says, hey, you owe Danny in the city money. Tell it to my face.
Is that with a picture?
Yeah, you got to catch me.
Are you running reds? Are you running those yellows?
No, I don't run reds. I just drive faster than these grannies in your neighborhood.
Hey, man.
Don't you get a warning first? Like, they should give you a warning.
He gets those. Dude,
well,
this is.
Never mind.
We've already moved past that stage.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
Anyways, yeah, that's why I can't find a date. All right, Philmo Mike is in San Francisco. Of course he is. What up, Philmo? How you feeling today, baby? What's up?
I'm feeling good. I'm actually in the town.
Oh, right on.
But it's all good. No, it's all love. But yeah, shout out to you talk about the marina. Shout out to Moscone, George Moscone gym. I mean, not gym, but the outside course. He's had some legendary.
I used to hold it down there. I used to hold it down. Me and Steiny. That's where we met
40 years ago.
Oh, for real? Okay, yeah, that was some good run back in the day, for real. When I was young, I would go down there and just hoop with the OGs. You 13, 14, 15 years old, they hacking you, beating you up, but you becoming a better ball player. Speaking of playing basketball, something that Kaminga's not doing, it's just a shame because Dan, we from that generation. Dan, you older than me, but we from the kind of that generation was like, don't give up, believe in your dreams, do it. Like, I know they had dreams for Kaminga. Like, why they just give up? I have no clue. So for me, it's very disappointing. It's like you have somebody, you can use them, but instead of pulling a Larry Brown approach and saying, you know what, this is his skill set, let me find something that he can do where it can be successful. How come JK can't do what GP do in the Decker spot? Like, I don't understand, like the development has been so subpar, it's very disappointing. And it's not just on Kerr, it's on them assistant coaches too. What are y'all telling them? Like, what are you, like where's the guidance, the advice, the game? Like only person I've seen that come with that kind of narrative is Jimmy Butler. Like, bro, get this man an inside track so he can be better. Like, why are we trying to make it like you have to discover what to do? No, tell me. And it seems like, and it's on Kaminga's side, it's like, okay, they might have told him. And it's like, are you not, like, reacting to it? So it's like, I just feel like the approach, the message, whoever delivered it, it kind of missed. And some guy said, like, low IQ. I don't really call Kaminga low IQ. I just call him lack of proper development. And so if you don't get developed, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to say, like, if you don't know, you don't know. If you're ignorant, you're ignorant. Stupid is a whole different thing, is my point. I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's ignorant.
Willfully, perhaps.
That's a great line.
Yeah. No,
Thanks,
I'm with it. By the way, Philmo, call back in a couple hours. I know Lone Neal wants to talk to you, all right? You got to get ready for the Seahawks.
Bang, bang, Niner gang, Warriors and Valkyries gang. Let's get it.
My man. Philmo Mike, everyone. Yeah, by the way, Philmo Mike got a lot of cred last week. He called into WIP in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I know WIP.
Yeah, so he called in. By the way, he was at the DMV. That's so funny. We were just talking about that earlier.
Of course he was.
But you're there for 7 hours. But talked his talk. Niners went out and walked the walk, and then called in for a little victory chat on Monday morning. He was good. I appreciate San Francisco and Bay Area folk talking it up for their teams, especially going into enemy territory, which is what the Niners are doing today.
He played out at Moscone. Like, Moscone was a good run. I'll tell you some of the runs out in the area. You never wanted to play in the Panhandle. Straight up ghetto. Panhandle is like crack addicts and dudes are just shooting up. And not, I mean, God bless. Hope everybody is, if you're addicted, you get help. But it's not where you want to be playing basketball. It's in the Panhandle.
You and I know a very different Panhandle. I think that was the only place that I played.
Really?
Yeah, but there was decent run. I mean, I also moved into the city, about 5 years ago. So it's a lot different than back in the day. I'm sure, just like everywhere is. But no, because I lived off Stanion. So I would walk past. It was great. You could walk by. You could go see those Tuesday night games in the summer at Kezar Gym. Maybe the next morning roll up on the Panhandle. There was also a place in Cole Valley, right up by the fire station. I forget what the.
Oh yeah, across the street.
Yeah, where I forget what the court's called.
Yeah,
but those are the two places that I played before I had to shut it down.
I'd love to see your game, man.
No, you wouldn't, dude. I played baseball for a reason. I can't hoop.
By the way, when's the big shootout here at 95.7 The Game?
Oh, we have a date for that. Is that official though?
April 6th, I believe.
Yeah, but is it?
That's what Nahegan had sent out officially. We had 2 dates.
Well, we don't do press releases. Like, are we allowed to start promoting it, or
I don't know?
We have an official date.
Find out who the young lady is that's in the that just walked past you.
You need help, dude.
What?
Oh no, just
so easily distracted.
I'm trying to get you a date tomorrow night.
It's a difficult situation.
I don't need your help getting one. It's keeping one that's the problem. Danny.
What?
I need you to lock in right now, buddy. We got 45 minutes left, and then Carter and Ken are going to take over, and you can do whatever you want. All right, for this from the 510, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Panhandle had good run, but yeah, the crackhead in the court could be a problem. I got undercut taking a J and got really hurt. Damn. Well, 510, I can assume you're from the East Bay. Maybe they didn't like you out there.
Yeah, so we used to hold it down the city, me and a couple of boys, right? Mm-hmm. And we were like, we'd always hear so much. It was legendary back in the day. Mosswood Park, which is where Gary Payton, Jason Kidd, you go back and Dame Lillard, they all played in the town. Like, you're San Francisco. I remember
Hook Mitchell.
We went, are you kidding me?
Come on, man.
Come over here. Sit on my lap and give me a kiss.
I'm from the East Bay, man. I got a little knowledge.
Huck Mitchell.
Yeah,
wow.
That guy was a beast. I obviously never saw him play.
It's me. Like, how did you know about him? Isn't he doing a stretch in Quinton or something? Isn't he doing time?
I don't know. He's around. But he was the number one, they made a documentary about him that I did watch. Okay. But you hear just through word of mouth, because I used to play baseball up at Greenman Fields, and you'd have all the OGs come by and hang out and talk to kids, and like names and stories would be told about all these different East Bay legends. And you got guys that were obviously nice on the diamond, but a lot of players, unlike nowadays, it feels like everyone used to play every sport. It wasn't like you just played baseball or just played basketball or football. Everyone played every sport. So, old heads are out there talking about, I had game back in the day. Oh, but this guy, Hook Mitch, you had to see him play. And then when the documentary came out and I watched it, I actually had to learn a little more about Mosswood and some of those East Bay legends.
So the thing about, when you hear about Hook Mitchell, you're hearing about literally an urban legend when it came to basketball on the hardwood. But you might think, he's a guy that's about 6'8" or 6'. He was 5 foot 6 inches tall on a good day and would dunk with either hand. And they used to have these 3-on-3 tournaments, and he was legendary because he would win the slam dunk contest. And I remember I was a kid, and he would gather bikes in Golden Gate Park, and he would, because you don't have an assistant who's going to get your props for you. He's got to go get them. And I remember he went up to this little girl and said, "Hey, you mind if I get your bike?" And she's like, Mommy, you're stealing my bike. But he would line up all these bikes, and he would go. He was like Michael Jordan, the slam dunk contest before Michael Jordan. He was Spud Webb before Spud Webb.
Didn't he dunk over a car?
That I don't know. Like, where would he get a car? Because he's never
just pulled it onto the court.
I don't think he's ever played in a gymnasium in his life. Like, he's never. Like, they tried to get that guy into college, but it was like he had no grades.
Yeah, he was like
in high school.
He's like the best player in the area, but didn't quite have it. 707 Hook was the Bay Area version of Earl the Goat
New York City, yes. Up at the Cage. Not the Cage. He played at Rucker. There's a legend of Rucker.
A lot of legends. This was one. Okay. This was from the 510 saying, I'm with Philmo on the call earlier about Kuminga, but some of it has to be on J.K. Dubs has had to have given some advice. The whole thing about it to me is, and it's finally coming to a head, and whether they trade him, whether they hold on to him, I don't think that afterwards the situation is going to move much in a positive direction. It's just a swing and a miss by everyone. I mean, at this stage, you can't tell me that what has happened since the moment he's been drafted to this stage has not been a complete miss by the Warriors, because he isn't worth enough to net you a player that can help you right now, that can better this basketball team, unless you actually attach something to him. And for whatever reason, by his own skill, by his fit, the coach's thoughts of him, he also isn't actually helping you on the court. He's a sitting $20 million player. And if this was in any other sport, we would be wondering, what the hell is this team doing, giving that amount of money to somebody that wasn't going to be used? It makes no sense from that standpoint when you have, a solid chunk of your salary cap riding pine, not giving you a single minute.
Here's what doesn't make sense, and why I have to push back on the development part. That's not on Steve Kerr. That's not on the Golden State Warriors. I'm sorry. The only thing I would say that is on the Warriors is that they made a mistake in drafting him, obviously, because he didn't fit into what it is that Steve Kerr wants to do. And that's up for a debate whether, Steve Kerr's got to move with the times and stop saying, hey, fit into my system. But here's the thing. They should have traded him sooner than this. But as far as developing him, that's not the way it works in the NBA. If you want a coach or the coaching staff to teach you, this is not the University of Indiana or Kentucky or North Carolina. They don't have the time, man. First of all, you don't practice in the NBA. And secondly, if you're going to develop, guess what? You got to do that on your own, my man. You got to work on your game. You got to get in the shop. You got to work in the off season. You have to develop as a professional and put in the time and go get trainers and do what it is that you got to do. That's not on Steve Kerr's not going to pull you aside and say, okay, for the next 2 hours, I'm going to work on you and have these personal coaches. That's not what you don't develop at this game through coaches. You do that on your own. And I don't know whether Jonathan Kuminga has put in the time. I just think that Jonathan Kuminga is at a point right now where I'm with you. It's a mess all the way around, but part of that mess is not on the Warriors not developing it.
I also will hear this too. I think that earlier in Steve Kerr's head coaching career, there was obviously, and I think we talked about this last time we were on air together, there was a lot more of an emphasis on the younger players, right? Obviously, Curry was 25. I would say his poster child for development was probably Draymond Green, but Draymond had already been a 4-year player in college. I mean, Draymond was more of an established product, certainly, than a lot of other projects that have come into the NBA. And he obviously helped his own game as well. But the thing is, I do hear some people when they say that Kerr, his allegiance is to those guys still. He's going to go out with his guys, with his veterans, the dudes that he's comfortable with, and the guys that have got him and he's helped get 4 championships with. I don't really feel like at this stage, and it's kind of like it's hard when you've done something for so long a certain way that's been so successful to automatically change. And I do think that Kerr has tried to adapt a little bit, but because of his allegiance to these future Hall of Famers and now having another one in here in Jimmy Butler, there's very little reason for him to try and do things a different way. Like, why should he spend the majority of his time looking to, quote unquote, develop a Kuminga, as opposed to spend his time trying to maximize the talents that he already knows how to maximize? And that has also, by the way, shown results for a decade plus. Like, that is where I think there's this tug and pull. And Steve Kerr's at a point in his head coaching career where development is not at the forefront of his job title, his job description. It does not say, head coach of the Golden State Warriors / development coach. His job is to win, and he's trying to do it the best way he knows how, which in 2026 is a lot different than it was in 2015, and that just might be what's catching up with him.
Where are you at with Michael Porter Jr.? You want him?
I don't. I think he's the Cameron Johnson of this year. He's better, obviously. He can score more. I don't think he's nearly as good of a defender. He's a champion. He's got some more pedigree, but I don't think he's worth 2 unprotected first-round picks. Plus, you'd have to get... This is the thing, too. I think it was Scott who called in earlier, said these $38 million. You're going to have to pick up that for this year, I believe next year. So you're going to have to move Kuminga, Moody, Buddy, and then some. I mean, you really shrink your team. I don't know. I mean, are you interested in MPJ?
No. I like him as a player, and he's had a huge year with Brooklyn, but the reason why I bring him in, because I know a lot of people want Michael Porter Jr. because of what it is that he's doing this year, and I know he's won a title, but there's a reason why he was expendable. They wanted him out of Denver. And you know who the trigger man was behind all of that? It was probably the most cerebral player in the game right now is Joker. It was like, I can't play with this dude, man. There's a lot of Jonathan Kuminga in Michael Porter Jr. Like, he's in Brooklyn right now, and he's the number one because it's Brooklyn. Like, in Denver, I know he won a title, but there were issues. And he didn't necessarily fit as a 3 option or a 2. No, it was Jamal Murray was the 2, and he was the 3. I would even say that Aaron Gordon's emergence, he could even be the number 4 in terms of a scoring option. But all the little things that we give Jonathan Kuminga a hard time, now, they're not as blatantly missing from his repertoire, but he has some problems with the quote-unquote, the nuance of the game that Steve Kerr really emphasizes. And I'm talking about Michael Porter Jr. Yeah, but to me, like, MPJ is what, in a perfect world, offensively, Moses Moody could transform into one day. I mean, he's a guy... Oh, he's for real, yeah. No, he shoots 41% from 3 for his career. I mean, the one thing Michael Porter Jr. can do is fill it up from distance. It doesn't matter what stage in his career he's been. The one thing that he also doesn't do is defend. And that's kind of that just has to be something that you're bringing to this team. Not necessarily because you like a guy who can defend, but the Warriors don't have a ton of perimeter defenders. You know, Moses Moody might be one of their best ones. And on certain nights, I wonder if he still has it. So, which is why Trey Murphy makes so much more sense. Yeah, if you could get him, that's the guy. You know, I think that Trey is, like, his numbers are probably inflated by virtue of being on a not so great team, but I know that he can fit wherever would potentially be traded to. I always thought it was weird that Dumars and the Pelicans were interested in dealing him in the first place. Yeah. He's pretty freaking good. And I know people are probably hearing us talk about MPJ and saying, well, you guys don't want a guy who's scoring 26 and averaging 8 rebounds, 49, 41 from the field and from 3. That's on a bad team. Yeah, he's not going to do that with the Warriors. No, he's probably going to be closer to where he was with Denver. And his numbers on paper are good. But if you watched MPJ, and to your point with Denver, like, I have a few buddies who are from the Mile High City. They love the Nuggets. He's a guy who always leaves you wanting more. To me, he's a little like Wiggins before he got to Golden State. And maybe there's a reclamation project in there somewhere, but Andrew Wiggins was also a guy who worked hard and he defended. I mean, he never missed games outside of obviously during the family tragedy that happened. But I think Wiggins is a completely different test subject than a guy like Michael Porter Jr. And also, the reason why they got Wiggins is because he was seen as a bad trade chip. I mean, Minnesota had to attach a pick to get off of him. In this case, you're probably sending multiple first-round picks for MPJ. I just don't think that's the move. I just know he used to frustrate the hell out of the Joker. The Joker just like, God, you could just see the body language. And the Joker's like, by the way, Denver playing well without him. Well, yeah. You know why? Because their Kuminga is actually good. Yeah, Peyton Watson is freaking good. And I don't know if this is the thing, too. It's like,
Okay, so Peyton Watson was the player of the week last week. I think he's averaging 25 or 26 the last 8 or 9. Clearly, they didn't know that this guy could do this. Otherwise, he'd be playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, otherwise he would have been playing this entire time. He's 23 years old. He's the same age as Kuminga. And when he's gotten his opportunity, he's not only put up numbers, but they went into Boston and won.
Oh, I saw that game, yeah.
They went into Philly against a completely healthy Sixers team. He was their first or second best player along with Murray, got an overtime win. It's not like he's out there just putting up numbers. They're beating good teams, and they're staying afloat and winning games in the West with him as their number one. That, to me, has been quite impressive to watch.
Hey, really quick, before we get to the break, because I have no internet or anything on this side of the world.
You don't have anything going.
Who's that? Who's the kid with Cleveland out of Cal in his first year? Jason. There's a kid out of Cal that's getting run, speaking of injuries, and he's lighting it up. Look it up.
I think I've missed this guy. From Cal?
Yeah.
With Cleveland.
With the Cavs. He's a rookie. I'm telling you, he's getting burned, and he's balling.
Well, you know that I only have my eye on one rookie, and it's Cedric Coward. So I haven't left a whole lot of time. All my stock has not been in.
Jason Tyson?
Jason Tyson?
Jalen Tyson.
What's he averaging?
He was a 20th overall pick 2 years ago. He's averaging 13.5.
Yeah. Oh, so he wasn't a rookie. So he's his second year.
But it's really the first year he's gotten tick. I mean, he's averaging 27 minutes a game. He's shooting 48% from three.
He's got game, man.
By the way, the Golden Bears, watch out in the ACC this season.
Mark Madsen.
That's all I'll say. All right, Dan DeVoe and Evan Giddings-Worth this week. One segment left on the other side, 888-957-9570. When you want to get your calls, your texts, we will take them. Thank you for the 510. Jalen Tyson. More next. 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Excuse me, can you tell me where?
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. For a limited time only, get 2025 pricing on Marvin products. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit DolanLumber.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Who's this?
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
It's People Under the Stairs.
People Under the Stairs.
San Francisco Knights. Come on, man. Da-da-da-da-da, on the road, San Francisco.
What's your favorite? If you had to pick a favorite song,
you're doing the do. Come on, man. What?
What's your favorite? If you had to pick a favorite, let's go around the room. We have to. What time is the crossover, by the way?
This is a Saturday show. There is no crossover, buddy. Although,
if you had to pick a favorite song,
if you guys want to get in here, that'd be fine by me. A favorite song?
That's hard to do, especially for someone like you.
That is pretty tough.
Want me to kick it off?
Yeah, hit me.
Drift Away, Uncle Cracker.
Oh, I like me some Monk.
Give it a beat, boys.
Be my soul.
I like the crack.
Gonna get lost with my rock and
Sorry, I can't like that one.
It's Gray.
I can't remember.
Somebody Gray.
I don't know.
Or how about Going to California by Zeppelin?
That's a good song.
That's a beautiful song.
Hotel California, I like. Tom Petty.
Which one?
Crawling Back to You. Oh, that's such.
You can't look these up, man.
No, I'm just going through what I've been listening to because I have a list of. So whenever I drive out to do a broadcast, I have a list of songs. You know, some people have. I don't know. Did you ever do warm-ups when you were going on TV, you know, A-E-O-U, or some sort of vocal exercise to kind of get yourself right?
Red Road, Yellow Road, Red Road, Yellow Road.
Yeah, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, or something like that, right? So
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Kenny liked that one.
Benedict Cumberbatch plays Sherlock Holmes, and Benedict Cumberbatch plays Sherlock Holmes.
See, Dan's a pro. So I have a list of songs that I'll do my own carpool karaoke with. You know, you sing along or you rap along, and that's kind of how I get myself in a broadcast mode. So Crawling Back to You by Tom Petty is one of those songs. That would definitely be up there. Probably also something from Gangstar. Above the Clouds, that's a song I know by heart. I really like that song. Maybe some Michael Jackson in there.
I'm telling you, Michael Jackson, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, I like that. It's funny you say that, Ev, because I have a list of karaoke songs like on my phone that I just, if I'm ever at a karaoke, just keep writing a list, just have something in my repertoire.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let me tell you, Michael Jackson, I went to a Super Bowl, and he was the halftime entertainment. And you know, a Super Bowl crowd, a lot of testosterone, a lot of meatheads are like, listening to this guy. In fact, it was controversial that he was going to be performing at halftime to begin with. That dude is the greatest entertainer of my lifetime. Because I remember everybody was just like, Michael Jackson, you watch that. I'm going to go drink a beer and headbutt something. Michael Jackson, you kidding me? I'm telling you, at halftime, he did like, are you okay, Annie? Are you okay, Annie? He's doing his thing. And all of a sudden, people who didn't want to move were just kind of nodding their head. Before you know it, 90,000 strong are just moving in the aisles and singing along with this guy. I saw him capture an entire audience. Go, Michael.
Rest in peace to a great. He's fantastic. Oh, by the way, YouTube. Stay hot.
What happened?
No, I guess we weren't back anyways. So the thing is,
Bubba Paris was that?
Who's Bubba Paris? Oh, who is Bubba Paris? I should know this.
So I thought it was a 77 out of 57 when Carter walked in. 77 was an old an offensive lineman for the 49ers. Protected Joe Montana's, I want to say, backside out of the University of Michigan. It was Bubba holding on number 77, Paris.
Holding on number 77, Paris. That's like, well, we got 4 hours to talk about this game, but I've been petitioning to change Renardo Green's last name to Yellow.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's hopefully doesn't show up today. All right, one more segment here to talk about the Golden State Warriors. Again, one of the reasons why we got so many sports today is, yes, the Niners do play later today, but the Warriors have a game at 5:30 against the Charlotte Hornets. Warriors Live is at 4:30. Preceding that is the kickoff show with myself and Lorenzo Neal, Ken and Carter, Chickering and Luttrell. Got you from 12 to 2, talking a lot of Niners to get you set for the big game. As far as the Warriors are concerned, though, so right now they are in the midst of a good stretch of basketball. It's kind of how we kicked off the show. Are they beginning to turn the corner? I would say so. They're 4 above. They haven't been that far since they were actually, they haven't been 4 games above the entire season. But to me, like the end of this road trip, or pardon me, homestand, Dan, and then the beginning of the next road trip is really where we're going to see whether or not this quality stretch of basketball is more tangible, if it's real. Because you get a back-to-back against Miami and Toronto. You have not really solved back-to-backs the entire season, and they're 2 pretty good basketball teams. And then you play 2 road games against Minnesota. And the Timberwolves are a team that stole one from you here at home and obviously took your cookies in the playoffs last year.
Bro, that's the hottest team in the NBA.
Minnesota's a really good basketball team. So I feel like the Warriors have their schedule softened. They've taken pretty good advantage of it. But now you're going to get some tests. And oh, by the way, after that road trip, you're 4 on the road, then you come home for Detroit. And the Pistons are the best team in the East.
Beef stew.
See, I feel like you think that TJD could be what beef stew is to Detroit for the Warriors.
No, Stu's got some game.
He can shoot it too.
Yeah, this year he's showing that he's not just a bully. He's
also that.
Jalen Duren, and that's a really good basketball team.
He's the real Wiseman.
He's a
Memphis center.
But you know what, Ev? Look, I know they get a patch of important games coming up here, but you're not going to learn much about this basketball team. I mean, they may struggle, and then they may play well again before it's all said and done with. There may be different iterations of this Warrior team. Again, the eye on the prize of this whole thing is that where you at in April? How you playing in April? Who's healthy? Who's on the roster? We can go through and talk about the immediate schedule and games that they got to play well in. They may struggle. They may play well. It's not, I don't think, an indictment of whether this team is going to be good in the postseason or not. That's coming. That's in April. We'll find out just where this team's at and what they look like.
I mean, they've treaded water up until this point, but you're finally beginning to see those teams ahead of them slip. And I don't mean the top 3 or the top 4, but Houston's sliding. The Lakers are for sure sliding. The Suns are kind of where they've been the entire. I don't really see them being a top 6 team. But to me, the Warriors, if this is real, kind of what, with the rotations they've found, some of the veterans that are now able to help, Horford, Melton, it looks like they're more of a basketball team than the cobbled together group they were at the beginning of the year. That's a team. I'm not saying that I could see them winning multiple playoff series, but they might be able to sneak into that 6th spot. Phoenix is a gettable group. I think the Lakers, To me, they're a team that is also looking at just being built for April. But because Luka's a guy that misses some time, LeBron obviously will miss time. Reeves has now been injury prone for this recent stretch. That's a team that you can catch, I think. In fact, of all the teams right now, 5 and below in the West, Houston, LA, Phoenix, I think the Lakers are the team the Warriors have the best chance to jump.
I don't think you have to jump them. I think they're going to fall right back to you. You don't even have to play very well. They're going to plummet. They don't play defense. That's not a good team. Although, you know what?
It's true.
I said this last week. You know who's growing on me? Their head coach. I'm becoming a J.J. Redick guy. And he has all the things that I hate in a person. Good-looking guy who went to Duke. He's one of those guys.
You look like you went to Duke.
But he's a little hard-ass, man. He's like, props to guys who are willing to choose somebody out. What's the one thing I tell you about Steve Kerr and turnovers? He's tolerated it for so long. J.J. Redick is, before the end of the season, I guarantee he's going to go after LeBron. LeBron is just mailing it in defensively.
He's been doing that for years.
I know. That's why they're so bad, is that they don't play defense at all. I mean, if it's just Luka and you can hide him, okay. But to have like Austin Reeves and Luka and LeBron and all, nobody plays defense on that basketball team.
No, that's why when they acquired Ayton, everybody was so happy about it. It's like, yeah, you're not improving your team. You're adding a guy who can score, and he's big, obviously, but that team is going to run into trouble no matter what because they're going to give up 120. They could score 130 on some nights. I think that team is built for the one area they have excelled this year in comparison to, say, the Warriors would be in clutch time. You know, in the final 5 minutes, they do have 3, it's sometimes 4 guys on the floor that can get you a bucket. They can't stop you from getting a bucket, but their offense is kind of like their defense. Meanwhile, the Warriors, I don't know how they find one at the deadline. We talked about MPJ, Trey Murphy. I don't know if is there a guy out there, or maybe it's someone like Melton who kind of emerges from within. Is there someone who can be a 15-point per game scorer alongside Steph and Jimmy? I mean, they just don't have that guy. Now? No, I'm saying, can they find one between now and the deadline? And maybe it is Melton who's beginning to shoot it better. I think he's probably more of just a 3 and deep. He can make a play, but
you know who's going to be that guy? Who? Potentially is Pajemski. I know. You know what? Who did I do this?
I like Pods, but I think if he's got to be your third scorer, you're in trouble.
No, but I think that when we talk about the Warriors and this turning a corner, maybe we've made this mistake before, at least I have. I think Pajemski is the maturation process you can see. And you know what, Brandon? I'm willing, and I'm saying Brandon because I think you listened to the show. Last week, I went off on I'm so tired, and I got so much pushback on the text line and people calling in. I said, I'm so tired of seeing this guy get to the lane and pass on his runners or pass on layups. And this whole idea of the inside-out game, that people converge on me, so I kick to the corner for a quit and post 3. I implored him to stop doing that. And the only thing that I can deduce is that he listened to what it is that I had to say. I watched him this past week. I've never seen him so aggressive. He's shooting that runner. He's getting to that left hand. He's finishing. This whole idea of passing on layups, which again has just been adopted by the Warriors. Everybody in the NBA does it, and it makes my skin crawl. But I think the Warriors take it to new heights. And one of the biggest perpetrators of that was Brandon Pajemski. I said he's leaving 6 to 7 to 8 points on the table because he just won't simply shoot that little 8-footer with nobody in his face. And let me tell you something. As an agent, there's a big difference between a guy who's averaging, 9 or 10 points a game as opposed to averaging 16 or 17. That's like another $10 to $15 million, young fella, when it's time for you to get out of this rookie contract and make some real money. And you're leaving that on the table because you're playing this silly game of I'm going to pass on this wide open shot to Al Horford, who's going to shoot an angle 3. Stop doing that. And he did.
See, I think, well, number one, I told Ken this during the Knicks game, but you know why I think he went off against New York? because there was the Pods on the other team. He had to prove he was better than. Yeah, everyone's been saying Kolek is the Pods of the Knicks, and he's got this. He's the white kid with the lefty stroke who's playing well off the bench. Pods had to prove who the real Pods were.
Leave Kolek alone.
He's not very good, but
Knicks aren't very good right now.
Well, not without Brunson. He's everything to them for sure. But I think Pods is right where he needs to be. He's the best 3-point shooter on the team by percentage.
He's getting better though. There's a transformation that's been taking place, and his confidence now.
Well, I think it's because he's settled into a role, which is a second-team facilitator. If he scores 19, to me that's gravy. But last 10, he's averaging 10 points a game, 23 minutes, 50% from the floor, 45 from three. Like he isn't doing too much, and that's where I know people don't like Pods or maybe just what he represents, but I think the role he has right now, that's where he can absolutely help the Warriors. As a guy off the bench who can get hot, can make some threes, can make a couple plays, hopefully takes care of the ball. He's only averaging 1.5 turnovers this year. I think that's I know you might want him to score 15 or 16, and he probably could, but I also think that means he's playing outside of himself.
No, I think that's coming because he's now understanding that because he can get a step on a guy, which isn't easy to do. You don't take that for granted, being wide open in the lane. The reason he's able to do that is because he gets that first step. It's sort of awkward. He's not the quickest guy on the team, but he sort of rocks you and lulls you, and then all of a sudden he's right past his defender with that awkward left hand. But now he's beginning to get he's like, I'm going to get mine. The hell with kicking out or making a late pass. He stopped doing that.
Yeah, I think he gets in trouble when he thinks he's better than he is. And lately, he's been playing like a guy who...
Has he still got the black tennies?
Well, he's got his own shoe deal.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah, the Ansas. Or he's got some Chinese shoe company that the BP ones. I kind of like the pink ones. Those are nice. Let's go to Jay, who's in Concord, has a name for a player for the Warriors. Jay, welcome to the show, man. What's going on?
What's going on? Happy Saturday, fellas.
You too.
Yes, sir. So, first of all, Pods is just better off the bench. I think it allows him to be more free and allow him to attack, and he needed to score, so it's been good what I'm seeing for him. But I got a name for you. I heard it earlier in the week, and I kind of thought about it, and I said, I think this name might be a really, really good name. And the name I'm going to throw out, and it might get some pushback, but I'm going to go right up the road, right up the 80 to Sacramento and talk about DeMar DeRozan. Nobody wants him because he's an older guy, but this team is already old, right? We're playing to win now. We're playing to try to go get victories now. And the future after Steph Curry is already uncertain, and there's no superstar player out there, young guy that you can go get right now. It's going to be the focal point of your franchise. So what are you trading Jonathan Kuminga for? Another 3-and-D guy that you're probably going to lose in a couple of years? Why not go get DeMar DeRozan? Next year is the final year of his contract. He's making about $25 million, so the contract essentially match up. I looked at it. He's only getting like $10 million guaranteed next year. He falls off the books. It's kind of almost aligned with Jimmy and Steph, so it gives him flexibility. And he's a bucket, right? What the Warriors need is another scoring option. He can go score and close out games. He might not play the best defense, but he fits in as a veteran guy that Steve Kerr's going to want to play. He's going to understand the system. He'd be a seamless fit, and he can score late in the game, right? And now if you have Steph off the court, you got Jimmy and DeMar, or you have Jimmy off, you got DeMar and Steph. You always got two threats to score, which is going to stop the Warriors' biggest problem is those 4 and 5 minute scoring droughts when Steph is not on the floor. So I think it's just a really good prospect. I think the Kings are trying to get younger. They've already talked about wanting Jonathan Kuminga. I think the Warriors really need to go look at DeMar DeRozan. If we're going to go old, just go old, go for it now, and see what we can make happen with it. So let me know what you guys think.
I got you, Jay. Appreciate the call. Yeah, DeMar's a player. This is just me. It's not that DeMar DeRozan isn't a fantastic scorer throughout his career. And I agree. I think he might help him in clutch time specifically because he can kind of get a shot off whenever he needs. But I just have an issue with players that are primarily 2-point shooters. I just don't think that in 2026 there's much of a place for them in the NBA. Like guys who are,
I think they've come back.
But guys who are purely mid-range type players, I think it's really hard to be successful unless you're also a great defender, which he's not. I just think it's hard to help your team when you're taking mostly twos. Hard twos.
Well, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on line 3.
Yeah, but he also gets to the line. He gets to the cup. He plays great defense. He's a good he's a decent 3-point shooter. I mean, to me, SGA and DeMar is not in the same
No, but I do
class.
think that the 2 it's not as much of a 4-letter word as it was a couple of years ago. There's a lot more teams now that are focusing on the mid-range. And basketball is cyclical, man. You know who's going to come back? You want me to give it to you? You want me to end the suspense? And this isn't this isn't earth-shattering. You're going to end up with Gabe Vincent and Vanderbilt for Jonathan Kuminga. The only thing they have to get their arms around is, do you trade with the Los Angeles Lakers? And that's so underwhelming. But I think that's what you're looking at.
You'd take Gabe and Jared?
Or Max Kleber.
Oh, Kleber. Actually, I want Kleber to be on the Warriors just so Steiny has to talk about him. He hates Maxi Kleber. And it's obvious as to why. No, I don't know. I mean, maybe they do hang on to him. I think it's all posturing. I think they're going to trade him, and we're going to be here in a Saturday or two talking about, yeah, you traded Kuminga. You traded a former 7th overall pick that you could have used to try and get Siakam. You could have used to try and get Caruso. That's been reported. Markkanen most recently. Whoever. And you ended up with Gabe Vincent and Jared Vanderbilt. Yikes.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at with this guy. Unless the only sexy thing is that you package him with what? Draymond? Or I guess it's pick. Forget Draymond, because the money would. How would you? If you. So what's? Well, what's Trey Murphy going to cost you? He's going to cost you unprotected
3. He's going to cost you 3 first-round picks. I'm sorry, that's not. I'm not doing that.
3?
Yeah.
Not 2?
No, 3. That's what they're asking for because they don't want to trade him.
The post-Curry picks are the ones that you have to hold on to.
But those are the ones everyone wants.
Yeah.
I mean, I get them being able to use the 2026 first-round pick this year. You know, maybe a swap. If you even want to go to 2028, maybe. But beyond that, you're looking at a first-round pick in age 40 season. Sorry, that can't happen. You cannot go into a season where Steph Curry, if he obviously plays that long, is age 40.
But if I get Trey Murphy, I could at least rationalize it a little bit.
But this is the thing: is you're not just a Trey Murphy away. I mean, maybe you're a Trey Murphy away from being where you were last year, but to me, I don't think it's worth 3 first-round picks over the next 6 years for a guy who's going to help you get back to the second round.
Well, but I think we're in agreement that the only pick that's going to be worth anything of a real value is going to be that last pick in the post-Curry era. The other 2, yeah, good luck.
Well, that's why I don't mind parting with a 2026 pick this year because
and is that guy the
post? Going to be a mid pick anyways.
What are the chances that a 3 or 4 or 5 is going to be as good as Trey Murphy? I mean, it's good, but I'm just saying, like, do you want Trey Murphy or do you want somebody that's potentially could be better than Trey Murphy or as good as Trey Murphy? And how often does that happen, picking at 4 or 5 in the lottery?
Trey Murphy's a good player, but I don't. It's kind of similar to the MPJ thing where, yeah, he's averaging 20 plus or 25, honestly. He could shoot the hell out of the ball, but you're basically sacrificing potential lottery picks. I just, for a guy that is good and then you're going to have to pay and like you're going to build your franchise around Trey Murphy, because that's kind of what you're looking at. To me, if you're investing in a player with that amount of draft capital, you're saying we are bringing him in to build around. And I think he's more of an ancillary piece. He's not going to be the second or first best player in this team.
Do we talk football for 2 minutes before the big fellas get in here?
Yeah, sure. Why not? How you feeling, Dano?
That might be the largest tandem we've had do a show with Big Kenny and Chickering.
Well, any room that Chickering walks into it's going to feel a little bit smaller. But, well, I know you did sports in Seattle for a long time, so how you feeling about the Hawks? Your sea chickens up north.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Sam Darnold is, I think, sort of the X factor and all this, but you got to feel good if you're a Seahawks fan. But just curious to see which Sam Darnold shows up.
Well, apparently he's going to be one that hasn't thrown a ball in the last 2 days because he's got an oblique injury. Or do you think that's a little...
I think there's some legitimacy
to throw him off
it.
the scent.
By the way, their PR guy, oh, God, man, you talk about not liking somebody or coming to blows. Dave Pearson.
The Seahawks?
Yeah.
Oh. He's still there?
Not good people. Yes, still there. So
a little bit of tea from Dano.
Dude had a cameo, and I was so glad that he was out of my life, and I'm watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, and he had a cameo on Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm like, oh, God. Never watch this show again.
We got to get Raymond Ritter in there. He's far more deserving. By the way, we'll talk about it. I'll talk about it with the big fella.
You got a date tonight?
No.
When's your next date?
They come and go.
You don't have anything in the books?
I think the Niners, Dan.
How can this guy not have a woman in the hopper? Like, I don't understand it. What am I missing here, man?
Plural.
Come on.
Plural.
Well, that's part of your problem.
What?
Get one. Zero in. Do one thing and do it well.
Got a wandering...
Be a Buddhist.
Got a wandering eye. It's not my fault. It's how I was made. Blame this city, damn it. It's so easy to find people. It's impossible to find someone. That's your piece of wisdom I'll leave you with. You're welcome, Dan. All right, it's been Warriors this week. Coming up next, don't go anywhere. We got, what'd you call them? The biggest tandem at 95.7 The Game? Literally and figuratively. Carter Chickering, Ken Luttrell coming up next to break down the Niners and the Seahawks. I'll be back at 2 o'clock with the big fella, the real big fella, Lorenzo Neal for the kickoff show, and then the Warriors at 4:30, leading up until Charlotte at 5:30. A whole lot more ahead on 95.7 The Game. This has been Warriors This Week with Dan Devone and Evan Giddings. We'll talk to you next time.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results else made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Carter Chickering. I'm in here with the great Ken Luttrell, and boy, do we have a game on our hands, Kenny.
Oh, we sure do,
God,
Carter. Let's go.
I am fired up. You know, I've always said, Ken, that my favorite weekend of the year, my favorite sports weekend might be the Masters weekend because I'm a big golf guy. But I'm starting to rethink that, Ken. I think the divisional round weekend is up there with the best weekends in sports.
Now, what makes you say that?
Well, the wild card, you get 3 games a day, right?
Yeah.
The divisional round, though, you get 2 games, but they're really good games, right? So last weekend, and I hate to do this. I do hate to do this to start the show like this, Ken, but did anyone think the Panthers were going to beat the Rams last weekend?
No.
Although
they had a chance.
You just weed out the dead people,
Yeah.
And so they had a chance. They did really well in that game. They did better than Vegas thought they would do.
Right.
But
a lot of teams did better than we thought.
So I've always just been a big fan of the divisional round. You get 2 really good games, Saturday, Sunday, and here we are. And not only are they a really good game, but we get our rival, one of our biggest rivals in the world, maybe the team I hate the most, Ken. I just cannot stand.
Over the Cardinals and the Rams?
Oh, the Cardinals, Ken. Who cares about the Cardinals?
You're right.
I haven't thought about the Cardinals since they had Kurt Warner. I mean, I don't know. Listen,
No,
the Rams,
it's been a wait. It's a long time coming.
the Rams, it's hard to hate. They don't even have fans, so
Yeah.
who cares? You know, Seattle. It's just they're up there. They talk, and you know what? We got them 2 weeks ago, Ken.
Yep.
I think that plays in our favor. And maybe I'm just being a crazy 49er fan. You're not a 49er fan, so you might have to talk me off a ledge today.
No. I mean, I agree. I mean, you know, there's a few other people, and we can get into some sound later, but there's a few other people who would agree with you. And the way Shanahan coaches and the way Purdy can play, I mean, it kind of may work out that way. I'm not exactly sure because now you have to go back to Seattle. Something you haven't done since week 1, where they did squeak by a win, but that was a long time ago. So with this matchup coming up, I think it's going to be a lot different than their week 1 matchup in Seattle.
Yeah, the win that people say was lucky because of Tonjes's insane catch in the end zone,
And
correct?
he'll be playing today because we got no George Kittle.
Yeah, I don't buy into that lucky stuff. I think that's all.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, it is what it is. They went in there, they won, and although I do want to, because there's a lot of different ways we can kind of compare and contrast that week 1 matchup to this week 18, that week 18 matchup to now this week, this divisional round matchup, because those two games were few and far between in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, they're they were two totally different games, really, it felt like.
I mean, let's starting off like, because I was watching the game the other day, the week 1 matchup, and Brock Purdy and the Niners got the ball first, and they ran down I wouldn't say ran, they kind of like slow walked down the field for nearly an entire quarter.
Yeah.
There was and scored a touchdown, and it was like 3.5 minutes left. Yeah. That to me was just like, I was like, oh my, I completely forgot about it. Because again, it's been since September since that happened. But I'm like, this is something maybe they can think about and work off of, for the game coming up. Because last time they played, they had 5 first downs in the first half.
Yeah, I went back and watched the last game, Ken, and it was really, really ugly. I think that the score didn't really show how much Seattle dominated that game.
I'm glad you said that.
And here's my thing. There's a lot of people that were caping up to the defense in that game saying, oh, well, they only let them score 13 points. Yeah, you know what? To me, Ken, that doesn't really matter much when the other team possesses the ball for nearly 40 minutes and you possess it for 20. Am I wrong to think that way?
I mean, no. Time of possession is insanely crucial. I mean, although the Niners have gotten away with some wins, without having the ball too much. I mean, I think the Eagles had it 10 more minutes last week.
Yeah.
But that was this is a completely different game when it comes to that. These are not the Philadelphia Eagles. They're the Seattle Seahawks. They're the number 1 seed for a reason.
No.
And for a reason, you're going to have to figure out different ways and how to beat them.
Yeah, and I got to be honest, Ken, everyone gives that Eagles defense so much credit. I just think compared to the Seattle defense, those were little boys. I mean, this is a college team compared to those little boys.
I was a little bewildered by that win especially because of the defense for the Eagles, which wasn't bad. I mean, they got to Purdy, but Purdy was just making much better plays than he did in the Week 18 matchup. But yeah, I was a little shocked because they have all-pro talent out there, Yeah. Jalen Carter really, he had a couple of nice plays, but didn't have a huge impact.
No.
Cooper DeJean got a little crossed up with certain guys. Like, I was a little shocked by the way they played, but you're right. The Seattle Seahawks defense is completely different from the Eagles defense, and I think we're going to find out, how good they are, especially when you have to go against Brock Purdy and that tough, because regardless of Kittle being out, there's still a tough offense because you still got Christian McCaffrey, you still got third and Juwan Jennings. Demarcus Robinson had a big game last week, so you got to worry about that guy right out of the gate.
Barely right out of the gate, huh, Ken?
Right, exactly, but. Yeah, man, I'm fired up. And I can tell you, dude, you're so fired up.
Dude, I am giddy.
When you walked in, you were ready to go.
I am all souped up on Dayquil because I've been sick the last couple days. And I'm just so happy to be here back in studio.
I love it.
And in the booth with you, my friend. But let's start out this way, Ken. We got some pretty big news on Thursday that came out of Seattle.
What do you mean?
Sam Darnold, their quarterback, came out and said that He was having some oblique issues at practice, okay? For anyone that doesn't know, an oblique, I believe, is the side, right, next to your rib cage. I'm not a doctor. Please don't quote me on that.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But this is what Darnold had to say here after practice. He left practice early Thursday after throwing a pass, was clearly struggling, and he was actually listed as questionable following that practice.
Feel good. Yeah, obviously, just in routes on air, just kind of felt a little something in my oblique. Just didn't want to push it. Wasn't the day to push it, so that was it. So just came inside, got some rehab, and feel like I'll be ready to go for Saturday.
Ken, there's people that are not buying that that's even true.
What do you mean?
Well, I've heard people say, and I've seen it on Twitter, is like people saying, well, he's just not ready for another big game. This is going to expose him finally.
Like, why? Why do people feel that way? I've read that, who was it? Grant Cohen, who was been a recent guest on the Morning Roast for the last week or so. He put out an article saying, I have full confidence in the Niners to win this game. And it all had to do with the pressure of Sam Darnold or the pressure on himself. And I'm like, why? He's played in one game. He got sacked 9 times in that game last year, with Minnesota. Because it wasn't a home game. But, we don't even know what's going on when it comes to, like, how much pressure he's feeling. I think he's ready for the moment. But with this oblique issue, listen, injuries happen no matter where you are. Warren Moon was on Signy and Goo yesterday, and he talked about this. He was like, just because you were off this week, anything can happen in any practice, in any scrimmage, anytime. So, these things happen. But the fact that they were off for a week and he still managed to get hurt raises some questions. It really does.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty pissed if you're a Seattle fan, I would think. But of
especially
all
with
things,
Drew Lock being in the waiting in the wings.
I look at this, Ken, and maybe I'm being dramatic. It was his left oblique. Sam is a right-handed quarterback, so I think that's the oblique you want to have strained, and not your right oblique if you're a right-handed quarterback.
I guess when you're coming across.
Yes, exactly.
We gotta ask Tom Brady. He always gives great breakdowns.
Yeah, when you're swinging the hips, you know what I mean? I think the right oblique is going to affect your passing more.
I'd really love to hear him talk about that, actually. Yeah. Because I think they're doing the game.
Well, it's okay. You have me. You don't need Tom Brady. But all I'm saying is, an oblique, regardless of what side, is going to bother you if you're a passer. Like, period. The way you need to swing your hips, that's going to hurt. And listen, why do you think they lost that game week 18? What was one of the main reasons to you they lost that game week 18?
It's simple.
I think there was a bunch, but
it's the run game.
Yeah.
It was their run game. 120 yards in the first half, 180 yards total. You allowed big plays. Like, everyone's keep bringing it up. Was it the 3rd and 19, 3rd and 17, whatever it was? Yeah, that's the reason why they lost. Like, Sam Darnold didn't have to do much. No. Now, I will say after the interception Brock Purdy threw, when McCaffrey couldn't bring it in, and Thomas made the interception like 2-yard line. Sam Darnold did go down the field. Now they mixed and matched it. Because I was like, well, how many plays did he really impact that drive? When they went down and then they missed the field goal because they didn't go for it on 4th down. I was wondering. So I watched back. There was a 2nd and 9 play he made where he had like a 12-yard pass. That was something positive from him. Again,
was that the one to JSN?
Yes, I believe so. He's either JSN or Cup, but I want to say JSN.
Okay, I've got to stop you there. I've got an issue with that, and I'll tell you why. When I watched that play, Ken, I don't even think that was on Sam Darnold. I think for Renardo Green, why are you 15 yards off? He was like 15 yards off of him.
Well, maybe JSN made a great move, but that's the issue too. Like,
you're playing too safe on him.
With the pass, with the defense in itself, I think they play too safe.
Yeah,
it's a bend don't break defense.
Yeah,
and you kind of have to eat that.
You're giving someone 12, 10 yards a pass.
Especially not a guy like JSN.
That's not even a bend. That's a break.
Yeah, especially not a guy like JSN. Again, there was another one. It was 3rd and 2. It was the Cooper Kupp one. And there was another one, I want to say it was a little bit longer than that. It was about 3rd and 7. It was a big Cooper Kupp one. And he actually made the play because he ran outside
and like fired it with like as he was falling down sort of thing. And he was moving his wheels a little bit. With the oblique injury, though, who knows? Maybe getting out of the pocket and trying to make that throw on the run might be a little tough for him.
No, I don't disagree. I went back and watched kind of up until they scored 10 points, which was the majority of the scoring, and that was in the first quarter of that game. It felt that way. There's no doubt. And the way the 49ers were moving the ball, that was really all you needed. I think partially, I don't think Kyle showed much in that game. I think that there was a reason for that. I think that he was saving a lot of this for the games down the line. That game was hugely important. I'm not saying that. But I think Kyle knew he was going to see this team again.
So he wasn't showing his cards yet?
Yeah,
all of his cards.
I think he was trying to win the game. I'm not saying that, anyone. I'm just saying I don't think he whipped out every card up his sleeve for that game.
I don't hate that.
If you watch the game back, he just coached it way safer than he coached any other game this year.
Do you think it happened on the other side with McDonald? Because I feel like there wasn't, they really weren't trying to show their hand.
No.
Like you said. And if you're going to say that about Shanahan, I feel the same way about McDonald because they didn't really wow you with a lot of things.
No, the defense wowed me.
Yeah.
Their defense was incredible.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
I just meant offensively.
Yeah, I just thought the amount of kind of trickery and some of the pre-snap motion that I saw in the Eagles game, I just did not see as much of in that game against Seattle. And maybe that was not on purpose. Maybe it was. Who knows? Maybe I'm crudely speculating here. But I think that one thing we do know for sure is that Seattle defense deserves some credit. I mean, I'm not taking any of that away. There's no doubt. One thing they did really, really well in that game is when they hit you, you dropped. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's the one thing Purdy really has to kind of overcome today, and we're going to get into it, more and more. But yeah, he's got to anticipate, the thing that bothers me the most when it comes to that defense is that they're pressuring Purdy with only 4-man rush sometimes. Like that last gasp when they were down 10, it was 13-3, so they're down 10, and there's almost to the 2-minute warning. Like the final play on the 4th and 9, it was just a 4-man rush.
Yeah.
And Purdy got almost buried. He got to throw it away, but it was well short of any receiver.
No,
that gives me caution. And maybe, it was just like, hey, let's just go out there and try to do our best. But yeah, I mean, because being down 10, it's kind of hard to overcome because you're going to have to get an onside kick. But with a 4-man rush, you should, especially because I really like this offensive line for the Niners. Now, we'll say Trent Williams wasn't a part of it. They were. I forgot the guy's name already. 62, who was the left tackle. Trent Williams didn't play.
Oh, Pleasant.
Yes, Pleasant. Yeah. Wasn't really pleasant for him.
Yeah.
Especially because I think he had a little bit magic going at one point. A lot of people were high on him, and also a lot of people giving Shanahan a lot of credit. Because they can just throw anybody in sort of that rotation. Or boost anybody up. But yeah, I think with Trent Williams, now we're kind of going to see, I think he can be a vital piece, especially when it comes to that defense on the Seattle side.
Well, you talked about bend, don't break for the defense. I think you could go back to early in the season. It felt like that was for the offensive line too. And I was actually going to do with you later some guys that I think deserve some credit for this season.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
2 of them would be on the offensive line that I think don't get enough credit. One of them is Colton McKivitz, honestly. And people have hated Colton McKivitz. I was one of them. Right hand up on that. I have never thought much of him. And when he signed that contract, it irritated me. I'm not going to lie. But listen, the guy's earned that contract this year. He's been fantastic. And if you look at his grades, according to advanced analytics, whether you buy them or not, that's up to you. But they're very, very good. It shows him as like the 3rd best tackle in football. So
yeah, the only issue with the offensive line that I have is just with the run game. McKivitz, you said it really well, because a lot of people thought he was getting help from other linemen. And I think he was, especially last year, was a little rough for him. But yeah, he showed improvement, especially with giving Purdy. You just got to give Purdy enough time. The issue with the offensive line now is with Christian McCaffrey. Like, you got to open up the holes. Trent Williams will help with that immensely. But even with him on the field, they got to do more.
Yeah.
And even with Christian McCaffrey, outside of that, they have to. I feel like they didn't open it up. Maybe, like you said, maybe it's because Shanahan wasn't trying to. He was hiding himself a little bit, hiding his cards a little bit, because he's like, I don't want to give too much away. Because they probably figured even if we lose this game, or regardless of whether we win or lose, we're probably going to see Seattle no matter what.
100%. You were going to see them down the line if you won.
Yeah. I mean, Sam Darnold said, "All right, we'll see you in 2 weeks." I love that.
Yeah,
he knew they were gonna go out there in Philly and take care of business.
Look, and you can tell me that game was important. It was for the 1 seed. Why would he not do everything? Well, this game's much more important. So that game was nothing compared to the importance of this game. So if that's what Shanahan did, I think it was a good play.
I mean, I think that obviously if you have the chance to get the home field advantage all the way through, you got to go for that.
No doubt.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, it really doesn't matter because you would have had to face Seattle regardless. You just got to beat them in their own house.
Home field advantage is great, but you know what you really have to do is you got to win when you get in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
That's what you got to do, number one.
And also, it feels nice to know that Brock Purdy is 4-0 at Lumen.
Yeah.
That to me is... Now he hasn't done it in the playoffs, right? Because I don't think he hasn't faced them away in the playoffs.
Has not.
So that's that'll be like a new thing, right? But yeah, 4-0 at Lumen, not a bad record to have at this point.
No, and Ken, I think that there was a period in which the Seattle Seahawks rivalry with us lost some of its aura with Geno Smith, and I think that was brought back when he came into our house last year and said, what was that crap he spewed after the game?
They wrote me off. I didn't write back.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a great line though.
Yeah, they wrote you off for a reason. This year was a good example.
See, that Geno era, I wasn't really a big fan of. It just seemed like they just couldn't get over the hump, even though they were a playoff team.
Yeah,
for at least 1 year. I was like,
Well, they were a playoff team. They came into Levi's. And we beat them.
That's right.
We were down at halftime, and no one in that stadium had any fear that the Seahawks were going to win that game. There's no one. You just knew the Niners would come back and win that.
Well, especially with Purdy, because I mean, the guy's been to NFC championships or better. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think you would. And when Christian McCaffrey and the defense, with Bosa and Warner, you got all the confidence in the world at that point. But yeah. The rivalry between the Niners and Seahawks has kind of been dead since Russell Wilson and, Richard Sherman and Bobby Wagner and all those guys, Legion of Boom. That kind of all died almost 10 years ago.
Well, a lot of people think it died when Russell Wilson went to the Broncos.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, to a real extent, it hasn't really been the same in the last 10 years.
No, but my point, the overarching point I was getting at is I think that this is completely getting revitalized. I really do. The Sam Darnold era in Seattle has kind of revitalized it. I'll call it what it is. They're really good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really good.
And a lot of people didn't think they would be.
No.
Now, again, nobody knows who I am. That's fine. I'm Ken Luttrell. I'm here with Carter Chickering, 95.7, 12-2. But yeah, me and a couple other people that I know, we called, I think they're going to be fine before the season started. And they easily were. Now, I thought the Rams were going to be the best one out of all of them, and they clearly can be. We could have another NFC West championship, NFC West matchup next week.
Yeah.
Well, possibly.
Let's call it what it is. The Rams got sloppy. They got sloppy.
They really did.
I mean, a lot of their losses
just sitting in their hands.
A lot of their losses were super sloppy, Ken.
Yeah.
The Eagles loss was really sloppy.
Yeah, the Seahawks just came out of nowhere and were like, no, you guys don't want it? We'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, it was handed to them.
Same thing with the Niners. The Niners had a chance to take it, and they just not for us, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is what you got to do. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter if you're home or away, but regardless, when it comes to division games, I don't think that matters as much.
In the playoffs.
Right.
I agree. I mean, it's especially when you get to the divisional round.
I just want to know, how confident do you think Niners fans are right now? Because a lot of things, have, despite all the injuries beforehand, I mean, you lose George Kittle. You're not sure exactly what's going to happen with Trent Williams. You hopefully, he's fully ready to go. Maybe not 100%. Ricky Pearsall is still questionable. D. Winters, we don't know about yet, right? I don't think they've announced him yet.
I'd be really shocked.
And can these guys off the street, I forgot the guy's name on Steiny and Guru the other day. Oh, the Frank in Atlanta. He was like the liquor store 7. That's what he called these guys.
Yeah, I heard that. That was a pretty good one, Frank. That was a 4.
Because he's like, you're getting these guys off the street who are hanging out. And I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, can we see them do it today? I would love to hear from the fans.
Yeah. So, Ken, as you said, we're going into Lumen Field. You lost week 18 at home. Does that make you feel good going in to Lumen Field? How do you feel about this? Because I have some opinions on that, on being away, on losing that last game, what it's going to mean for today.
I'm cautiously optimistic. I know that seems like a cop-out, but that's kind of what I am. I'm cautiously optimistic. And I'll explain why more on the other side. But, yeah, regardless, you're in the divisional round. You're playing a team that you know you can beat. There's tons of things to be positive about.
No, there's no doubt. And I think for me, I feel better that we lost week 18 and now we're playing them. Because if we had won both the games in the regular season against a team this good, I would not feel good about beating a team.
I was going to say, I'd be nervous about that.
Yeah, I would not feel good about beating a team 3 times. Yeah. I'm sorry. Especially when the margins were that close. Yeah,
absolutely.
And let's face it, I don't even care if we felt, there's teams in the NBA that have people's numbers and you know what I mean? And you just can't beat them. Right. And maybe an example in the NFL is the Chiefs versus us. I just feels like we can't beat them, right?
Right.
And I would not even look at that because it's a divisional game. I mean, this is a really, really, really good team. And it's a divisional game. They're going to get one. They're going to get one. That's how good they are.
Yeah.
And let's hope that one was week 18. So, I don't know, Ken. I'm not going to say they're going to win. I'm not going to go that far. We'll
get final predictions at the end of the show. We can definitely do that.
Okay. I'm down with that.
Let's do it.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. I'm Carter Chickering. That's Ken Luttrell. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back right after the break.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I spent years living in fear of calcium oxalate crystal stones, always afraid of when the next one would hit. Now, I just take Kidney Cop.
Battling calcium oxalate stones? It's time to try Kidney Cop, a doctor-recommended kidney supplement that has been shown in laboratory tests to reduce the growth rate of calcium oxalate crystals by 99%. Get Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Oh, yeah.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Killer Cam.
Oh, yeah. My God, that's Cam Williams in the back. Our lovely producer today.
Always got some good music beds, man. He's always killing it.
That sexy voice you hear over there, that's Kenneth Luttrell.
And I got the big chick with me.
And I'm Carter Chickering. Welcome in, everybody. We've got a big day. I'm just so excited, Ken. I can't get over it.
God. And I honestly, I'm sorry, but I know it sucks for Niner fans. A lot of Niner fans are complaining. That's what you guys like to do sometimes.
Wow.
But yeah, because it's a short week. But I don't care, man. Give me. I wish this game was first.
Yeah,
although he can't be with a division rival, he's got to be prime time. But
we went into Philadelphia already. You know what I mean? It's just like the days. I don't care about that argument. You've got potentially the hardest road ever to the Super Bowl.
Right.
If the Rams get it done, I think. I'd rather go to Chicago, but it doesn't matter if you don't win tonight, so I don't even know why I'm stepping over my feet there.
I was going to, let's get this one first. But even in Chicago, I'd be, oh my gosh, it's going to be freezing over there tomorrow.
Eagles into Seattle, both away games, is about as tough as it gets, though. So the days is just the least of my concern.
Right.
I mean, let's hope the rust factor kicks in for the Seahawks tonight. You know? I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to look it up, but like, has there ever been any? I mean, I'm sure there has with a number one seed. I mean, it might be one today or today, because you got Denver and Buffalo. Let's see what their rust versus rest sort of a thing looks like against Buffalo. Yeah, that's going to be tough for them.
Who you got in that one?
I hate picking against Josh Allen, but I'm like, if you're Denver, you have to win. I mean, you got to win the game.
Yeah.
I don't like going against Josh Allen because every time I do, I get burned. I'm picking Denver. Like that defense, they're just like Seattle's defense in a sense.
Yeah.
You've got to go out there. I mean, plus they got, a couple of ex-Niners that could make an impact. Hufanga.
Yeah.
Right? All-pro.
I'm actually, Evan was making fun of me because I'm wearing a Dre Greenlaw jersey today, so I need to explain myself here.
He said you should change it to yellow.
Yeah, he's like, wow, you're wearing a jersey of someone who's playing this afternoon. That's great. Not for your team. Listen, I wore this on purpose, Ken, because I have a key to the game tonight. And we talked about it a little bit in the first segment.
Okay.
My key to the game, you got to sell out on the run. You have to in this game.
Bang, bang.
You just can't let them do what they did in Week 18.
No.
Because if you do that, you are dead in the water to me. Main reason being is Sam Darnold's oblique injury. You know it's there. You need to exploit it if that's the case.
Absolutely. I mean, and you would think that they're going to focus on the run more. The Seahawks, based upon because we don't know this. Again, everyone's speculating, about this injury with Sam Darnold, but you would think based upon that fact that they're going to run the ball a lot more, maybe even more than they did, in Week 18. And you got to figure out a way to, because they're going on the outside, and they're finding holes that shouldn't even be there. And what was the one thing that Kyle Shanahan said on Week 18 at the half about what they need to do better? He's like, we got to tackle better. That's the one thing the Niners have to do. So to piggyback off what you're saying, they have to tackle better. Because if you don't, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm with you. Robert Saleh actually spoke about it here. This is Robert Saleh saying what they need to do better in this go-around against the Seahawks.
We need to do better on third down, which means we need to do better on first and second down in terms of limiting the leaky yardage that we allowed. It felt like after the first quarter we settled in and played the run game very well. There was a couple of plays early in the game. Obviously the 3rd and 2 that went for 30 yards, the 3rd and 17 that inflated the numbers more than we would have liked. But overall felt like we really settled in the last 3 quarters with regard to the run game. What we weren't very happy about was our third down performance. And that's where in every game when you could look at it, when offense is struggling on third down and defense is struggling on third down, you're going to end up in a situation where they're hogging the ball and it's going to be hard to score. We were fortunate that we only gave up 13 points and we're going to have to play a lot better to keep it that way.
They were 6 for 13 on third down, the Seahawks were. The Niners were 2 for 9. It's not a winning recipe.
Especially when the Niners are one of the best third down teams in the league.
Yeah.
And they were phenomenal last week, but you have to do it. That's the Eagles.
Yeah.
Who cares about them? They're gone now. They're out. You have to do this against the Seahawks. You can't go 2 for 9. That cannot happen whatsoever. And you have to get first downs, especially because, like I said, they only got 5 in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks because you had so much momentum, during that drive with McCaffrey, when McCaffrey bobbled it and they got the pick at the 2-yard line. They were moving down the field really well, throwing the ball outside the numbers. There was one to Kittle. I think there was one to Robinson as well. If not Robinson, Jennings. But that's what they need to do, in order for them to, not go 2 for 9.
Be careful, Ken, when you say throwing outside the numbers. By the way, you're going to really upset the Purdy haters.
Why is that?
Because that's one of their biggest criticisms of the guy.
He can't throw outside the numbers?
He can't hit people outside the numbers.
Well, if, again, trying to bring that back up, because, I brought up the fact that they went all the way down the field for 12 minutes in that first quarter in week 1. They went all the way down the field, and what did Purdy do? He threw outside to George Kittle right at the goal line.
Yep.
Or the pylon, I should say, outside. So don't tell me he can't do that. He's more comfortable throwing over the middle. We all see that. But I think he's totally fine being able to do that. What I'm really excited about is that now, that turf toe idea has completely gone and went. He has to be able, I think the one thing for him is that he has to be able to create more plays with his feet. And he did it against the Bears. And I think especially with that defensive line, you have to figure out ways to move in and outside of the pocket. And that'll be his biggest issue. But I'm sorry, I'm getting off way topic here because it's really all about how are the Niners going to stop this run offense from the Seahawks. They're really going to have to just, I don't know. I don't even know.
Box. You got to love the box. I'm sorry.
And just make him throw, right?
Make
Darnold throw.
Look, and I told you this before the show, Ken. I went back, watched that first quarter. For all their drives, I want to say they had 2 drives, maybe 3. I could be wrong on that. I got to check my notes. I think they made Sam Darnold 2 plays. They made him use his head and use his athleticism on 2 plays. I think Mike McDonald did a really good job in that first quarter of taking the ball as much out of Darnold's hands and out of Darnold's kind of what we've seen him get in trouble for in the past, right? Making decisions quickly, being able to operate in the pocket. McDonald did a really good job of limiting that. If you look at their throws right after the snap, I mean, literally, he couldn't have gotten the ball off faster on a couple of those throws, okay? So these routes, he was just ready for them. He saw that the cornerback was too far off. He could make the quick pass. There was only 2 passes I saw where Darnold really had to decide what he was doing. And one of them was when he got sacked near the goal line by the 49ers, they dropped him about 10 yards back. And that brought up, I want to say, 3rd down. So this was 2nd down at the goal line. He had Charbonnet wide open in the flat for a touchdown. And he missed him. Because that was one play where he actually had to make a decision. And he was going over his reads and clearly missed it. Okay? Prior to that, his reads were very automatic. He saw that the corner was far enough off, and he was dinking and dunking, taking what he could get. Okay? The other play was the 3rd down. That was kind of a backbreaker to Saubert. It was prior to the goal line play, maybe 3 plays before. And he hit him for about 7 yards, 8 yards. That was the other play where Darnold had to make decisions, and he did it. He executed it. That's a 50%, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And people are down on Sam Darnold for some reason, I guess just because they feel like they've seen enough for him. But when he's comfortable in the pocket, he's a really good passer.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the league's best, in my opinion. So, to your point, like, they have to apply a certain amount of pressure in order for him to get a little, they have to make him uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if, that's with certain phantom plays. Have this guy see ghosts again. I don't like, also the whole seeing ghosts thing, I want to make it clear. That was so, 8 years ago. He was a rookie, I believe, and that was just a bad soundbite. Warren Moon talked about that. He's like, this guy's not seeing ghosts anymore.
Well, he played for the Jets.
That's another thing. It sucks because, I can't stand the Jets. I loved the fact that they picked him. But at the same time, they ruined him, just like they ruined a lot of other quarterbacks. But that's neither here nor there. I think that the Sam Darnold you're getting is not the same, seeing ghost Sam Darnold from 8 years ago. You have to make him uncomfortable. I agree with you. They have to figure out ways in order for him to feel just a little. He can't get the ball out quickly.
No.
Now, if you load the box though for the run, does that make it a little bit tougher for the defense to have to quick react if they do make like a quick slant or a button hook or something like that?
Look, you're asking a lot of the linebackers this weekend in general. Let's call it what it is.
I was going to say, who are their linebackers this week? Yeah. Do we know?
Back to why I'm wearing this jersey is because one of the biggest linebacker plays of my lifetime happened in Seattle in 2019 by this man. And it won him the game. That inch that Dre Greenlaw held that man from hitting the goal line.
Yeah.
That's what won them the game.
They could use them today, but they don't have them.
You've had a linebacker core this year, obviously, that's been in and out with injuries, but regardless, that has struggled in coverage. Okay? And you're going to need that to step up today big time.
And I think the one thing, too, because we keep bringing up McDonald and how well he is, creating him and Kubiak, too, who's also he's in line for many different head coaching positions, taking interviews and all that stuff. The way they scheme things, they're not going to scheme things the way the Eagles are going to scheme things. You have to be prepared for that. They're not going to go 4 wide, or 4 out rather, and try to throw into a tight hole like Jalen Hurts did on a final play. You're not going to get that with these guys. They're going to move. They're going to move the ball in and out, and they're also going to mix it up with the run. So Saleh, I think, as much as Shanahan has a lot of pressure on him and figuring out his scheme offensively, Saleh's got his work cut out for him defensively. Eric Kendricks, can he do it again? Can he be that guy once more? Because a lot of people didn't have faith in him before he got activated. Can he do it one more time for, against the Seattle offense?
If he can do it again, I think they've got a really good shot.
Yeah.
I really do. Look, I'm not going to bash Kubiak. I actually think he's a very good OC. But at the same time, when I rewatched that tape, I was able to yell out every time pre-snap, that's a run. That's going to be a pass.
Yeah.
Literally anytime JSN was out of the game, they ran the ball. Mm-hmm. And so, to me, that just seems kind of simpleton. I don't know. It's just you're not going to have him in there as a decoy at one point. I don't know. And I just think, look, if they do that again tonight, I think you got a good shot. I don't think that was the best they could bring. And
I agree. And you know what's weird about them, the Seahawks in particular, with JSN, he doesn't get going early on in games. No. I mean, he can. I'm not saying he hasn't, but there's been times where he'll get nothing in the first half.
Yeah.
And then he'll explode in the fourth quarter. It was like a Monday night game. I can't remember who they played. He had nothing. And the only reason why I know that is because he was on one of my fantasy teams this year. One of my many, I was 5 different fantasy teams, lunatic with it, right? But yeah, he had nothing.
Oh, you're like Guru.
Yeah.
Guru had 6 fantasy leagues last year. I'm just
I don't know if I'm like the guru when it comes to that.
I don't even keep track of that, Guru.
Yeah, no, it's really bad, especially when you have guys, as we get off into a tangent, but who cares? It's our show.
Yeah. He's not here. He's listening, but you know what?
Yes. 888-957-9570 if you want to chime in.
Yeah.
Look, we did our job.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, it's so weird because, he's one of those guys. I think he's the best wide receiver this year.
Oh, I think there's no doubt.
And the fact that he doesn't have to get going in the first or second quarter, but you're telling me he can have a huge impact in the third and fourth. That kind of scares me if I'm the Niners. It would scare me. And I just saw a stat too, by the way. He's the first wide receiver who's led in wide receiving categories that's been part of a number 1 seed since Jerry Rice.
Wow.
And I think it was 1991 that I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but yeah, over 30 years ago.
Wow.
So yeah, easily. But that's the thing too, though. He doesn't have, that's the thing about the Seahawks offense. He doesn't have to be on his game. I'm going to keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. They have to be able to figure out how to stop the run. The issue with them is that they don't just have one good running back.
I was just going to say
they have 2 good running backs. Because Charbonnet, who, mind you, for the last couple of years, you're I'm not really sure about him. He did show he showed a lot of promise, especially with Kenneth Walker being out there, being out in and out of games because he's always seemed to have an injury bug. Except for this year, he was pretty healthy. But with the flat too, their tandem is so dynamic.
It's like a 50-50 tandem too. You know what I mean? It just feels like they'll throw either one of them out, they're going to produce.
Even on third down, how many touchdowns does this guy take away from Walker? On third down, you're wait a minute, you're the bigger back.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But you know what? I think when it comes to that, you just have to be able to they're just going to have to be able to figure out how to do everything all at once, which won't be easy. But I would, if I'm a Niner fan, I trust Saleh. I trust his scheme. I can trust these guys at least for as we go into it. Sam Okawanu, let's see what you got again. Let's try to get to Darnold. The one thing that you can do I think that they can do better is try to pressure Sam Darnold more than last time they played him, and maybe they can figure out how to mix and match guys on the line.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Ken. I'll tell you a little story about Sam Okawanu while we're here, Ken.
Let's go.
Last year when I was, in the locker room with the team and whatnot, covering it down there for the station here, Sam Okawanu came up to me and goes, "Are you one of the new tackles on the team?" Yeah, straight up asked me that. And I didn't have the heart. I didn't even know who he was, right? But now this year, and mind you, I'm a pretty avid fan. This year, of course, he's producing big time for the team. So Sam's my friend. I like to call him my friend.
I was going to say that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I've seen you in action, by the way, because we went to that Cal UNC game, and you were showing off your offensive line movement.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it down. Baldy's going to teach me when he comes back.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric in San Francisco.
Oh, we got some calls. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, we got a call here. Eric, how's it going, man?
Good. So I'm obviously super biased. I thought our defense, even though they've been struggling, played really well when we lost 13-3, and McCaffrey doesn't fumble. I think that's a game, but we didn't have Trent. We didn't have Ricky. We have Trent and Ricky back. We don't have Kittle. How is that going to affect the game? Is that just bias? I'm curious about how that's going to show up this weekend or tonight.
It's an interesting question. What do you think, Ken?
I mean, I think without Kittle, you'd be fine because they always figure out a way to be, just as dynamic with or without Kittle. I mean, they've had how many games has Kittle not played this year?
5.
Yeah, they've been fine.
So I'm going to push back on that, Ken. Those 5 games, they didn't have a 100-yard rusher at all. Not one. In any of those 5 games.
See, I was thinking more of the pass because you would replace Tonjes, Tonjes gets replaced over Kittle, but you're right.
I'm not worried about the passing.
The run game, you're right. The run game is going to suffer, but it's suffered all year. So what's the difference, right?
No, but I think it got its jump start when he came back.
Yeah.
And I think the numbers were clear. And, he comes back for that game against Atlanta, and I think they had 100 and I want to say 70 yards, which is insane. I could be way off on that number, but they were way over 100. And previous to that, they had, I believe, a good rushing game in Seattle for week 1 where Kittle did play. But those 5 games in between, they did not have a very good rushing attack at all.
When did Kittle get hurt last week? When was it? Was it the first quarter or second quarter?
It was in the first half.
I was going to say because I was trying to see how long he played in order for them because Christian McCaffrey only had 48 yards.
Yeah, so check this out. They had 174 against Atlanta.
Wow.
His first game back.
And Atlanta's not a bad defense either, too.
They had 119 against Seattle for the first game. The games in between, you had 77, 73, 83, 74, and 67.
Man.
And that was against New Orleans, Arizona, Jacksonville, the Rams, and Tampa Bay. So mixed competition in there, obviously. But, then you follow that Atlanta game. You have kind of a dud against Houston, which I can excuse because that defense is so vaunting. It's just terrifying. I wouldn't want to be on the field with that defense.
Who's that?
The Texans.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah.
No. Not that.
I'll excuse the 48 against the Texans. But then you go right back to 160 yards right after that against the Giants. And, 100 against Arizona, almost at 95, 74 against the Rams, and then 150 against Carolina. So the 100 rush yard games started really after Kittle came back.
Yeah, and I'm looking at even the week 1, McCaffrey only had 69 yards because Kittle got hurt in that game.
Yeah.
So not great there. But I'm looking at Ricky Pearsall in that game, that first game, 4 receptions, 100 yards. I mean, maybe you trade, you kind of not sacrifice the run, shouldn't say that, but you're trading off the run to open up. I mean, if Ricky Pearsall can play, again, we don't know, but let's just assume because what he's been talking about at the locker room this week, he's feeling very optimistic, giving us a lot of, I don't want to say false hope, but he's giving us enough hope to where we're thinking, yeah, he's going to play. So let's pretend that he's going to play. Then I think we got action because now you can open up the field a little bit more. Now Jawan Jennings doesn't have to be a number 1 receiver. Now Demarcus Robinson, maybe he gets a little bit more leeway. Although, again, fantastic last week. So fantastic. Did not see that coming. I don't think anybody saw that coming, especially in the first drive.
But you still lose Kittle.
Yeah. That's the issue. I just think if you add Pearsall to that, maybe Brock Purdy feels a little bit more compelled to, they can open up the field more And McCaffrey can get out in like these small, like they could just do a small dump off pass with Trent Williams now, because they didn't have Trent last time. They're going to have him this time. Maybe you can get him in the open field, and then that's kind of how you'd use your run game. I'm using air quotes here.
Yeah.
That's how you can use your run game with little dump off passes to McCaffrey. Yeah, Tonjes is going to, I don't know how good, I'm not sure how good of a run defender Tonjes is, but he's not George Kittle, and that's the one thing that's going to hurt him a little bit.
I'm worried about the blocking. There's no doubt from the tight end position. But I'm with you on the Ricky Pearsall thing. Like, Pearsall is clearly dynamic when he's on the field. He's a very good player. He is when he's on the field. I've been probably the most critical person at this station about Ricky Pearsall because I am the biggest believer in your biggest ability is your availability. And when you're, a 30th pick in the draft, I just think, like, so far you've been a bust. Yeah. I'll say it. Like, I have no problem saying it.
Well, especially because, again, first round pick, you have to show a lot more than anybody else.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much more pressure involved when it comes to that. I mean, obviously not great that he got shot, but, I mean, this was his first year, like, full healthy year since that incident. But, yeah, he kind of reminds me of? He kind of reminds me of, like, a Zay Flowers, more so a Jalen Waddle.
I like that.
Type of guy. Like, in a bad way, though, because, like, I love Jalen Waddle. But this guy, every time he gets tackled, it's like he's got to go off the field. I'm like, what are your legs made of, porcelain?
No.
Like, it drives me nuts. And I know a lot of people scream about Pearsall on here, but that's kind of how Zay Flowers is kind of the same way. Like, dude, like, just go out of bounds. Don't even try to get tackled. Pretend you're a quarterback running out of bounds. Do that,
That beautiful voice over there is Mr. Ken Luttrell.
Let's go, Niner fans. Where are you?
God, this guy's a Dolphins fan and he's fired up. I love this, baby. This is awesome. I'm Carter Chickering. That's Cam Williams behind the glass. 888-957-9570 is the number. Give us a call with all your Niners takes. Tell me what you think is going to happen tonight, Niners fans. I want to hear it. And Ken and I are going to give our takes here at the end of the show about what we think is going to happen tonight. And, Ken, I'm pretty fired up here. So
let's do it.
Let's do it, baby.
Party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day? Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our New Year's clearance sale has been so popular, we're extending it another week. Now through January 19th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our Happy New Year from the Floor Store. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life, so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by February 11th and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
49ers defense has kept them in this game, and now they're on the march. Down by 6, putting together a little drive here. And a 1st and 10 from the Eagles 29 to start this fourth quarter. Sky Moore again, little trickery. He's thrown it before. Going deep at Caffrey. He's got it. Touchdown 49ers, but there's a flag. Wait. Hold on. Let's see what the flag is. Juwan Jennings.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Maybe the play of the year.
Pick that flag up and put it in your pocket.
God, that pissed me off that there was a flag on that play.
Well,
just ruins the call for us to play back here. I mean, the play was just...
It steps on everything, right? Kevin Burkhardt, by the way. Love that guy.
Tom Brady's improved.
He really has. But you know what's funny? I've known Kevin Burkhardt way before he was doing NFL games. So Big Mets fan. So he used to be the on-field, I guess, analyst. He used to be the on-field reporter, rather, for SNY back in the day. So all the Mets fans like out there, we love Kevin Burkhardt. He's fantastic. So to see him, get to the big timer, the number one spot, rather, him and Tom, who I get, like you said, he's so much better now. Like, no one cares that he takes Greg Golson's job.
Yeah, congrats, by the way, on Bo Bichette. That must be fun.
Oh, it
signing
is.
players.
It was more like we got somebody.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
You're going to say that to me, a Giants fan. That's fine.
Come on. They'll be all right.
Well, anyway.
The Niners
who cares about the Mets? Who cares about the Giants?
Who cares about baseball right now? It's football season still.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kenny.
Playoff football, that's the best, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if your team's not in it, right? Because my team's not in it.
No,
but
that's fair.
I just love, Spadoni said it best. I want to make love to the NFL playoffs. Well said, dude.
Spadoni wants everything in a dome.
Okay, now that's where I got an issue.
God.
Like the fact that the Super Bowl was at MetLife, was it 10 years ago? Over 10 years ago. Oh my gosh, where's the time gone? Broncos, Seahawks. I love that. Give me a cold weather Super Bowl. And we might even get one here, right?
I can tell you why we're never going to get a really cold weather Super Bowl.
Why is that?
Celebrities won't want to come.
I was going to say
there's not much partying in Utah.
The suite's got to be nice and toasty in there. It's got to be real toasty.
NBA players famously said they don't like going to playoff series against the Jazz because there's not much to do,
Yeah, well, I mean, Utah,
they're not going to have it in MetLife.
Very beautiful state. I'm not going to hit,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen. So I want to actually ask you something down this road here, Ken. We kind of got into it in the first hour a little bit, but I'm actually happy they're playing in Seattle.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I am.
Tell me why.
I would rather be playing in Seattle than at home.
Okay.
I think they've had such success in this new era of the Seahawks. Obviously, when it was the Russell Wilson and the Legion of Boom, when we went up there, it just felt like we were never going to win. I mean, it
Crabtree.
Yeah, it was just a place of nightmares.
Sorry.
And it just feels, as you said, Purdy, he's 4-0 in Seattle.
Now, Geno Smith 4-0, but still 4-0 is 4-0, no matter who the opponent is or who's playing.
All right, well, let me read you a stat here.
I love it.
Okay? Mike McDonald has the second highest winning record in away games through his first 16 games of any coach beside one coach, George Seifert, of course, our very own. Gotcha. George Seifert was 16-0 away for his first 16 games. McDonald was 14-2.
Oh my gosh.
It's nuts.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 8-1 this year.
I mean,
it makes sense.
Let's say it what it is.
So he's been 8-1.
Yeah.
No, not 8-1. You said away, so he's 14-2?
Yeah, I got that from the broadcast.
Gotcha.
That stat. I thought that was an interesting stat. I was shocked by it. I really wasn't that shocked by it, honestly, because it does feel like when they go on the road, they just dominate people.
That's disgusting.
They do. They dominate people on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, and you brought up, JSN earlier and how he struggles in the first half, and you made me immediately go back to the Saints game. And obviously the Saints aren't a good team, but they were struggling in the first half against the Saints. And I had a friend who he and I argue whether Sam Darnold's good or not, and I'm on the side of Sam Darnold is not good compared to Purdy. And this friend thinks that Sam Darnold's great. And I texted him and said, yeah, Sam Darnold looks great today, dude. He's playing the Saints. He has a 40 quarterback rating. That's good. He ended the game with like 120 quarterback rating. They had like 30 points in the second half.
I mean, that's to me, when it comes to stuff like that, it's like also any given Sunday sort of a thing. I mean, the Niners have struggled, I guess, against, lesser opponents or play down lesser opponents. I thought you were going to say a lot. There's been quarterbacks who've done really well at Lumen, like just not recently, but this year, Baker Mayfield had an excellent game in Seattle, and that's a game they should have lost.
Right,
like Seattle should not have lost that game. They blew that. Why? Because Darnold couldn't protect the ball. I mean, that's one thing we can get into too. Is Darnold has to be able. He's got to protect the ball, or the Seahawks don't win, and he did that the last time. The last game they played.
Is he the player you trust the least on their team?
Ooh.
I think he's the player I trust the least on their team.
I think he's the one that people... I think he's the player that people trust the least if you're going to pick a player. I don't know. You know who I trust the least? No. It ain't Sam Darnold. It's their kicker. Yeah. Myers, that guy is who I trust the least. Especially, I don't know what the wind is looking like over there. That's who I trust the least at this point. Sam Darnold, because we don't have enough information. Last year was... it was for them, it was kind of soft. They were a 14-win Minnesota team, but the guy had no chance to even throw the ball. And we know that he can throw the ball when he has enough time. I wanted to bring this up because we're talking about Sam Darnold, but we got to talk about Brock Purdy a little bit more too. Because there's all this pressure, and it's like you're asking me who do you trust the least, but who has more pressure on them going into this game tonight? Is it Brock Purdy or is it Sam Darnold?
It's Sam Darnold. It's not close. It's not close for me. It's just not close. I think his reputation's on the line in this game.
Really? After one playoff game, that's it.
If he goes out like a sucker in this game, Ken, people are going to be, not Seattle fans. They're going to bow to his knees still no matter what he does. I don't know what their deal about him is. But the general public, I think, with the team that's surrounding him, the coach he has, that is not going to be a good look after getting the bye, too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that's a good point, because if they didn't get the number one seed, if the Niners had wound up winning the number one seed and going through the playoffs, and then Sam Darnold's got to go into San Francisco, then I feel like not as much pressure. But that's a good point. I guess when you are the number one seed and you're hosting, it doesn't matter who you're playing. You have to win, and you haven't played yet. So
let me stop you there, actually, too, is I think he would have gotten a lot of public pushback and flack had they have lost to us in that last game anyway.
Yeah.
That was a huge game for him.
But now I think there's more pressure on him with the oblique injury, although, because we talked about this, there are people in the chat who think that, Sam's, they're kind of like finagling the injury a little bit. They're kind of hyping it up a little bit. I want to agree. I don't think that injury is as bad as we think it is. Like they're saying, we're optimistic he'll play. What are you talking about optimistic? He's going to play.
Yeah.
Right? The severity is what we don't know. And to be honest, it's like Niner fans finally get a taste of their own medicine, because Shanahan is the most ambiguous head coach I've ever. I'm big Kyle Shanahan guy. Love what he's doing throughout his entire tenure in San Francisco, especially this year, because he's coach of the years. Despite everything that's happened with San Francisco, he still has shown why he's one of the best. But he's so ambiguous when it comes to injuries, and he was doing it early this year with that turf toe that Brock Purdy was nursing, because he never let anybody know. And I'm a big fan of that too. Don't let people know your next move.
No.
Make them prepare for Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. The issue with the Seahawks is that I don't think they need to prepare too much for Drew Lock.
No,
that's the problem. That's the rub.
I do think Drew Lock has one of the coldest moments in NFL history, though. Him singing "Put On" the sideline when he was on the Broncos, just one of the coldest things I've ever seen, honestly. Yeah, as you said, Sam Darnold. We're all expecting him to play. Sam himself is also expecting him to play.
It's a very low percentage, probably closer to 0.
There you go.
Closer to 0. So just say 0.
Yeah, I just say you're going to play then, Sam.
Just say you're going to play, and it's fine. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. We'll find out, obviously, but I don't think it's going to be a big of a deal. I guess if you're a Niners fan, you're like, ooh.
I think you guys are underselling it.
You're like, no, but I think Niners fans just like blood in the water.
Yeah.
It's like, you ever watch, you're going to be a dad soon, right?
Yeah.
So you are, it's very soon, you and your beautiful wife, Sierra, you are going to watch all of the kids' movies that you watched as a kid, just a million times more now than you ever will once baby chick comes out of there.
Yeah.
Like she.
Girl dad.
Let's go.
I'm a lot like Kobe.
Let's go. I love it. Yeah, she's going to be watching a lot of different Disney movies, I would imagine. But yeah, Finding Nemo is a big one. When they meet Bruce, the shark.
Yeah.
And I forget, Dory gets smacked in the face.
Right.
A little blood trickles up, and Bruce's eyes go from just nice, kind, with
that's us.
With white and black, they just go black.
Yeah. That's the 49er fans you're saying?
That's what I think the 49er fans and maybe the 49ers themselves are just, they see that oblique injury, blood in the water.
Yeah, and we're getting this, this guy was spamming earlier on the text line saying the injury to Darnold is fake. They're hoping Niners sell out to get Darnold. That's from the 510. I don't think it's fake. Why would it be fake? Why?
I'm not saying it's not. What do you mean? I don't think it's fake because you can't fake that. You're not allowed to.
Why is he going to throw one pass and then leave practice? It's not beneficial to the Seahawks. I just don't see how that's beneficial.
Yeah.
They get Drew Lock. So what? You want it. You'd probably, if you're a Seattle fan, probably rather have an injured Sam Darnold in.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you're prepping probably for Sam Darnold regardless.
I think the one thing that gives you caution if you're a Seahawks fan is that, that the fact that like Drew Lock even took first team reps. I mean, you obviously have to.
Yeah.
But he hasn't practiced. Darnold hasn't practiced since Thursday. Someone would have to educate me here, but I don't think that him not practicing, since Thursday means all that much. I mean, guys, how many times has Trent Williams practiced? Like, you can go through the motions a little bit. You have the game plan already. He's had at least a week and a half of practice, since that oblique,
Yep.
I'm not saying, because it's obviously real. I don't think it's as big a deal. I mean, I'll be proven right or wrong. I don't think that matters until we find out, what's going on. But yeah, I mean, he's got to play. That's the stupidest thing. It's like, well, we'll see. Or, we think he'll be okay. Yeah. The issue with him is how performative will he be? That's going to be the biggest issue.
Well, he stated that he doesn't really know how he'll be.
No, never had oblique issues, but it's fun. We'll attack it the next couple days and be ready to go for Saturday.
He said it's fun?
Yeah, that does not sound fun.
I don't want my oblique, because it's right. It's like near your rib cage, right?
Think about where it is on your body.
Yeah, no.
It's hugely important to throwing the football, number one, is because you have to swing that the whole time in order to get enough torque on the ball.
Because you said it was it's better, I guess, than the right, but I feel like the left, because you're coming across. Yeah. We need Tom Brady to tell us because he knows how to throw in the wind.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like because you're torquing no matter what. I guess because you're right side, you feel it more. But yeah, he also said this is something I've never felt before. Well, okay.
I also think if he hasn't thrown a pass since Thursday, it must really be bothering him.
I mean, how many deep balls does he really need to throw anyway?
Well,
he didn't do that. He only had what am I looking at? He only had 198 yards passing. He only threw the ball 26 times anyway. Yards after catch, I'm not sure, but yeah, he didn't even Njigba didn't even have 100 yards in that game, the last game.
But Kenny, does he even need maybe it bothers him on short passes too? Maybe it's not just a huge, big old throw that's going to bother him on.
I will say it makes this game so much more interesting. Now you're just because you're thinking about, well, how is this going to go when it comes to Purdy against that tough defense? How is the run game? How are the Niners going to stop the run game? Now you've got an oblique injury to the starting quarterback of the number 1 seed. Oof.
Yeah, and
that just makes it so good.
Of all teams, which we have had such trouble getting pressure on the quarterback this year, this is the game you want pressure on the quarterback.
And maybe there's some truth to that. There's something there because maybe he can't be as mobile. I mean. Or again, like I said earlier in the show, maybe he can't throw on the run because he's got to be able to twist and turn and get it to the outside. Maybe he can run, but be able to make that little kind of cross pass.
I think when he starts running, the defense has won a lot of times. I think he's much better out of the pocket personally. That's just my feeling on him always. It has been. I think he has trouble. I
don't see it. I haven't seen it enough.
I think he has. Well,
he can run.
Yeah, he can. He's a big dude too.
I haven't seen it enough though.
Well, he can't throw on the run very well. That's the way I feel.
He did it a couple of times in Week 18, but he's not that.
I don't think
player.
He's not as good as Purdy is at that. To me,
see, that's what I want to see from Purdy though, and I think that's why, in a sense, I would kind of combat who has more pressure. I think Purdy has more pressure only because he really didn't look that great up until only in that one drive that they almost scored and he threw that pick there. That was the only drive that he really started to come into it.
Okay, but let me push back.
Well,
Ken.
hold on. I just want to make it a point, though.
You make a point.
Because I want to see him do more. I want to see him be able to get outside the pocket a little more, scramble a little bit more. I think he has to anticipate a little bit more. And that's what I really want to see as he goes up against that Seattle defense.
Well, that's my point, Ken, is don't you think that Purdy has less pressure because he's playing such a vaunted defense and Sam Darnold is playing such a weak defense? I'm not going to say weak. Obviously, they've had their moments. But
and don't break, baby.
They're completely depleted. There's no one, there's not really anyone on they're on like their sixth linebacker, for God's sake. It's just incredible that they are where they are, and as a fan,
so why would there be more pressure? Why would there be more pressure on Darnold then? There should be no pressure on Darnold.
Because he should be beating this team that's on their sixth linebacker.
Sure, but if I'm thinking logistically in the sense of me versus them, Darnold shouldn't have any pressure. Now, if you're talking about mental pressure, absolutely. Because you're thinking, oh man, we should really take care of this team. I mean, oh my gosh, I just can't wait to see how they scheme this thing up, man.
Well, mental pressure is exactly what we want because the weak part of this guy's game to me is his mental sometimes.
I just want Niner fans to make something known, though. Do not think that this guy's mentality is I'm seeing ghosts. Please do not think that. This guy's a lot more mature than he was 8 years ago. Don't do it to yourselves.
It's been evident that it's been much harder to make him see ghosts this year. I think that their offensive line doesn't get enough credit. I think they've had a pretty good offensive line. And everyone kind of
Seahawks?
Yeah, everyone kind of looks at them as mid-tier. I look at them as above average.
They were was it 2 years ago? They were horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. I mean, I almost felt bad for Geno, but then there was a lot of times he couldn't make that he couldn't make that big play. This year they have vastly improved.
Yeah.
Vastly improved. Especially with not just with the pass, but the run game as well. So,
their right guard, I think it's their right guard. He has the biggest pad collar I've ever seen in football. I mean, the thing practically hugs the top of his helmet, for God's sake. You wonder how he could ever get pushed back. The thing is so big. I mean, just the line in general is a big line, I think. They have a big offensive line to me.
And I think that's how games are won and lost. We all know that. I mean, look, to kind of sidestep a little bit here, but look at the Texans-Steelers matchup last week on Monday. That game was won and lost in the trenches, in my mind. I mean, there was a couple of big drops, but that game was 7-6. Why? Because both lines were playing exceptionally well. So when it comes to like you said, they're going to be really, it's going to be really tough for the Niners to kind of get to him, especially with that. Also, another thing we haven't mentioned yet is special teams. The Niners have done really well on special teams, but that's something that's been kind of an issue, beginning last year. They've improved this year, but Rashid Shaheed scares me a little bit.
No, I understand that.
There's a couple of plays, I'm trying to draw from when, the last time where he's setting up. I mean, it was the return plus the holding call. Am I right?
Yep.
Which set up a touchdown, I believe. But yeah, that is something you're thinking about the defense, you're thinking about the offense, but think about Rashid Shaheed as we go into this game because he's not a guy you want to let get away, especially when he got here off the trade. Impact player, if I've ever seen one.
Fast. There's no doubt. Ken, Steiny and Guru had Joe Thomas on, legendary lineman from the Cleveland Browns. He actually spoke on Sam Darnold in big moments here.
Truthfully, though, until you see it on the field with our own eyes, I think that's always going to be the question mark with him, and that's going to be what I'm going to be looking for. And you wonder if that thought is going to creep into the back of his mind. This is the biggest stage I've ever been on in my life. Is he thinking positively, like, hey, here's my opportunity to beat that narrative? Or is he thinking in his mind, everybody's thinking I'm going to make that mistake? It's amazing. Your brain doesn't understand the difference between saying no and not saying no. So if you say, don't miss this shot, what is your body going to do? You're going to miss the shot, right? If you're saying, this is my technique, I'm thinking positively about making the shot, I'm going to make it. And it's the same thing with throwing the football. And I think that's been his mistake, is like in his mind, it's like, don't make that mistake. Don't do this. Don't do that. And when he's talking to himself with that negative self-talk, right, that's when the technique slips a little bit. And then that's when you see those mistakes in those big moments. So until I see it with my own two eyes and he's able to overcome that narrative, I'm always going to be questioning it.
Man. You know, the part of that cut that really stuck out to me the most was Guru going, man.
I was just going to say, like, dude, just lay off a little bit.
I love it.
Just lay on a little bit. But yeah, no, he's the best with that because he's just being goo. He's just being reactionary.
Being the goo.
Well, real quick, if I can sneak this in here.
Yeah, give it to me.
I talked to one of my buddies. We were watching we were YouTube streaming our old high school basketball team. Because now you can watch, your high school, live stream on YouTube anywhere you are. It's great. Like, I wish they had this when we were kids. It's so awesome. Because you want to just see how they're doing, right?
Right.
So we were all, like, me and my buddies were all in our group chat. We're all, talking about it. And there was a guy who was like, missing a lot of shots. And we all thought it was like the pressure getting to him. And my one buddy who played, college ball, I went and asked him, I was like, what? I was like, does that pressure ever get to you? Do you ever think about the pressure? He's like, absolutely. And then I'm like, well, how do you overcome that? Like, what do you do for that? He goes, you just have to act like you just have to, not pretend. He goes, you have to think about being the man in that moment. Be the man in that situation. And I think that's what Darnold's going to have to do. And I think Purdy's going to have to do the same thing. You don't think about the pressure. You have to block that out of your mind. You're like, how can I be the man right now?
But is that in his DNA is the question, Kenny?
We'll find out.
That's Ken Luttrell. I'm Carter Chickering. This is 95.7 The Game, and this is the Laughing Monk Studio. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. I literally almost did what Evan did earlier and give my own phone number, which would not have been great.
You too.
Yeah. No. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
It's McCaffrey.
Absolutely incredible response by this Niners offense.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
You know, I got a bone to pick with you.
Tell me.
I got a bone to pick with you and E-Dog out there.
What?
You guys are just the worst influences of all time.
Yeah.
I've been out for 4 days ill, and you're begging me to come have a beer after this. And it's just like, what is wrong with you? I'm supposed to go to a birthday party. Happy birthday, Chiara Molina. I hope you have a lovely one. And I can't go to that because I'm going to get people sick. And you want me to go have a beer with you. I mean, come on. Yeah. What are we doing, Ken?
Oh, you don't have to have five, not six, not seven.
Well, who wants to go then?
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
Who wants to have one beer?
Yeah, nobody. Liam Gallagher, right?
You think you got a belly like this on one beer, Ken?
I'm right there with you, baby. Oh, my gosh, we're so close.
That's Ken Luttrell. I'm Carter Chickering. And we are here because we have the biggest game of the year ahead tonight, 5 o'clock. The San Francisco 49ers in Seattle to take on their division rival to move on to the NFC Championship game.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Give it to me.
I love the fact, because, I grew up out in the East, and so I would have had to wait till 8 o'clock.
I went to school out there, Ken. It was awful.
It is so annoying, because it was great because, I guess if you, during the regular season, it's kind of helpful because, you go out late night Saturday, party a little bit. If you have too much, you can wake up at a decent hour and still the games don't start till 1. But I love the 10 o'clock a.m. starts out here. I love the 1 p.m. late games. Fantastic. And then the night games, the prime times, 5 o'clock, baby. Let's go.
So I'm going to get picky here, and this is going to sound a little snotty, whatever. I actually think Utah has the best NFL windows. So you get to the start at 11 a.m., then 2 p.m. for the afternoon window.
So mountain time.
Yeah.
Right?
And then it's 6:15 for the Sunday Night Football game. That's pretty killer. 11 a.m., you kind of wake up at like 9:45. You get your breakfast. You have time to get your breakfast. You're not rushing to get your breakfast. And then 11 a.m. kickoff, bang, you know?
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I don't know. I've always said that. People have ridiculed me, but whatever.
Also, we got somebody spamming the YouTube. We got to get this guy out of here.
I like his takes, Ken. From the 650. 95 the game. It's 95-7 the game, but thank you.
You're missing a point.
The key to the 49ers possibly winning is number 1, good field position. Number 2, stopping the run. Number 3, forcing turnovers, tipping balls. And I don't know what the last couple words were there for, but I think I got his point.
Did he trail off there?
Yeah, he trailed off. I'm with him, Ken. I think he nailed it. I think it's a really good text.
Because now we're getting to the end of the show here. It's been great, by the way. 2 hours goes by so quick. But now we can get to the point where, what are the factors? What do we think the factors are in this game going to be? I think the number one thing is time of possession. They have to hold the ball. Not that they have to do a 10-minute drive, but you can't go 3 and out. There was too many 3 and outs in that first game, or I'm sorry, in that second game, at Levi's. You're not going to win the game that way. Now, obviously, turnovers are a big part of it. You want to establish the run, you want to set up the pass, this and that, whatever. Time of possession. That is huge in this league. And I'm not saying you can't win because of it, because they did it. I think they did it last week.
I was going to say, they've done that.
But you're playing the Seahawks. You're not playing the Eagles, right? It's a different bird, different breed.
I think it's a better bird. As far as the defense goes, I think they're a better bird.
Hold the ball. I mean, some of the best teams lose because of that. Back in the, when, Eli Manning and those New York Giants were taking on Tom Brady, they were slowly keep away. Just keep the ball out of his hands. And you could, not that you will win the game, but you have such a better chance to win the game. That, to me, is going to be one of the number one factors.
My absolute key to the game, if I have to give you one, Ken, it's not time of possession this week. It's the same key as it was last week for me. You have to jump out to a lead to begin with. I do not want to see... Week 18, they went down 10-0 to start the game. That's fine. They obviously show that they can come back when they're down against the Eagles. They went down. They were down in the third quarter. But I need to get ahead in this game to start. I think the offense gets clicking better when they get out. I think that they feel more confident. I think that defense gets a little more time on their hands when you're having long drives. You get a little more energy in that defense. It's not like you can be having all these subs on defense. You don't really have that many people. You know what I mean?
The subs are the subs are the subs.
The subs are the subs are the subs. So I actually think it's the same key as it kind of was last week. Like, you got to punch him in the mouth.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And, it's a small sample size, but whoever scores first in this game wins.
Yeah, touchdown.
Niners did it. Yeah, right. Well, no, just at any point.
Yeah.
Because Niners did it in the first game, and Seahawks did it in Week 18.
That wouldn't shock me at all.
We've using both games, but I think you can, because Week 1, again, it's, who knows who's good, who knows, you're trying out all these different things Week 1, but you could use a lot from that. There's a lot you can use from that. And getting out to an early lead can prove to be that determining factor. We said it all show, but stopping the run is another determining factor. That is, you just have to stop the run. There's just no way about it.
You're not winning this game without that. There's no path I see if they do what they did in Week 18.
And you're going to get your ass kicked no matter what, because not scoreboard wise, but just inside the numbers sort of a thing. Because 13-3, they lost, and how we said it, how dominant dominated did they look against Seattle? Seattle completely held on to that game. They were in complete control of that game.
Ken, you want me to tell you what I thought they were going to lose that game? It was pretty early in the game, and I'll tell you the play it was.
God.
I don't remember which quarter it was, but I think they threw to Kittle in the flat. Purdy was under pressure. They threw to Kittle in the flat, and I forget who it was. I want to say it was Witherspoon. Witherspoon came up, and mind you, this is a guy who's in the secondary, okay? Mm-hmm. He hit George Kittle in place and dropped him. Initial contact. There was no fight. Kittle was down. He hit him. You just don't see that. You don't see secondary players hit a tight end and they drop. That doesn't happen, especially a tight end as good as George Kittle.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. He's an all-pro, right?
Yeah, he is. He's a great player. There's no doubt about it.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, that's why.
He's also a big DB. I mean, he's huge. But you just don't see that regardless. And when I saw that, I was like, dude, holy hell. I mean, that really opened my eyes.
And they got a lot of guys, man. I mean, Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams.
They're loaded.
DeMarcus Lawrence is not even talked about. He's like on the back burner of his career. But Ernest Jones, I think it was Reek Woolen, actually.
DeMarcus Lawrence would have the most sacks on our team by 2 for the year.
Well, that's right.
He has 6 or 7 this year, I think.
Yeah.
And that would be the most on the Niners by
law. That's one thing they don't do. I mean, everyone clowns the Jets because they didn't get that many. I shouldn't say that many. They didn't get any interceptions this year, record. But the Niners only have 6.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah. I mean,
and I know everyone's like, well, when are we going to talk positively about the Niners? But, for now, you have to say, they have to figure out a way to get the ball.
Yeah.
And, that is going to be a really, it's going to be an uphill battle for you. So.
Well, if they're on Sam Darnold, it's not going to be. I think he'll drop one. We saw him drop one. The 49ers just didn't jump on it. My favorite player, Yetur Gross-Matos. I say that.
I was going to say, let him know. Let him know.
Yetur Gross-Matos is a bigger version of Ricky Pearsall, in which it just seems like the guy's on the injury report every week he's ever lived on the Niners.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to crush the guy, but that was his opportunity to make a huge play, and he didn't make it. And that would have changed the game completely.
Let me ask you, though, because we've been talking about who's got the most pressure. What do the Niners have to do? What are the Seahawks? I mean, what gives you a positive outlook in this game? Who's the most, or who, it can be more than one player, but who's the guy that makes you feel like, all right, you know what? We have the best chance to win this game because of this guy.
We have Trent Williams back.
You took my answer.
So you lose Kittle in the run blocking, right? But you get the pass protection back. And honestly, there was a lot of people coming down Purdy's throat for his game against Seattle in Week 18. I didn't really find it all that fair. No quarterback's going to be good when they're under that much pressure. And where I think that they honestly didn't do a great job either is when Seattle did bring the blitz, at least from what I watched in the first half, he didn't have a guy in the flats for Purdy to throw to. And so he would try to escape the pocket, and they were just all over him. Yeah. And that was the only area that you could have attacked them, is in the flats. And I just think, look, they're going to probably get there with 4 is the problem. And so when they bring 5, he's just going to have no time. And as I said, I'm giving the offensive line credit this year. I am. But bottom line is this Seattle defense is better than our offensive line is. Their front seven is better than our offensive line this year. That's just my opinion.
Well, it's going back to what you were saying before about, these younger guys got to really step up. And you said Colton McKivitz. Dominic Pooney, I think you were going to say, too. I'm going to just take it from you, but Dominic Pooney's been another one who's been really good. It's really about how they're going to play in the run game. I mean, you can't run into a brick. McCaffrey can't run into a brick wall every single time. And someone in the YouTube chat pointed out, can we not run the ball every 1st and 10 with Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, the Greg Roman offense. Yeah. Run it 1st down, 2nd down, and then pass 3rd down every time.
Although I looked at a couple of plays, they did pass it, but they passed it to George Kittle. So that's kind of the issue there.
What the hell are you doing in here? Got a little impromptu crossover here.
We got to get his camera set up here.
We've got our man Evan Giddings joining us for the last 15 minutes of the show.
Weren't you just on the radio for 3 hours this morning?
I'm like the Niners. You can't kill me.
Pull him up, Cam.
I need that mic up
Number 5.
Number 5, baby. There we are.
There we go.
I like the Niners. I just won't die.
This guy loves the radio.
God.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on, Ev?
I know it, dude. It is playoff football. I don't know if you saw the first play. I'm talking about play from scrimmage. I'm talking about the kickoff between the Bills and the Broncos. 2 people got decapitated on the first play of the game. Double concussion. That to me is playoff football.
Oh, what did we miss? Wow. We've been in here talking the whole time.
No, I know. Well, you guys are obviously getting ready for the bigger game, but this to me, and with all due respect to your Masters love, this is the best weekend of American sports when you get nothing but the highest level, the highest level of football with the most amount of games played.
Well, I just told him before, we were talking about the playoff football. I'm like, it's the one sport you can really fall in love with, playoff-wise, even when your team's not in it. Like, I love baseball. It's my favorite sport. Playoff baseball is fantastic, but when it comes to football playoffs, there's nothing else like it because it's one and done. There's no series. You're in, you're out. That's it.
Oh, we got action.
No, I have a soft spot, obviously, for kind of a similar setup, but the college tournament, the March Madness National Championship, I have a soft spot for that, but there's too many games. You can't watch all of them.
Yeah.
Because the first couple of weekends are just so electric that you're basically just catching up on, maybe your non-favorite team through Twitter. No one's locked into Oral Roberts. Like, no one knows anything.
I was going to say, nobody knows, half these teams.
North Dakota State. They're learning about them on the fly.
George Mason.
Everybody knows everything. Even if you're not an avid watcher of football, most people know, all right, who's on the Bills? Josh Allen. I'm rooting for him. Denver is the 1 seed. Maybe you know a little bit about Bo Nix and Sean Payton. I think because of the status of the quarterbacks, and although there's not as much star power in these playoffs, it makes it far easier to just pick a side no matter what game you're watching. And odds are you probably know someone that has a rooting interest in every single game that's played this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
with that said, hey, Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, that's the only person I have in these games. I don't know a single Bills or Broncos fan in my life.
How you feeling, buddy?
Evan, I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie to you, but there are a couple things. I did tell you. What did I tell you last week, Ev? You and I spent a lot of time together behind the glass, and I told you
last week.
Yeah, I
Not
did.
all of it was correct.
No. It's probably 10% of it's correct only usually, but I will tell you this. I told you last week that the general public was way too on the Eagles, and usually that's a great sign for the 49ers.
Oh, boy.
Do you want to know what the general public's doing this week?
They're the highest bet on team of the weekend.
I read that 84% of the money line is on the 49ers.
Oh, yeah. They're really in. Yeah, no, they are.
84% of the money line.
I was going to say, is that spread or money line?
That's money line.
The odds are great, though. I don't think the Niners, we'll get into the final prediction, but I would take those odds. Like, what's the plus on that?
I don't know. I lost my phone. So.
Plus 285 or something like that.
Yeah, see, I'm taking that regardless.
But the whole thing is they're obviously large underdogs, and analysts, pundits, talking heads are telling you that the Niners are not supposed to win this game. But I find it fascinating how going into the Philadelphia game, a team which I believe has far more holes than the Seattle Seahawks, outside of maybe the Sam Darnold oblique injury. I don't know what you guys make of it. But the confidence level going into last weekend at Lincoln Financial was a lot lower than this weekend. Do you boys feel like that's fair?
Yes, very fair and accurate.
Wait,
why?
Because we're used to these people. This is our divisional opponent, and it just feels like we just trade off at this point. At this stage in this rivalry, it just feels like we're trading off. And to me, it feels like it's our turn. And maybe that's dumb, but being in Philly feels just daunting to me. And I hope that maybe this was the start of getting over that hump. But like December 3rd last year when we blew them out, or, 2023, not last year. Yeah, that was a good step in the right direction, but I thought Philly would eventually get back on us for it. And they didn't. And I just think I don't know. That just doesn't feel dead to me. And Seattle just feels like we're in this back and forth. We lose week 18. Maybe it's dumb, but that's just my superstitious feeling as a Niners fan.
No, I think the week 18 plays into this a lot. And I'm really curious when Lo gets here and we do our next couple of hours together to kind of get an idea of what he feels as someone who's been in those trenches, been in those locker rooms, and has had to play people in a short period of time. I do feel like it generally favors the team that loses. That said, there's a reason why they were dominated. And I guess I understand why the get back and the response sort of game, the revenge game that everyone's searching for that's what you want. But I was able to find, me and Lo talked about it, I was able to find a lot of football reasons why the Niners could beat Philadelphia last week. And I picked the Eagles, but it was like a field goal game. And really, I just gave them the benefit of the doubt because I thought their defense was Super Bowl caliber. Their offense, to me, was not scary whatsoever. If you're telling me that Sam Darnold is not 100% or you're expecting him to see ghosts out there, that's one thing. But when it comes to football, like maybe just because they play in Seattle, but the kind of David versus Goliath game that this is, I don't think is getting enough play. Like this is if the Niners win this game, this would be the biggest upset, I think, by a spread since the 1980s for the San Francisco 49ers. And it feels like a lot of people are just expecting them to go into Seattle and just turn the tables.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, too, especially with the difference between them and the Eagles, because the Eagles, I mean, it's not much, but they were 5-3 at home, and the Seahawks were 6-2 at home. Now, one game difference, but the Eagles got dominated in Philly at least one time against the Chicago team that, what did they do? Ran the ball all up and down them, right? So when it comes to the Seahawks, they've been in tight games every time. The only thing, we were talking about this earlier, the only team that really seemed to, light it up was the Buccaneers. I think they put 38 on them. And the only reason why the Seahawks lost that game is because Sam Darnold got a little too shooken up and turned the ball over. So I think just based upon the fact that like Purdy, McCaffrey, and now you don't have Kittle, and we don't know about Pearsall and this, that, and whatever, like that's the one thing we're not sure about, because if you can't put more than 3 to 17 points, if you can't do that, if you can't put more than at least 20, because I think it's going to take 20 points. Let me just say that. Let me stop babbling here. You have to get at least 20 points or more in order to beat them. I don't know if you can do that in their own stadium.
I mean, you got 17 before, and you left, 6 points on the board, courtesy of Jake Moody. So, I mean, you've done it before. Like, the ability for the Niners to score points, to me, is not really the question in this one, because Seattle can beat you with their defense. They can also beat you by scoring 30-plus. And that, to me, is really the aspect of this game that would scare me if I'm looking at this objectively. Yes, you've held the Seahawks to, a fair amount of points, 13 sans the missed field goal, 2 missed field goals. But the issue is they're an offense that not only can get 20, but they can get 30. And they're at home. So to me, like last game was, all right, can you keep it close? Can you keep it a low-scoring game? I kind of think the Niners are going to have to outshoot them this time. And that is what would scare me about this game.
That is not where you want to be against this team.
No.
I mean, I couldn't think of a worse scenario. If that's really how you think this is going to go, that does not give me much hope.
And the funny thing is that I don't think that Seattle has to outshoot them in a sense. Does that make sense? Like, they don't have to throw the ball that much against them. They can run the ball the entire time.
I don't think it's going to be that easy this time. I don't think Robert Saleh is not a one-trick pony. Like, to me, great players, but also great coordinators, I don't think have multiple bad games against the same team. They're not going to get a $180 on the ground this time.
We talked about that. We talked about that earlier in the show, and Carter brought up a great point. He was like, I think they were hiding a little bit of kind of their scheme and maybe hiding certain plays from them, to not show their full hand against the Seahawks. But at the same time, I think McDonald and Kubiak might have been doing the same thing.
Trying to hide their guy?
Yeah, well, just hide all, like they didn't want to show all their cards in terms of scheme. And
I think their defense is really good, Evan, but I think when I rewatched that tape, it just did not look like a fully schemed up Kyle Shanahan game plan to me.
Well, yeah, they had the short week, which, by the way, they have again. They played the condensed amount of games in, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
You are healthier. Trent's obviously going to help. I'm assuming Pearsall's going to play. That should help. Unfortunately, Fred Warner's not going to be out there, but Eric Kendricks has been good. And when I mean outshoot them, I'm not saying this is Sunday night against Chicago, like where you got to score 42. Okay. But I think
Why are you laughing at
that was an unbelievable game, by the way.
Under 77.
I'm sorry.
Me
You
and
know what?
Carter might have had the worst idea
worst.
at halftime I've ever had.
That's the confusion. Oh, God.
Evan and I were sitting in the media box, okay, and we just wanted to take a look because they just couldn't stop scoring. The over-under was at 77, and we said there's just no way that an NFL game goes over 77 points.
What is it today? 44 and a half?
The total was 80, by the way.
The total was 80 at the end of the game.
Well, sorry, that's where I draw the confusion. I thought that's what you meant by outshoot. Is you're drawing up all these different.
Well, this is a game where you're gonna have to score 3 touchdowns, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I agree with you, Evan.
Yeah.
Like you're going to have to score 3 touchdowns, which is, I believe, what they did last week, correct?
Right.
And one of them was thrown by Juwan Jennings.
We were talking about this before, but like one thing I want to get from you is, who do you think has more pressure, Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold? Given what we know already about the oblique injury.
It's clearly Sam Darnold, I think. I mean, Niners fans may say it's obviously you're looking at your team and saying Brock, go lead us. And if Brock has a bad game, he's going to get flack. There's no doubt about it. But Sam Darnold has yet to beat the allegations that he can win a big game.
Thank you.
Now, he hasn't had a ton of opportunities. He's had a couple. But the fact of the matter is, in the 2 biggest games last season, he peed his pants.
He also got sacked 9 times, so he didn't really have much time to do a lot.
Yeah, and part of that is go make a play. I mean, Drake May got sacked 5 times last week, won the game. Josh Allen's going to be under duress this entire game against the Denver defense that has the most sacks in the league.
Yeah.
But no one's going to be saying, oh, Josh Allen got sacked 7 times. They're going to be saying Josh Allen's best chance to win a Super Bowl ended in a defeat to a quarterback that has yet to win a playoff game. And, oh, by the way, you beat that team. You handled that team last year.
Yeah, they should, especially in Buffalo. There's no contest.
To me, too, Darnold, what he does in the pocket when it starts to close, he grabs the ball and tucks it so much earlier to me than he absolutely needs to. And that shortens your time automatically where you can make a play. So I think like when people say he's seeing ghosts, like to me, that's what he's seeing. It's like he's already tucking the ball and preparing to go down when a play could have possibly been made with, those milliseconds you had left.
I think the sample size isn't big enough. This is going to be, I really, really can't. Out of all the games, I really can't wait for this one. Because there's so many different narratives you can run with. And with Sam Darnold seeing ghosts and last year's performance, just not enough for me.
Well, I would say Week 18 was a big game. Obviously,
Absolutely.
the 1 seed was on the line, but...
It seemed like the Niners didn't care that much about losing.
Sam Darnold played well in that game?
He played fine, but he didn't need to play well. And I think that's a big reason why, Seattle can handle this.
They did a lot of things well in that game. And Darnold was okay in that game, right? He wasn't horrible, didn't throw any interceptions. Do you know where they started their second drive in that game? On the Niners' 35-yard line. Like, I think that there's a couple pieces of that game that we're not giving credit to. They completely got dominated in special teams in that game to me.
Yeah.
The 49ers did. And that's been a strength of theirs all year. Like, if you're going to win this game tonight, to me, you have to win the offensive side of the ball and special teams. Like, they're going to win defense.
That's the crazy part, though, is you say they got dominated in special teams. Seattle missed a kick, and the one drive the Niners scored on, the dude kicked the ball out of bounds.
Field position, though, I hear you. You're right. You are right on that. As far as points goes, sure. Field position-wise, they lost, though, on almost every opportunity.
Well, and they've been really good at that this year. I want to say they have, during the regular season, up until that game, they had the best starting field position of any team in the NFL.
Yeah, that wouldn't shock me at all.
And that has to do with, sure, how you play on offense and put your team your defense in a good spot to get off the field. But also, I mean, Sky Moore hasn't really been heard from so far. I would say these last. Did he make a big play against Chicago? I'm trying to think of these last 3 big games.
I think he had one good run. Was it a punt return that he had a good one, or is it a kick return? I'm not sure. That gave them really good field position. He did have he's been kind of catching the ball a couple, like here and there, sort of a thing. But yeah, I can only recall like maybe one return that was pretty major.
According to the score, I would probably guess he had some return there.
Right.
Yeah, he made some sort of play. But no, I think that's definitely an aspect of this game. And credit to Seattle. They went out and got a guy who not just helps them as a number 2 or number 3 receiver, but a guy who returns punts and kicks. And that's Rashid Shaheed, a guy that everyone thought that they overpaid for. but turns out to be, I mean, they don't win that Rams game on Thursday night. They're not in a position to get the 1 seed without him.
Dangerous player, man. Just not that like you have to be hyper focused on him, but like you said, with that Rams game, like that turned the tables, especially when they were making that epic comeback. Their issue was the Rams just kept throwing the ball. Well, what are you doing? You're up 19.
That's how they move the ball. It's also, we're going to find out this again today. It's hard to run on Seattle. Hard to run the ball.
Yeah.
Like if the Niners don't have, I don't think they need a ton of like total rushing yards because CMC kind of, you got to count as total yardage, but 70 ain't going to cut it.
Yeah. No.
It's not going to cut it. I think they had 53 the last in week 18.
I didn't understand why Seattle didn't run the ball more in week 18. It seemed to me they could have run the ball every play, and they would have won easily.
You're saying Seattle didn't
better in the second half?
They did. No. You're absolutely right. They did, but I mean, 180 is 180. And
because it was 120 in the first half, so they obviously did better in the second.
You have a double-headed monster. Like you're getting reps, you're getting guys in and off the field, so they have full energy. Like I think they could have run the ball more. I really do. And so I don't know. Like I that's why I said earlier, Ev. To me, you got to sell out to the run and make Darnold make great throws. Like I think that's really your option to win. Like that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it, just because you sell up for the run doesn't mean you can stop them.
Right.
Plus, I also think, it's not like they're hiding Darnold as if he's, Trent Dilfer. He's a pretty good quarterback. He just puts the ball in harm's way.
That's what I'm saying. And that's the thing. Like when he's not getting pressured, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league in my mind. Now, and that's the thing. I don't think he has to light it up against this Niners defense. But when it comes to Darnold, as long as he makes enough plays and they're moving the ball ever so slightly down the field and controlling the tempo and the time of possession, that's where I think they can just slowly choke you out, little by little. That's how they run their offense.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern is just going to be your defense, but
I totally agree, Evan. But I do agree with you, Ken, on the fact like they do feel like they choke you out little by little. Like it's an overtime process with them. It's not like a quick I guess against the bad teams.
Boa constrictor, just siphoning off your esophagus.
I don't know. Like there absolutely is a path for the Niners to beat the Seahawks. I think they play with their food a little bit. To your point about trying to constrict you, but the one thing I'm concerned about, like I did not think the Niners were going to get blown out last week in Philly. I thought that they might lose, and it's going to be a close. There was no chance they're getting blown out by Philly. The one thing that Seattle has more than any other team left in the postseason is blowout potential. They're a team that can just run the ball over and over and over, gas out your defense, constrict your offense, and just turn it into a night from hell. And I also think we're going to find out just how much fight the Niners have left in them because this is now week 4. Relatively short rest of you playing big football games one after another. And, the rest versus rust thing is absolutely a factor, but I also just wonder, like, how much do the Niners have left in the tank? Like, this team's been playing some really hard football games for a long time.
And, we haven't talked about him all show, but who I would really like to see more of is Brian Robinson Jr. Like, can we get a little bit? Because if they can run a double back, with Charbonnet and Walker, isn't this the reason why we signed Robinson Jr.? I mean, does it all have to fall on McCaffrey today?
Well, I think the skill gap is obviously vast between the two, but I think, like, I would like to see him just in the fact, like, if you're not getting anything with McCaffrey, like, you can't just abandon the run and think all is going to go well. Like, that's not going to work. So, especially without George Kittle, I'm sorry. I think we are underrating a little bit, like, how much that's going to affect the passing game.
If that's going to be the case, then I think you got to get a little bit more creative. And I think adding Brian Robinson Jr. in the backfield, maybe double set back, I don't know. But if you don't have your one of your best run blockers, get a little more creative, Shanahan. Let's see what you got.
All right, Ev, let me ask you a question.
You want to hit the legal first?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live from the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Attaboy.
Well
Almost
done.
did that off top. You like that?
Your first legal.
No,
Yeah.
he did it walking in without a script. I heard him earlier.
See, that's, you know what? I'm not going to get
Just
into it.
so many hours of producing. It just kind of ingrains in you.
If only certain hosts could.
It's unbelievable. I'm totally with you on that, Kenneth. All right, let me ask you, Ev. You get Trent Williams back.
Mm-hmm.
You lose George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
What are you expecting tonight?
What?
From the run game, let's say. I was going to give you just an open-ended, but...
I mean, they're going to run the ball better than they did in Week 18. I don't see how they don't get... I think they're going to have close to 70 or 75 yards. You know, the biggest question to me is going to be how much they try to remain committed to the run and how much Christian McCaffrey is a factor in the passing game. The other thing, too, is he's so lethal out of the backfield. And the only team that I've seen, well, there's been two teams. Two teams that I've seen have success against McCaffrey as a pass catcher are, one, the Seattle Seahawks, and two, the Houston Texans, who might be the two best defenses in football. If Kyle Shanahan can't, like, in a way, I almost think how they use McCaffrey as a pass catcher is more important than what he does as a running back. Because I just don't think you're going to be able to line up and run the ball on these guys for 60 minutes. I think you're going to have to extend drives using McCaffrey on third down, which is the down that this entire season is built on both sides of the ball. They don't get sacks on defense. They don't get turnovers, but they get teams off the field. On offense, they've been prolific offensively since Purdy's return, but for the most part, they don't really run it. They don't have a number one on a given night, even though he does hopefully return this evening. And you're basically in a situation where you're going to have to just win on third down. And that, to me, is going to determine this game. So I would say McCaffrey as a pass catcher should hopefully have a little more time with Trent Williams being back in this game as opposed to 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, so you're taking that they will get over 32 rush yards this game?
Who, the Niners?
Yeah, that's what they had. That's what they had last game.
I thought it was 50-something.
Well, here it says
was that against
between McCaffrey and Brian Robinson. McCaffrey had 23 and Brian Robinson had 9.
I was including Brock Purdy's rushing yards.
Oh, yeah, no, I was not. I'm sorry. He had 21
rushing yards for just running backs?
Yeah, so they had...
I'd be willing to bet you're going to get more than that.
They had 60 with
Yeah,
Purdy.
23, yeah.
It's not good.
Well, it's not good when your quarterback who's not Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen is your leading rusher.
Yeah.
I mean with Purdy, though, we were just saying, like, I think he's just got to be more creative. He's got to anticipate that rush more. There's going to be so many different factors, but he's going to have to do a lot more than he's ever done before in a game like this. Because I don't think you guys talk about, like, who's got more pressure, and you guys believe it's Sam Darnold. I really think it's Brock Purdy. Now, the team itself, I think, has less pressure because they've had so many injuries, throughout the entire season. So because obviously if the team loses, all the Niner fans are going to be like, okay, well, we didn't really expect to even get this far based upon all the injuries that we've sustained over the course of the season. But with Brock Purdy, I think there's going to be, in terms of the game itself, I think Brock Purdy is going to have a lot of pressure just based upon the odds are stacked against him. We've said it the entire time. Like, this Seattle defense is one of the best in the league, and if they're coming at him on just a 4-man rush, he's got to be able to anticipate or be at least a little bit more aware of that and figure out how can he get the ball out of his hands the quickest way possible.
See, I actually think he didn't get out of the pocket enough in the last game for me. I think they did a really good job of keeping him in the pocket and making him, look, I'll say it, he doesn't see over the line very well. I mean, period. He throws jump passes. Sometimes,
small.
Like, that is my one knock on Brock Purdy for sure, is like, he is too short. I mean, and it hurts him sometimes. And I like, when I see him get out of the pocket, is some of the magic, some of his best magic. And this game, I'm hoping he can get out of the pocket a little more.
I think that's a lot on Kyle. I don't think that...
Interesting.
Like your point earlier, like, he didn't really move the pocket a bunch against Seattle. Part of it was probably because they couldn't run the ball, can't set up play action. I just feel like there weren't a ton of boots, not a lot of Brock Purdy kind of basically taking an edge and making him make a choice. I don't think that there was I don't want to say creativity, but I just don't really feel like Kyle Shanahan emptied the playbook against them week 18. I think he'll do it today. The whole stature thing, though, I guess maybe it's just because I watched Justin Herbert 17 weeks a year. He's 6'6" and he's the most passes batted in the NFL. Like, I'm serious. Like, he's 6'6".
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh,
Justin Herbert gets more passes batted than anybody, at least this year.
Now, why is that?
Because he throws it into the line. I don't know.
I know that was a dumb question, but I'm just curious. Is it just that simple?
Like, Drew Brees never got his passes batted. He's 5'10".
He's probably looking at the lineman's back because he's worried he's going to get sacked every play.
Well, that's probably a part of it.
Yeah.
But just because you have a small quarterback doesn't mean that you're going to get your pass batted. I think that Brock Purdy in this game, he's going to move him around a lot more. And Brock's evasive. Like, that first game against Seattle all the way back in September, I thought Brock was able to, on the last few drives in the second half, without Kittle, remember, because he hurt his hamstring, I thought that he just picked up a couple of those 3rd and 4s, 3rd and 5s, just able to use his legs, similar to that last drive against Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. And I think he's going to have to do a lot more of that today.
You know, I haven't really seen, at least this year, what I want to see from Brock is when he does those little rollouts to the side and completely away from the line and just fires one. I feel like he did that early on, in the last couple of years. He did that early on, and it just looks so smooth and transitional. Like, why can't we get that right now? What is it? I mean, because I think the offensive line can at least give him a little time if he were to move on the outside. I just remember it would just look so seamless, and guys like Greg Cosell were just gushing over it. But he's absolutely right. Like, just give him a little time and let him move outside of the pocket and just fire it, dude.
All right, quickly, because Kenny and I got to get out of here.
Well, I'm not going to give you my prediction.
That's fine.
I got to do a
yours.
2.5 hour show with Lorenzo
That's
Neal.
fair. That's fair. That's a good point.
I'm gonna
give
go,
it to me, Ken.
I'm gonna go first, just because I've been saving this, and I got a little surprise for you because it's not what I'm gonna tell you.
All right,
you can't pick the Dolphins.
No, easy. All right, it's what I'm gonna show you.
Oh, you must have been hot hiding that the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God,
dude, I'm supposed to go out with you after this game. You can't wear that.
No. It's just.
I will not be seen with you wearing
that. Is so whack.
Just because I want to show you exactly, and all the YouTube people listening and watching, I have to show you, man, because some context. So my wife, she's a big Seattle Seahawks fan, always supportive of that. But yeah, I mean, her dad and her brother are going to be at the game today. This is just something I've been holding on to. It's who I think is going to win. I think Seattle Seahawks are going to win, and I think it's not going to be like any. Like, there's going to be no way I think the Niners are going to have a chance. I think they're going to outrun them, outgun them. I think the defense is going to give Purdy a hell of a time.
This might be your last 49ers pregame show.
Yeah, that is the ugliest. That is the ugliest jersey.
The best part is that it's not, because Lucas said it's not a pregame show. This is just a regular show. So,
well, that's true. By the way, for those who are listening on radio, Ken is wearing a Seahawks Steve Largent logo baseball jersey.
It's actually really nice.
It is nice, but you picked the wrong day to wear it, buddy.
All right, I'll give you my pick. Today's going to be the San Francisco 49ers, baby. Let's go. I cannot pick the Seahawks, even though I'm nervous. I am nervous, I will tell you right now. But we're getting this, Ken. With that ugly jersey on, I'm feeling way better. Let's go.
The largest.
Thank you, Cam.
Hype them up.
That's a show, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Please stay tuned for my good friend Evan Giddings and the greatest fullback to ever live, Lo Neal, coming up next.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Ready to shoot your shot? Join the Alameda County team and make a real impact. With strong support, expert training, and flexible schedules, this is your chance to lead and grow. Don't sit on the sidelines. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
All right, what's going on, everyone? It is game day, divisional round, NFL playoffs, Niners, Seahawks, NFC West. Who's going to be the best? We're going to find out today as the San Francisco 49ers, fresh off their win in Philadelphia, they take down the defending champs. And now, Lorenzo Neal, Evan Giddings, Cam Williams in the house. The 49ers get an opportunity for round 3. Chapter 3, San Francisco, Seattle.
Hey, I'm done. Woo-hoo! Absolutely. I'm excited about this game. Can you hear me?
I got you.
Well, shoot, I have nothing coming in my ears. I was just jumping down there doing like 25 push-ups, and me and you're going to get about 100 in a day from here on out. I'm fired up about this game today. This game, to me, it's simple. It's David and Goliath. Seattle's Goliath and the San Francisco 49ers is David. They got to find a way to put their punches together, and they got to make it count. Goliath was way bigger, stronger, could have destroyed David, but he was able to find that sweet spot. That's what it's about, the Niners, finding the sweet spot to take down a giant.
I'm glad you brought up David versus Goliath because, to me, last week, yes, they were big underdogs. You know, the majority of the country was on the Eagles, and you and I talked about it. We were doing Homer Radio. We thought it was going to be a tough game, but we felt like the Niners had a shot. We felt like there's some things schematically they could take advantage of. The Eagles were leaking oil. They were a team that, if you look at the remainder of the second half of the season, that was a team that wasn't trending in the right direction. This is a game where, here this week, I really do believe they are the true Davids. I mean, this is going to be an uphill battle. Yeah. Not to say they can't win this football game, but to me, if they go into Seattle and this game kicks off a little past 5, if they go into the House of Horrors that has been Lumen Field throughout the years for San Francisco and get this done today, that would be utterly, in my opinion, legendary. That would be legendary, Lo. There's no doubt about it.
Without a doubt, when the tables seem to be turned and it seemed like all hope is gone and your back's up against the wall and you walk into a foreign place and you look around and there's none of you around, and you feel so like isolated. This is a game that the Niners are going into a place that's hostile, a place where a team has had to bye because they're the number 1 seed, a place where that place is going to be rocking, and they have just they beat you from post to pillar 2-3 weeks ago and just drug you around like you were the little brother. And, you know, you go play football, play basketball with your little brother, and you go up by 10, and you say, here's the ball, go make a layup. You let him go get 2. Then you play with him a little bit more. You let him just steal the ball. Now you're up, you know, he scores another one. It's 4-10. And you're just like, okay, now you just play around. You dribble the ball around. You don't shoot it at all. And you let him steal it. And now it's 6-10. And the whole time you had control. That's the thing that is alarming to me today. The 49ers, when they played Seattle several weeks ago, Seattle never wasn't in control. The flow of the game was Seattle. The Niners were able to put together a drive and it turned the ball over. That would have made it a 3-point game. But just the Niners never could get Seattle off the field. They only had 2 first downs in the first half. It was 3 and out. Purdy had nowhere to go with the ball. The pocket was falling in, you know, the pocket was collapsing in his lap. It was ugly for the 49ers. Even in spite of the 49ers having a chance to still be in that game, just time of possession, total offense, it wasn't really a one-sided game.
No, that's the kind of game that I think if it was played in Seattle would have gotten a lot uglier than it did. I do think that having home field allowed the Niners to kind of weather that storm. Seattle did not put them away, and they put themselves in a position outside of that McCaffrey fumble, which goes down as a Brock Purdy interception there towards the end. That was really the only drive where the offense looked like itself. And that, to me, is going to be the biggest question for me in this game, Lo, is how does the offense adjust to what they saw 2 weeks ago against the Seahawks? This is a defense that is as talented as any. To me, it's them, it's Houston. You want to put Denver in. This is a damn good defense for the Seattle Seahawks. And how is an offense that, sure, even if they got that touchdown, you really put together one drive in that game. The drive you got 3 points on right before the half began at the 40 because the opposing kicker kicked it out of bounds. Right. They really only went down the field one time against the Seahawks. They're going to obviously have to do it multiple times here today. And I think it's going to be similar to Philly in the sense of if you're looking at, all right, what is the score for the Niners to aim for? To me, this is a game where last week we talked about a first team to 20 was going to be the one to win. I think it's a similar game plan today. The offense just simply has to be better in this second matchup.
No question. And here's my phone. I got Trent on the phone here. I mean, because he has something to say about his not being there. You watched him last week against Philadelphia. His run dominant, his ability to shut down, the pass rushers. Trent is still playing at an elite level. He's still one of the better tackles in this league. You saw McCaffrey have some runs, even against a Philadelphia team that at least their interior four is not bad. They got some guys that can get after you. Mm-hmm. They had a lot more success running the ball. It wasn't great. The Niners wasn't great against Philly running the ball, but they did break some. You had some runs. It's good that the line is going to be, it's more secure. So now Purdy can fade to the left side of that line because he has Trent. That he knows it should be a wall there. So it's going to be interesting just to see the dynamics of the offensive line. And for me, you got to get your piss hot, bro. When you have been dominated and someone came to your house and just slapped you around and took your lunch money, took your cookies from you, and you couldn't do anything. And the significance of the game, that game was to be the number one seed. And Seattle came to your house and said, guess what? I'm taking your cornbread. And they took it. So this is a game that the Niners are going to say, man, they came and took our cornbread. They came and made us go on the road. They took that bye week from us. They did all. So they took everything that was ours. They took it from me. How do we go over there and snatch that from them, but snatch it on a bigger stage? That's, to me, the motivation within itself.
What are 49ers fans feeling today? 5 o'clock kickoff, divisional round, San Francisco at Seattle, Chapter 3. The Niners won Week 1. Seattle won Week 18. They got the 1 seed. They've been sitting pretty for 2 weeks while the Niners had to go take care of business in Philadelphia. How are you feeling right now at 888-957-9570? This is the kickoff show. That's Lorenzo Neal. My name is Evan Giddings. We're going to step aside, come back, taking your texts, taking your calls. What's going on, Faithful? Talk to us. We got you until 5 o'clock. All ahead here. All until 4:30. All ahead here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution?
Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-444-2013 or biglou.com.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need. Sales, inventory, accounting on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You see they're already on the ball with some tempo, trying to catch Eagles off guard. Purdy has Robinson deep and wide open for the first down, and he breaks through. Foot race now, cuts back, and again, and still on his feet all the way down to the 15. Oh my goodness, DeMarcus Robinson goes for 58. Wow.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that kind of play by DeMarcus Robinson to me is a symbolic play of the Niners season. A guy who you brought in, he was dealing with off-the-field issues, suspended for the first few games, has to step in because Ricky Pearsall is not there, makes a big catch, ends up with a career game, 110 yards, 6 catches against arguably one of the best pass defenses in the NFL. And the Niners from last week's wildcard matchup defeat the Eagles 23-19 in Philly. They get their revenge for 2022. And Lorenzo Neal, that sets up, obviously, our game here today. But what a game last week before we get any further.
Oh, the game last week was just legendary. We keep talking about what they were able to do and how were they able to accomplish it. It was simply by bending but not breaking. When you watched the Niners last week, like you said, Robinson, he was just on fire. It was like, watch playing Tecmo Bowl back in the day and that play to Givens. You couldn't stop him running that little dig route. People out there know this was before your time, by the way. And he was just like, everything that he would throw, Robinson was grabbing that pass. He was just the dig routes, the deep ends, the square ends. It was amazing performance by him. Just like, it was really good. But the best thing the Niners did against Philly, they just said, let's not make mistakes. Let's punt. Do a couple of, we got some picks. We get it. But let's just play solid defense, field position. And it worked out. You saw him. You saw AJ, one of the best receivers in the league. Let's be fair and let's be real. He lost that game from Philadelphia. He had a chance to make some huge catches, and he didn't come through.
And that's, to me, what was kind of missing the entire game for Philadelphia. Just a guy who was going to make some plays. A guy who, when you needed it, whether it was Jalen Hurts, even on defense, you're thinking about Jalen Carter. Is he going to make a play? Is Cooper DeJean going to make a play? And Kobe Dean, all these guys that have been understandably given the credit and the all-pro kind of moniker by the league and their peers, but it was the Niners guys. It was Garrett Wallow. It was Eric Kendricks. It was Marcus Siegel. It was Brock Purdy, Demarcus Robinson. Kyle Juszczyk had 50 yards on 4 catches.
Juszczyk was the unsung hero. If you watch his ability to run the routes, he was running little stop routes, little stick routes. He was finding a way to find that window. And it was huge because, Kittle goes out, unfortunately, having talked about all-pro, going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He went out of the game, and you saw Juszczyk say, you know what, give me the ball. And it's crazy because Purdy trusted him. Purdy was going to him on the checkdowns, in the little flat routes, taking 5 yards, lining him out wide, sitting down in between two receivers, 2 DBs, 2 defenders. They just did a great job of not making mistakes and just being very, very methodical and consistent. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take a Herculean effort again today like they did. But, even defensively last week, they gave up some plays, but you saw guys playing on different levels. You saw defensive linemen pushing back the offensive line, setting a new line of scrimmage. I didn't see that against Seattle several weeks ago. I saw a different type of defensive front. I saw guys making Saquon have to make a move in the backfield. They were pushing them back, creating a new line of scrimmage, and really, really muddled the run game up. Yes, Saquon got a couple runs off, but that's what you're going to need today. I really believe that this defense is just playing better as a unit. But, man, it's going to be tough today against Seattle.
And the fact they were able to hold up the way they did, I mean, Philadelphia won slightly the possession battle. They ran the ball 36 times for 140 yards, but it was less than 4 pop. That's that bend but don't break type of mentality I think this Niners team has really embodied the entire year. And I thought that they were much better against the run, similar to the Seattle game 2 weeks ago. The first half, it was everything Seattle wanted. I think they had 110 yards in the first half. Was a big reason why the Niners offense wasn't on the field a lot. You saw Philadelphia last week in the wild card game. Saquon breaks that first yard for 30. And then after that, it was kind of chip here, chip here. They didn't give him much. In the second half against Seattle, they really locked down against the run. Against the Eagles, there wasn't much outside of really a couple Jalen Hurts scrambles that didn't go anywhere. Keon White makes the big play to force 3rd and long. Eventually, they get Philly off the field to win the game. The run defense has been a lot better as of late for San Francisco, and I'm curious to see how just 2 weeks make a difference, because I do think that Robert Saleh is the kind of guy, Lo, that you're not going to make him look like a fool twice. You're not, as a great as coordinator as he is, he's not going to have 2 poor showings from that defense even if it's as talented of a team as Seattle.
You know what's crazy about this whole thing that we're talking about? Hey, God, Robert's not going to make them look bad. That score was 17-3. Here's what people
13, yeah.
So when you look at this game, and yes, did they control the clock and run the ball up and down the field? But when it got in the red zone, they stopped them on fourth down. They did some plays. They took them out of field goal range a couple of times. So when they needed to be great, they were great. So I do believe the defense can play a lot better because they didn't get any 3 outs. I don't think that Seattle really punted the ball hardly at all, maybe once or twice. So you have to be better. Or you have to be better at. Let's be fair and let's be honest and let's put the rat on the table, as Guru would say.
Yeah.
You have to do better offensively. My God, I was waiting for that. Appreciate it.
It's a tall ceiling. It's a tall ceiling.
Exactly. So I think the onus is going to be on the offense. You have to do better than 3. Wouldn't you agree?
100%. And I also don't think, kind of in the same vein, Kyle Shanahan's going to be made to look like a fool twice because he was really the guy who, and I know that, McCaffrey catches that ball, they're probably going in, they score 10 points. 10 points ain't enough. That you were going to have to get another stop, get another touchdown in order to go beat Seattle in Week 18. And that to me was the biggest difference in that game. I think the offense has the biggest challenge because that unit on the other side is unbelievable. And they didn't have to bring pressure. No. They basically lined up 4 each time and said, "You're not going to move us."
They did. And they mauled them. And they mauled the offensive line. They create a new line of scrimmage. And that's where you hope that Trent, his quick set, he'll be able to reach a guy, can get this run game going more. Juszczyk, what he's going to bring to the table. And, the backup tight end, Tonjes can play. Tonjes needs to be on the field. He's a okay pass catcher. He runs, he's a good run blocker. So he's going to have to play a big role in this again today.
Absolutely. And, of course, the Niners, sort of similar to that first week all the way back on September 7th, they're going to be without George Kittle. They lost him in that first half of that game after they go down and score. He has the hamstring injury. And it's this one hurt. Yeah. I mean, you never want to see a guy go down, obviously, but you think about where George Kittle is in his career, how many years he's been in the league, how sturdy he's been the last few seasons, and he gets hit with an Achilles injury early in that game, which is probably going to keep him out for, I would imagine, a substantial portion of next season as well.
He's probably not going to play next year. Yeah. That's what's sad, and I know he'll try, and I know he wants to, but he's going to be, 33 next year?
Yeah.
And you don't want to, if you do have something still left in the tank, you don't want to roll this guy out there. You want to let him get some rest. You want to get him next year. Let him just build up because that Achilles, man, when you pop that thing, it's tough to come back. I mean, it's really tough. So it's too bad because he's such a hell of a guy and he's such a great person. He's such a team leader. He's so unselfish. What he brings to the team as far as in the run game and in the passing game, it's unprecedented. And it's just amazing that the Niners were able still to rally without having Kittle. And you just hope that this guy can bounce back. And I hope, I know Kittle's going to push himself hard, but you want him to have a speedy recovery, and you want him to come back and play well, play the way you're used to seeing Kittle play. But he's getting a little up there in age. We all understand that. But you can never challenge this man's heart and his character and his ability to want to win and what he brings to the table. So our thoughts and prayers are definitely with Kittle.
Well said. And Niners, and this is where I kind of get stuck in the middle, though, because as much as you think about this year as being a year of overachievement for the Niners, there are some of those injuries like Kittle's, like Bosa's, having Brandon Ayuk go through what he did and no longer be a part of this team moving forward. In one sense, it's damn near miraculous what they've been able to accomplish. And if they win this game, like we said, it would be a legendary win for them. But also because you can't really assume that all these playmakers are going to be back and 100% healthy next year, this might be a prime opportunity for them. So in one breath, I hear fans saying, we're grateful we're here, and this year's been unbelievable, and we've dealt with so much, but this also, not every year's promised. And we talked about this midway through the year when you started to win games and Mac Jones was keeping you afloat. You got to take advantage of these spots. And this, again, goes into how big of an opportunity this game is here today.
No question. And what it goes to tell you and what it goes to show you is you can never measure a man's heart or his ability when he's in a place where he says, I can. And that's the burning desire with the coach, with players. And if you have that desire and that burning desire and that fight and that want to, you can move mountains. We're talking about a team that we didn't think that would be here. We're talking about a team that you're watching all these injuries from Fred Warner to Bosa, Ayuk, all these different guys, Purdy, and they still remain relevant. So when we're talking about turning the page and you see that this team has had a huge overhaul, the great Debo is no longer here. Think about how many guys that are no longer here. But look what's going on. Right in front of our eyes, these guys have matured. Right in front of our eyes, these guys we went from being backups to starters, from third string to first string, from fourth string to third string to second string to first string. Look at the guys that have stepped up and have showed out on this stage in spite of their imperfections. It just goes to show you, when a team buys in and they're all collectively on the same page and they have the want to, even if you can be lacking a little bit of the physical attitude and the physical paralysis, but if the fight's there and the attitude's there and the want-to's there, look what this 49ers have done. Look at the teams that they have went against. Look at the teams that they have went toe-to-toe with, that some they lost, some they won, but this team has been there. In the fourth quarter, when the buzzer goes off, you know that you've been in a fight. So I think this 49er team should be very optimistic of what they've done and stay very, very positive of what the future looks like, because we know they have draft capital, free agency is going to be here. Look at the way these guys played. Some of these guys, I'm telling you, they found a home even this next year.
Well, and speaking of the future, the near future might be where the Niners are most concerned with. If they get through this win, it was probably the biggest news of the week, especially in light after losing George Kittle. But Fred Warner, they're hopeful that he could play next week. In fact, there was some hope he was going to play in this game against Seattle. He breaks his ankle against Tampa Bay less than 6 months ago. And this is a guy who was out on the practice field pushing it. I feel like no matter what you get from him, it's gravy on top. Just to have that kind of emotional leader out there back on the field or even on that sideline is going to be a massive boost for the San Francisco 49ers. But, Lo, if they win this game, it does feel like Fred Warner's return is on the horizon. I don't know what percentage or how well he could play, but what I do know is it's got to be an emotional shot in the arm for this football team either way.
Yeah, no question this is emotional because he's just going to be on the sideline. They're watching him go out to practice, and even if he's not practicing, but he's out there and maybe he's in uniform and you're watching him go through practice and getting some reps. I don't know if it behooves them to put Fred Warner out there with an ankle that's only been 8 weeks and to go out there and cut. You got to take hits and people are going to go after you. I don't know if it's wise. He had surgery on it as well. So I just think that the emotional of this guy making it back and playing and trying to play and just being there as an emergency player if something happens. But I just don't know if Fred is really ready for people diving at his leg, trying to hit his leg. You've just been out of a cast, but maybe 2-3 weeks ago. And, you just had the bone and still not 100% healed. So it's still, so it's going to be interesting. But I just love the effort. I love what he did to come back. You got to love that you have a guy that's going to be there on the sideline and be there for you. Without a doubt, it's an emotional boost.
No, and they are going to get a little more health in this game. Obviously, George Kittle being out, Fred Warner being out, but you get Trent Williams back. And I'm talking about in comparison to 2 weeks ago when they played the Seattle Seahawks. Ricky Pearsall is also questionable for this game. D. Winters, who got hurt against Seattle, did not play last week. Questionable. Luke Gifford, the other linebacker, is questionable as well. So there are some guys that are hopeful to play in this game that did not in their last meeting against the Seahawks. To me, Trent Williams is a massive one, obviously low. And then Ricky Pearsall is a big one. It's just so frustrating, I guess, trying to figure out if he will or won't play because we know how bad he is when he steps in between the lines.
Ricky's amazing.
But the fragility sometimes is something you can't always kick. I just want Ricky to be out there so the Niners can obviously take their best swing at this thing. And I think he's a massive part of their passing game. But Ricky Pearsall, they managed to do it without him last week. Right, if he's not out there, they're going to have to figure out a way to do it without him again.
And the thing about it is you watch the way that when you're looking at the way that this team played, even without Ricky Pearsall, you're like, wow, look at Brock Purdy, how he delivers the ball and the different weapons. He took a guy that, a no one guy that said, okay, has he ever had a game? Look at his highest game yards ever. Look what Purdy is able to do. It shows you what he can do as a quarterback. He's not afraid to throw the ball to unproven players. He's not afraid to give guys opportunities. He's throwing to the open man, and that's what you want to see from your quarterback. But I tell you what, another guy I hope that's active too, just like you were talking about, is D. Winters. D. Winters, he's a hitting machine. He runs, he flies around. This guy's a tackling machine. When Fred went down, this guy stepped up and he played big. So hopefully if you get a guy like that back and you get Ricky Pearsall back, it helps your chances to win this game, because you're going in this game still beat up, still crippled, still got a lot of injuries, still got a lot of guys licking their wounds. You played a physical game last week. You're playing a team that's coming off a bye. This is some tall cotton that you're in. And this is without a doubt, you and I both said it, this is David and Goliath. But David was able to defeat the Goliath. Why? Because he believed one when no one else believed, because that's what this is about. You look at the point spread, this is the biggest point spread of the weekend. 7 points. This is the biggest one. None of these other games are the point spread this big. That's how they feel Seattle's that much time. So this is some tall cotton, but it's going to be, how did David do it? He picked his spot. The 49ers, when you talked about it, they got to get chunk plays. How about throwing the ball to, Jennings and pitching the ball back to Jennings and Jennings throwing that double pass to McCaffrey? You got to pick your shots. You got to be David and saying, okay, if I can see where that armor, there's a chink right there, there's an opportunity right there. That's what Shanahan, like you alluded to when we first started this conversation, that he wants to come back. He wants to get back even.
Absolutely. I was talking to Cam right before the show, and I asked him, like, how you feeling? Cam's a Niners fan. Carter, who was in here earlier, is a Niners fan. How are you feeling about this game? And the sense is certainly of nervousness, but a nervous confidence. What did the win against Philadelphia do in regards to how well the Niners are going to fare in this game? I get the feeling, Lo, like a lot of people were leaving them for dead last week against the defending champs, but it's almost as if that same movie that we've been watching all year, down Kittle, down Pearsall, a hampered Trent Williams, McCaffrey and Brock, Juwan doing it up, trick play, 29-yard wide receiver pass, that kind of reinstilled the confidence that to me has been with this Niners team all year.
Yeah.
But you got to see it in the postseason, because I refuse to say that the other shoe's going to drop on this team, because to me, with that win last week, they validated everything that they've done.
No question. How about both teams, Seattle, Philadelphia? What color are their uniforms? Green. You know what I mean?
They're birds.
They're birds.
Going bird hunting.
Think about, they're going bird. This team is doing some birdie. You took one bird out. Now you got one more bird, and then you probably need to go get a ram or a bear.
Yeah.
But think about where they had to go last week. Can you find a more hostile place? Maybe Seattle, maybe not. Think about the Philadelphia going into that place with a team that was rested their starters, did some different things the week before, didn't care about placement, said, we're going to take this, and you went into a place, and guess what? They started off fast. They scored 7. Saquon, first time he touched the ball, 30, 20, 40-yard run. And the 49ers were able to weather the storm. Several weeks ago, even in Seattle, even though Seattle pushed them around and had way more time possession, all the things, they still were able to weather the storm. Yes, they came up short, but they were in that football game. They had a chance to win that football game, to steal that football game. So what does that tell you? That tells you this is a team that can stick around. This is a team that knows how to keep it close. This is a team that bends but don't necessarily breaks. This is a team that says very optimistic. They're going to take what you give them, and at times they're going to play that David role to try to find that big play, to try to hurt you, to try to knock you out, to pick up a 50, a chunk play, a 60, go for something that's going to hurt you. That's what this team is, and they know they have to be that way, because it's not good enough to just say, I'm going to line up and run the ball and sustain drives and do this. We have to do some of these things, but when we do that, we're good enough to beat anybody, and they showed that they are last week.
And I think they showed it the last, now going on 4 weeks. You beat Chicago on Sunday night in front of God and country. Yes, you lose to Seattle, but a game that is probably a lot closer if McCaffrey catches that football. And then Philadelphia did it last week. You know, the Niners, we've been waiting for them to be tested, right? Since Brock Purdy came back, you beat the Cardinals, you beat the Panthers, the Browns, the Titans, the Colts without their starting quarterback. Everyone was wondering who these Niners really are. Who is this team? And to me, last week proved that this is a good to great football team. They've been good. Today, they're going to have to be great. You have to be in order to beat a team like Seattle, that one seed with what they have done so far this year. This is a football team across from them that's at home, obviously, but they're as accomplished. Their resume might be the best in the NFL. Do I think that they're going to win the Super Bowl? They got a good chance. I'm not sure if I'd pick them because of the quarterback, but the point is what they've done through 18 weeks is as good or better than anybody else in the National Football League. The San Francisco 49ers are going to have to be great today, and we're going to keep you locked and loaded up until then, up until 4:30. Then we're going to turn it over to Warriors Live. We got a game tonight, the Warriors and the Hornets. Tim Roy's on the call. Mark Grandy's going to have pre and post for you, so we're looking forward to that. We're just about a half hour away from inactives and actives being announced for both sides. Will Pearsall play? Will D. Winters play? Who's going to be out there on the field for the Niners that could dictate and determine the outcome of Chapter 3? Niners won Week 1. Seahawks won Week 18. 2 weeks later, division round. Who is going to be the baddest boys on the field, Seattle or San Francisco? And again, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings is going to keep rolling and get you set. If you want to chime in on the conversation, 888-957-9570. How are you watching the game? How are you feeling about the game? What are you going to do if the Niners win? Are you going to go streaking down Market Street? Are you going to be on mission throwing up fireworks? What are you going to be doing if the Niners get this done today? We want to hear from you as well at 888-957-9570. All ahead on 95.7 The Game when we return.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over, and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Monte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant and medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything else store-wide. Save up to 50% on closeouts, overstocks, and floor samples. Get our best offers on your favorite furniture. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
First and goal for San Francisco.
Now back to the kickoff show on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that dude's been playing his tail off all season. Christian McCaffrey has 413 touches going into that game against Philadelphia, over 100 all-purpose yards, and another 15 rushes, 8 targets, 6 receptions. You know, by the end of this thing, this guy might be close up to 500 touches though when the Niners keep on one of these games.
Yeah, if they do, he'll get 500, then some. It'd be more than that because, you know, the 49ers, they use this guy. I mean, it's interesting that, you know, we're talking about Christian McCaffrey and just talking about turnovers and different things that happen. It's tell of two halves. You watch the Buffalo Bills and we're watching, you know, a team in Denver. Buffalo's down by 10. You have 2 turnovers. One, you're going in to score. Cooks fumbles the ball, sure-handed runner, running the ball very, very well. You go in to score instead, you're taking points off the board. That was been 3 or 7. Then Josh Allen, right before halftime, he's trying to make a play, fumbles the ball, gives up a field goal. The playoffs it's a game of inches. These are those games that you don't just make these big comebacks. You got to stay close. And if Buffalo loses this game, they're going to kick themselves because the table is set, especially in the AFC, that it should very well be the showdown. Should be Buffalo and the Houston Texans in the AFC Championship game. 2 teams can go on the road. If Buffalo finds a way to lose this game because of foolish mistakes and turnovers, they're gonna kill themselves. I mean, they're gonna be very upset.
Absolutely. I mean, they basically just gave away 10 points. You know, obviously Denver goes down and scores. They earned that touchdown, but you had a chance to at least get them off the field with a field goal with 2 minutes left. Bo Nix executes that 2-minute drill to near perfection. And then Josh Allen, all he has to do is fall down, but he lost the ball. You know, those are the kinds of plays and points that you just cannot give away in the postseason. And while Buffalo will get the ball back, and we're going to find out if they can rally from behind and win this football game, those are the kinds of mistakes, Lo, the Niners cannot afford. You know, Buffalo is a team that's a game that to me is a pick 'em. You know, if Denver holds serve at home, understandable. If Buffalo goes and wins on the road, I don't think that would shock the masses.
It really wouldn't.
The Niners, meanwhile, because of how good Seattle is, specifically that defense, you cannot lose I mean, we talked about it 2 weeks ago. You lose the turnover battle, you lose the game. I know it was only one giveaway at the end, but that turnover might have proved to be your real last opportunity to try to get back in that football game.
Yeah, it really is. And it goes to show you, even when you watch the Chargers, you see the interceptions last week by, Herbert. When you look at football games, yeah, I know it takes a team effort, but it comes back down when it really comes down to it. And people talk about it, and I don't like to say it because I think that there's more than just a quarterback that plays.
Sure.
But when the game's on the line and still not yet in the ballot, the quarterbacks, they have a huge sphere of influence on the game. And you watch Josh Allen, playing against this young Bo Nix. Bo Nix not turning over the ball, and he's driving down the ball. And it comes down to quarterback play. Your defense is playing well, but if you, as a quarterback, if you don't turn the ball over and you just take what the defense gives you and then say, I'm going to punt the ball, that's efficiency. That's what today is about to me. Which quarterback is going to be efficient? So we know that Sam Darnold hasn't been in these big moments. Mm-hmm. Sam Darnold, we saw him last year in Minnesota, what great record. He's done the same type of deal. And when he had to be great and they couldn't run the ball and he had to throw the ball to win the game, he saw a ghost. But regular season, unbelievable. That's the edge that you look at Purdy. What has Purdy done? Purdy has been to Super Bowls. He's played in big games. This is a huge advantage for the 49ers, especially in this type of game. If you're the 49ers, and if you can shut down that run and put some hands around this guy and make him uncomfortable, this can change the game so big. You just can't let them stay two-dimensional. And last time they played, Darnold was able to do it. They were able to do it on the ground too. But Sam Darnold hasn't been playing one game. He needs to win this, and they're in the NFC Championship game. You coming off a bye, you're going to be a little rusty. You're going to say, okay, how do I get this thing going? The Niners have played. If you can jump on this guy, because he hasn't had this, he hasn't won, he still has as a disadvantage. So it's going to be interesting. Just see what the Niners are able to do. Can they get this guy off his point early?
Well, and I thought that was a huge step in creating that upset opportunity in Philadelphia where, yes, it did take a late drive from Brock Purdy to take the lead, and it obviously took a 10-play stop by the defense to get it done at the end against Philadelphia. But that first drive, Philly defers, you get the ball first, Niners walk right down the field. They take a shot early after the Christian McCaffrey run goes nowhere, 61 yards down the field, and the Niners capitalize in the red zone. They get 6. You immediately put the pressure back on the defending champs. And I think most importantly, in a place like Lincoln Financial Field, a place like Lumen Field, you've talked about it before, the screaming, the crazies of Arrowhead, you got to get on top of them early to kind of take that crowd out of it. Not that they won't get loud, not that the Niners won't have to go to a silent count at some point in this football game, but if you get the ball early, you go 3 and out, you let Seattle take the lead, God forbid a 2-possession type game early, that's the kind where it's going to feel like the walls are caving in on you. And to me, it's as important, just like it was against the Eagles last week, for them to get an early score for confidence, one, for themselves and their offense, but also just make sure that the 12s are not absolutely rampant at the beginning of that football game.
Yeah, and that's why it's going to be big today to make them respect the passing game. When they can play off man, play you 5-6 yards off the ball, and Purdy's trying to get rid of the ball, that's why the DBs see it and they drive on the ball. You see them batting down balls and on, because that means they don't respect the speed and they don't respect the vertical game. The 49ers have to establish that they can go vertical, and they have to show them that they have speed, that they can run by some of these DBs. They have to make them respect them in the game, in the passing game, in order for everything else underneath to open up, because not Seattle's going to sit 6-7 yards and say, okay, 1, 2, 3, pass rush has come. I'm breaking on it, and I'm coming to get it. That's the biggest thing the 49ers have to realize today is Seattle's going to play it off, man, stand about 4, 5, 6 yards back, and they backpedal 2 or 3 yards, but they're keeping their eyes on their man and also in the backfield, and they know the pressure's coming. So that's why you can bat down balls, jump on balls, because you don't respect the speed. 49ers, they're going to have to step on their toes and make them open up to cover you. So that means the offensive line is going to have to do a hell of a job blocking today.
Yeah, and that first ball to Demarcus Robinson was right against Quinyon Mitchell, one of the best corners in football. Just because there's talent and there's names on the other side of that team doesn't mean that you can't still play your game and have productivity. The Niners are a team that, and this is why I think it does come back to Kyle as much as the players themselves. Kyle Shanahan has got to be on his P's and Q's. And to his credit, when he's been in the playoffs, I know that he hasn't won a Super Bowl, and everybody just talks about the biggest game sort of failures that Kyle and this Niners team unfortunately have had. But to get to the Super Bowl, he's had to pull some rabbits out of hats. He did it last week. Brock Purdy, 262 through the air, a couple touchdowns. The razzle-dazzle play from Jawan Jennings. I don't know, Lo, if that specific player, that kind of wide receiver pass is going to be dialed up again. We saw them try to get creative in that meeting 2 weeks ago against Seattle, where they had the pass from, I believe it was Jawan, went to Christian McCaffrey, kind of the double flea flicker back to Brock, went to McCaffrey for just 5 yards because Seattle was on top of it. I don't know if Kyle's going to be able to get as deep into his bag as he did against Philadelphia, but this is a game where there has to be more consistency on offense. And I don't want to say that they can't rely on the run game completely, but they're going to have to do it, to your point, through the air. I don't believe that this is a Seahawks team that you can line up and say, we're going to run for 100 yards today, and we're going to try as all heck to get it done no matter how many carries. It matters. One of the things watching a team like the Chargers last week that was frustrating is it seemed like they were wholly committed to running the football no matter what level of effectiveness happened. The Niners today, I think Brock Purdy is going to have to make some plays through the air, and Kyle Shanahan is obviously going to have to create separation for his guys.
They know that, and you are, and that's where you got to have McCaffrey. You got to get him out of the backfield, and even if we run into wide sweeps or the wide little bow routes where he's just standing in the backfield and bowing, and you get the ball to him early. Now he's one-on-one with the linebacker. I like my chances. You have to get him out in space for McCaffrey to be able to work his magic. So look for these 49ers, like you said, to be able to get the short passing game, but use the backs in the backfield and let them run the little wide toss. It's almost like a sweep, but instead these guys are running to the flare routes, meaning they're flaring, so they're controlling the linebackers. It gives you some space in the middle field. It helps create spacing. So now safeties and DBs in corner, they have to widen out with these receivers and linebackers also. So there's going to be some holes in the middle of the field today because Shanahan is going to say, look, somebody better go McCaffrey. The linebacker has to widen. So now you got to tight end, run into that void. Now you got to say somebody in the vertical game got to put pressure on that safety going deep, cross his face for he can't come down on the line, come down on the tight end. So it is going to be a cat and mouse game again today. And Shanahan, hopefully, he's the cat, not the mouse.
Well, Brock Purdy was asked about, just how do you make that sort of adjustment from week 18 to now, but also the disadvantage of rest, right? Seattle's got an extra 8 days on you because of the bye they won via beating you at Levi's Stadium. So how are you adjusting after week 18, also on a short week?
I mean, obviously we look at the last game that's most recent 2 weeks ago, and then you still got to look at, the whole season and, how they played just in general and who they are as a defense and stuff. But obviously Kyle and the coaches do a great job with understanding, where we weren't great, where we were good, and what we can continue to be good at and build on those kind of things. But, they do a good job with that. Like Kyle's done it, year after year where we've played teams pretty quickly, like a quick turnaround and has made some pretty good adjustments and stuff. But at the end of the day, too, like you got to go out and execute and play a physical game, man, and execute on third down, stay on the field, and, you can draw up all the plays that you want. But at the end of the day, man, can I be better than the guy across from me and do it longer?
I mean, I think that's a veteran quarterback talking right there. He understands you can make all the adjustments. The other team also gets to adjust too. I think that's why this matchup is so fascinating to me, Loeb, is because you've already played twice. You played recently. Both teams know exactly what the other team is trying to do. It's about execution. It's about a couple plays. And it's about going there and seeing who's the best team here on Saturday night.
No question. Both teams, like you said, they both know each other's playbook. They both know who's going to line up. But you heard Purdy, what he said. He goes, at the end of the day, you can have all the X's and O's in the world, but it doesn't mean a hill of beans if you don't line up and say, I got to beat this guy across from me. Because if I can't beat the guy across from me, and that means he's beating me, it's something that's disruptive. It means that, hey, maybe my receiver one is on his route. Maybe the running back is one on his route. But if the guy across beat me, Purdy can't get the ball to him. So that's the biggest thing that this is about. Guys can't take turns making mistakes up front. You got to limit that. You can't sit there and say, okay, we're going to beat them all day, and they're going to make plays. They got players, they got money, guys over there getting paid. They got a good defense, but you got to make one more play than they do. And it's got to be at the right time, and it's got to happen. It's got to mean more to you. And that's what this game's about. This game's about not only X's and O's, it's also about pride. It's about a team that took the ball and had it for over 30 minutes to didn't even have it 20 minutes. You're talking about a team that just really dominates you. So it's like, I want to get back on the bull. And I think this 49er team, in their heart of hearts, it's like, okay, we've been to a loud place. Philadelphia was loud. Yeah, this place is going to be comparable. This team, they think they're a number one seed. They won home field advantage. You know what? They think they're going to line up. And if it ain't broken, they don't fix it. Each man, what are you going to do different? They took the ball and had 100-some yards. They ran the ball down your throat. How are we going to stop it this time? We got the same guys. There's no Superman's not coming. It's us. What are we going to do to stop this team from being able to run the ball down their throat like they had so much success last time?
And how does it feel to be an underdog? That's a position the Niners have relished this season, but prior to this year, they've pretty much been the front runners. They've been the teams. They've been the Seattle. They've been the one seed at home. They've been hosting. They've had home games. How does it feel like Brock Purdy to be the underdog or be labeled as an underdog?
I think at the end of the day for us, it's like, we just focus on ourselves, man, and we watched the film against Philly, and all of us were all so eager to get better from that. And then obviously we're in the playoffs now, so we stayed alive, and we're alive right now. So for us, how can we just go and find a way and, play together and play our standard of ball as the 49ers? So that's how we look at it. Obviously, yeah, you can call us underdogs and everything, but, for us, man, we just focus on ourselves and go about it that way.
I mean, I think one of the positions that the Niners don't have to feel like they're in is there's pressure. Like, to me, in this game, low, and obviously is varying degrees, but the pressure's on Seattle. It's their house. They're the one seed. They're also a team that hasn't been here in this situation before. Mike McDonald is in his first playoff game. Sam Darnold is in just his second playoff game. You got a lot of guys on that other sideline that haven't been in these positions before. Even with a lead, even down, Brock Purdy has been on both sides of the coin, and he's come up heads the majority of the time. Yeah,
the 49ers, we know without a doubt, they're playing with house money right now. Ever since last week. They were underdog last week. They're an underdog again today. They're playing with house money. Those people in Philadelphia, they're still sick. You think about going on Seattle, going on road, and they know they're playing with house money. The Niners know that, and Seattle's saying, we're the number one seed. The road to the Super Bowl comes through here. All we got to do is take care of business. And all of a sudden, the 49ers are sticking around, and they're down by 3 or 6, and just right there in it. What happens? What happens to this team? What does it do to you? So that's the thing that Seattle has to be careful of. Like, oh my goodness, if the 49ers are here, we've seen the way. If we don't get rid of these guys, they will stick around. The message that Seattle's preaching this whole week is, don't let them stick around. Don't let this game stay close. Don't let them stay in this game. When we have them out, we got to knock them out. That's what Seattle's preaching. But what happens when it don't happen? What happens when they haven't knocked you out? When all week long, coach has been giving you the mixed message, like, don't let them stick around. We get them down, let's finish them. And now we can blow them out, and the game's over. But what happens is the 49ers, you hit them, body blow, and they're doing the rope-a-dope like Ali. And the thrill in Manila. And now all of a sudden, it's the fourth quarter, and you look up, and Seattle looks up, and they're only up by 3. Oh, boy, and the Niners got the ball. Now guys are like, oh, man, coach said don't let them stick around. We let them stick around. Now they start looking around, pointing fingers, because reality starts to sit in. those coaches and the players believe that this game shouldn't be close. They shouldn't let the 49ers stick around. So if they do stick around, it's problems.
And what does it take to win in Seattle? Brock Purdy knows as good as anybody. He's 4-0. He has never lost as a starting quarterback at Lumen Field up north, which has traditionally been a house of horrors for the San Francisco 49ers. Here's what he said.
It's one of the hardest places to play when it comes to the environment and the fans, and every down matters, and you have to be on point with everything, your communication, the operation, things like that, because it all matters, it all adds up. So, but when you're on top of it and you can execute, on the road, it can feel really good when you do your job at a high level. So, tough place to play, but it's worth it if you're on top of your stuff.
I mean, and if you can phase out that noise, that's the thing too. It's like Brock Purdy has been in these trenches time and time again. He did it week 1. Shoot, I remember his first start up there was on a short week in 2022 when they won and clinched the division. Brock Purdy played with a broken rib cage that day. I feel like that kind of set the tone for what we've come to understand about Brock, which is, yeah, he's he sounds like the nice guy and he's the unassuming quarterback and kind of just talks a little bland. But out there, when he's between those lines, he's an absolute gamer, and he's somebody that you cannot count out. No matter if he doesn't have the biggest arm, the biggest stature, when he's got Kyle Shanahan, when he's got Christian McCaffrey and enough guys around him, he's just as dangerous as any quarterback. And I think he proved that again last week in Philadelphia.
Oh, no question. It's about the belief. And that's the thing. He believes. And when your quarterback believes and he can bring that onto the field and he believes, but he shows you, he instead of just telling you, he shows you when he starts throwing the ball to nameless guys that in this league for only a cup of coffee, guys that was picked off the waivers, guys that were third and fourth string, that has over 100 yards receiving, 150-yard season, the biggest receiving in the playoffs of their career. When you do that, that makes other guys say, I'm going to get my shot. Brock is going to give me an opportunity to make some plays in this game. I got to do my job. I have to get open. I have to win. And guess what? I have a chance to contribute, help us win this ballgame. That's what a great quarterback does. That's what Brock Purdy has been able to do without Brandon Ayuk, without Ricky Pearsall, without having Debo from last year, and a lot of different faces. Look what this guy has been able to do without having, hey, diddle, diddle, Kittle down the middle. They're finding a way to win football games. That's the mark of a great quarterback, but it's also the mark of a great selfless team that's saying, we're buying in. If you tell us we can do this, we can do this. And they remind me, this is great. This is a team that, you think about Seattle, I mean, not Seattle, but if you think about the Patriots in their heyday, Branch, who was their receiver? Think about the receivers that they had. We're not going to exclude Randy Moss when he was there.
Yeah. But which is ironically the only team that didn't win.
Exactly, didn't win Super Bowl. Went undefeated and had a chance to do something no other team. Well, besides the Dolphins, they didn't do it. But think about who did he have? No great receivers. Any of those receivers Hall of Famers? Name me a receiver that Tom Brady played. We're not talking about Moss, but on those teams, that's going to be a Hall of Famer. It was just a bunch of guys that did their job, but did it at high efficiency. That said, if I win, the ball is coming to me. Edelman, Wes Walker. Think about what he was able to do with less. Brock Purdy, not calling him Tom Brady, but he's an overachiever. Meaning that he doesn't have the stature of Tom Brady. He doesn't have, he's not the quarterback Tom Brady's, but look what he's able to do. He's able to scramble. He's able to find those guys. He makes guys better than what they are. He makes guys great. You saw that last week when he was going to receivers, and now guys are starting to feel it, getting up, pointing first down. They're involved in the game. Their energy's up high. You got to love that.
Well, and that's why I'm glad you mentioned that, because coming into this season, there was a question about that. If Brock Purdy could be the tide that raises all boats, right? If he could be the amplifier, the guy who could take, could take a bunch of lunch pail workers and go out there and win football games. And obviously these guys are professional athletes. They're all paid to play the game. But the point is, he wasn't working with the all-pros of yesteryear. He wasn't working with Trent Williams in the back end of his prime. He wasn't working with, McCaffrey, He was working with them, I should say, at age 26, 27. He's now doing it with it doesn't matter who. That's the point. It could be Ricky Pearsall. It could be Demarcus Robinson. It could be a less than 100% Juwan Jennings, who was the third receiver on that team that went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Now he's maybe your number one receiver in a game like today. Brock Purdy, to me, has put the questions about his viability as a franchise quarterback. He's put in the back seat, and he tossed it out the window, and he's got his foot on the gas pedal. Like Brock Purdy, I think with that football game against Philadelphia, it's interesting that he hasn't had the gaudy numbers or the big games like he did a couple of seasons ago when that team was an absolute freight train. His stats haven't been as good. But you can't tell me that Brock Purdy isn't a better quarterback than he was a year, 2 years, 3 years ago when he got into the league. He doesn't have a bigger arm. He's not faster. But he's understood this game, and he's picked it up, I think, at such a pace that people didn't expect him to, that you're absolutely right. The Niners are going into this game with the better quarterback. And that is something that always gives you a chance, whether you're at home, whether you're on the road, you're the underdog, you're the favorite. If you have the best QB on the field, don't want to make it all about one position, but you got a shot.
No question. And that means they have a shot today, because you do have to admit that I think that he is better than Darnold, and you've seen that Darnold has seen ghosts. But Darnold, when Darnold's playing at a high level, Darnold can sling it with anyone too. Darnold can be very, very efficient. He can be very, very accurate. He can throw a long, deep ball. You saw him, what he's been able to do. So Darnold, if you let him keep on keeping on and you get this guy going, Sam Darnold is a nightmare as well. But you talking about what Brock Purdy is just as a fire starter and as a quarterback that's in this league, he plays with that bravado now. And I like it. I like that he's the underdog. He's the Doug Flutie. I mean, no disrespect, but you remember how Doug Flutie, how just gritty and grinding, get things done, had a hell of a career, played for a long time. But Brock Purdy, man, this guy, what he has done, how he has elevated his teams with less, I think now Brock Purdy, without a doubt to me, I think he's in the top 10 quarterbacks. And I was hard on him, and I was like, hey, look, you know what? You watch the way that, and here's the deal. In this system, he may run Shanahan's system better than any quarterback in the league. Mm-hmm. Because he believes in the system. He's good with the system. He understands what the system needs to do. So let's put it that way. I would not want another quarterback to run his system better than Brock. I'd rather have Brock.
No, he's just got the processor. He always knows where to go, always knows where to be with the ball, and is why the Niners have a good a chance as any. It's interesting, too, because, Brock Purdy before this season, he had 2 game-winning drives in his career. This season alone, he's got 3 game-winning drives, and one of which obviously came last week in the playoffs against Philadelphia. Brock Purdy is a guy you can depend on, and he's got a big challenge in front of him here today. All right, about an hour away from sending it off to Warriors Live. Obviously, kickoff between the Niners and the Seahawks is at 5 o'clock. This is the kickoff show. We got 60 more minutes. If you want to get calls in, if you want to get your texts in, 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Lorenzo Neal. My name is Evan Giddings. We'll also have inactives and actives coming up for you in just a little bit. Ricky Pearsall is in game uniform and on the field right now. It's being reported in Seattle. Still no sign of Sam Darnold on the Seahawks side, who came up on the injury report with an oblique injury on Thursday. We'll have a lot of updates for you moving forward to determine who's going to be the winner in this game. The winner gets to the NFC Championship. The Niners have been in the NFC Championship each of the first 4 postseasons under Kyle Shanahan. Will they be there again? We're going to find out together. All more on the kickoff show after this on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754. 800-627-7754.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Second and goal. Couple of fakes. Purdy, quick throw. Caught in the end zone. Touchdown. Robinson again. And the 49ers strike first.
Now back to the kickoff show on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got you for an hour more here on the kickoff show. Lorenzo Neal, Evan Giddings. And then the 5 o'clock kickoff between the Seahawks and the 49ers. Updates for you. Official actives have been released. Ricky Pearsall, active for the San Francisco 49ers. D. Winters, active for the San Francisco 49ers. And for the Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold is officially active. Something that was a little bit, I don't want to say, concerning on the Seahawks side, but popped up on the injury report. Had the oblique injury last week. The question was going to be, is Sam Darnold going to play? To me, Lo, this was something that was always, I don't know if it was a sleight of hand, a little bit of trickery, the old look at my right while I punch you with the left. Sam Darnold was always going to play in this game. And I do think that the oblique injury is just something that's totally precautionary at this stage.
Well, you know what, Sam, he knew he was going to play. It was all trickery and deceit. Now, if I'm the 49ers, I'm going to hit that oblique all day long. I want to slam him, throw him around. Come on, the guy's had a week to rest, 2 weeks off. So how would his oblique be worse when you've been off for 2 weeks? Come on, cry me a tear, Seattle. You want to try that with us? Guess what? What are you going to do, brother? When I come for you, you got 60 minutes to see me, and I'm going to be fired up.
He's going to have to play like he's 100%. This is something, too, that I
got to hit him, though. Last game, he got out of here unscathed. He had all kinds of time in the pocket. You got to push this pocket back. You got to be relentless. This team needs to go ahead and make some noise and really kind of beat this guy up. Because if you can hit Sam and really get him, Sam gets rattled, man. Let's be real. He can get rattled. So this is going to be a game that the Niners defense, and I really believe, man, guys are going to be flying around. It's never lack of effort with the Niners defense. Never.
No, it never is. I mean, and this is a team that, look, they only had one penalty last week, the Niners. I mean, it's not just the fact that they're out there and they contain, but they're disciplined. This is a team that I've maybe been most impressed by this aspect of it. They never feel like they're a team that shoots themselves in the foot.
Right.
They allow the other team to make the mistakes, and for the most part, they capitalize on it. Philadelphia last week dropped a couple passes. The Niners, meanwhile, had a couple turnovers, but their defense didn't break when I believe the Eagles only got 3 points off of those 2 picks that Purdy threw.
They were hungry.
Yeah.
A hungry dog hunts best. And just like with Buffalo Bill, you saw that. How about the big D lineman stepping in front of that and saying, I'll take that. He's like, you want that? I'll take this ball. And you see the quarterbacks. There we go. Crucial situation. Here's a quarterback, second year, saying, okay, I'm trying to go to the wide out. Defensive lineman right there, threw it to the big fella, interception, and he's smart. He says, I'm not going to make a touchdown. Let me go down on the ground and let the ball come out to my offense and let Josh. But yeah, and that's what's good about this 49er team. Look, Purdy's a gunslinger. And when he's throwing the ball over at times, yes, Purdy has turned the ball over.
Oh, yeah.
And he can turn it over at crucial times. But you know the thing about Purdy? When you're a gunslinger, you get back out there and you say, let me fire it again. You know what? I missed that one. You got me that time, but I'm not going to let you get me again. You watch Purdy, how he just has thick skin. Got to have skin. Hardball used to say this, skin like a armadillo. That was John Hard, not Jim Hardball, when I was in Baltimore. And he's just like, you got to have tough skin. To play football, Evan, you got to have tough skin because it's so easy to get caught in your own mind. You fumble the ball, you're thinking about it. Look at AJ last week. Mm-hmm. Here's Philadelphia, the big-time receiver's been crying for the ball, saying, hey, look, I need the ball. All these things that's going on. came to him, had a drop, and then another drop, went to the sideline, and he never got over it. Then he's trying to catch the ball with his body. So that's why you got to have tough skin. That's the big thing, and that's what I think Purdy, that's what separates him. The guy is never going to stop slinging it. He's a gunslinger.
Well, and A.J. Brown fell apart after that. I mean, it's just a fact that Josh Allen just threw the ball. That was a great play, by the way, by the other safety. But, man, these teams are just giving it back and forth. I think there's 5 turnovers in this football game. If this is any indication of how close or how ridiculous the Niners-Seahawks game is going to be later tonight, I simply can't wait. Obviously, I hope the Niners are the team that comes out on top, but this game is an absolute track meet because of the quarterback's inability to take care of the football right now.
And it's why. And that's the thing. You're Buffalo. You're a first down away from being in field goal range. Why are you taking a shot to the end zone? I mean, it's like you see the safety, so you're in a bad situation. You're Josh Allen, take off a run. That's just sometimes guys try to get the home run instead of saying, I'm going to take what they give me. And that's what Purdy does a great job too. And at times it's like, look, I'm a dink, I'm a dunk, I'm going to take it what other teams give me, what the defense gives me. And then if you give him a wide open guy, he won't miss the layup. But you watch Purdy. Does Purdy have any passes this year over 40 yards? I mean, if you think about, I'm talking about
not air yards. You got to find me one.
Exactly. So, but he understands the nuances of the team, what to do on the dig routes, the post routes, how to skies it, how to scheme it. He knows what he reads. Watch Purdy tonight with his eyes, how he controls the safeties and understanding what he wants to do with the ball. That's what makes this guy a gunslinger, but that's what makes him tough, and that's what I love about this guy. He's gonna get back there, even when he throws it away or throws an interception, he's gonna keep slinging it.
Well, and he's a guy who's not afraid to make a mistake, and in a way, I think that's why he's so successful. Yes, he'll put the ball in harm's way. He'll throw a couple tonight where it makes you go, oh, my God, Brock, what are you doing? But he'll bounce right back and be the same quarterback the exact next play because that's what it's required of you to make plays in these kinds of games. You have to be willing to trust your teammates. You have to be willing to fit the ball into tight windows. That's just what the quarterback position is all about. And that's why watching some playoff quarterbacks last weekend, the ones who are no longer playing right now on divisional round weekend, it's almost because they were too calculated. They didn't take enough risks. They were checking the ball down.
Our boy
Justin Herbert on line one.
And that's what shocked me is the line protected him well enough for him to be able to throw the ball. It wasn't like he was getting sacked every play. You saw the Chargers, they were able to get to their court. They were able to sack the quarterback. And just the inability at times, sometimes with Herbert, I can't wait till he gets his first playoff win because this right now, when you watch him in the playoffs, he looks a little lost, looks a little nervous. The stage is getting a little big, and that's your gunslinger. And that's what I'm saying. In playoff times, and here's the deal. If you ask every GM, they'd probably say, give me Herbert over Purdy. Size, statue, can throw the ball longer, it's faster, he can run, he can run over guys. Maybe so, but if you said, who do you want in the playoffs? I got Purdy on the line. I want Purdy.
Yeah, I literally asked someone this last week. We're having a conversation after the game because, they were being consoling like, hey, Justin Herbert's still a really good quarterback. And I totally agree with that. But I just asked him, if you have a game for your life, you want Justin Herbert or Brock Purdy? The answer is Brock Purdy.
And that's what's crazy.
That's
because you and I know how
that's
big
the answer.
It's the answer.
Yeah.
And we know how big and how physical Herbert is. We understand what he can bring to the table. It's unbelievable. But isn't that amazing that you and I are both in the same church, same crew, and we want Purdy?
And it's because of what he's proven this year. Before this season, not sure you could say that. But I think Brock Purdy has done wonders for his reputation. And I think you said this last week. It's a great point. Last week, if the Niners lost, nobody would be coming in and saying, oh, Brock Purdy's got to go. He's not the franchise quarterback. Get this dude out of here. What was on the line for him last week was reputation and quarterback status. And it cemented him to me as a top 10 guy. He still has a long ways to go, and obviously his Super Bowl ring is going to be something that separates him from other great quarterbacks. But in this league, his reputation is wholeheartedly established. He is the San Francisco 49ers quarterback, and I think if you polled a lot of Seahawks fans And those are fans that have seen quarterbacks come and go. They've seen great ones in their own right. Brock Purdy's a guy that, he ain't walking around 6'6" and has got a right hand from God, but he has never lost in that football field that he's about to march on to in a couple of minutes, and there's a reason for that. And it's because he's a gamer.
He's a gamer, and he's a winner, and he understands the stage. And I think with Brock Purdy, there's a story my grandma said, you know what Christians and teapots have a lot in common? I said, no, Grandma, what do they? She said, you know what? They don't make their best music till they're up the neck in hot water. And when you watch, if you put water in a pot and you turn it on and you turn it up, the higher it gets, it starts whistling. You can hear the music. And that's kind of, when you watch Brock Purdy, when you see him throw a bad play, when you see this team is they're up to their neck in hot water, you see the way that it performs. You see the way that they galvanize and come together. Even when everyone in the stands and everyone around them, even their own fans, everyone says, "This game's over. It's over." It's the way that they galvanize, the way that they start making that music because they're up to their neck in hot water. It's the way this team never stops. It never stops. It won't quit. That's what I just love about this team, man. And no matter what happens, the outcome, when you have 7 or 8 new starters on your defense, and you've gone through what you've gone through, not having your Hall of Fame tight end, not having your Hall of Fame linebacker, not having your all-perennial pass rusher, and you're still here losing several defensive linemen, losing people to free agency, and you're still here losing, the tight end offense. Think about what this team, having your quarterback out for 7-8 weeks, and you're still here, and you're playing right now to earn the right to go to the NFC Championship game. This team, you can't say enough about them. You can't say that this team don't quit. You can't say that this team doesn't fight. And all you want to do is just see them play, and no matter what happens, you know that they're going to give you their all. Win, lose, or draw, even if they get beat by 30, you know that they're going to fight. That's all you can ask from a team that's outmanned, outgunned, because that's what this is today. I'm being clear, and I think people know that. That's why this is the biggest point spread on the docket for today and tomorrow, because they see what Seattle is, and they see the way the Niners, no-name guys on defense, and they're still here.
888-957-9570 is the number. 45 more minutes left in the kickoff show before we send it off to Warriors Live. How are you feeling right now? If you're a Niners fan, are you feeling confident? Are you feeling nervous? Are you just ready to get it on? How are you feeling right now as we prepare for the divisional round nightcap on Saturday night here at Lumen Field? Evan Giddings, Lorenzo Neal, the kickoff show with you. Let's go out to Philmo Mike. Well, earlier he was in the town. Philmo, you back in the city? Where you at? What's up, man? How you feeling?
Oh, I'm back in the town. I stay in the town. I can't afford my city no more, man. Frisco.
That part.
I got you.
Yeah, man. But I stay in the town. Shout out to I stay by 73rd by East. My mom saw the green side one time. But Philmo Mike in here. Hey, but I just wanted to say, it's funny how we talk about Brock Purdy, because it reminds me of when we used to talk about Steph, and we were kind of like scared to say, like, right, he's a factor, like he's a big deal, like he's that guy. Like, it took us, we had to like almost like get a championship or two till we say, okay, he's a big dog. But the stats and the statistics, as far as the popularity, was showing he was just as big as LeBron,
Facts.
back then.
Facts.
But because we were kind of like afraid, we hadn't really been there before, we got to start letting people know. Brock be balling, man. It's a lot of players that got all the better skill sets, sort of, again, like Steph Curry. He's not the biggest of persons. You feel me? Like, he's not that big. He's not 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", with all these muscles. Same as Purdy. Lamar Jackson's faster. But they ain't did what Purdy's done.
Facts.
Josh Allen is bigger, stronger, faster. But they ain't done what Brock Purdy's done.
Facts.
You have to, we got to rip the Band-Aid off and just say, you know what? We got like a top 3-4 quarterback in the league, man.
You been real, bro.
And I'm not afraid to say it.
You said
I'm just keeping it real.
You said a lot, dog.
Yeah,
you said a lot. It's hard to say it.
My chest.
Bro.
Yeah, it's hard to say it. It's kind of crazy. It's like he's the last pick. You got all these things in your mind.
Right.
But if you really think about it, he's like Steph Curry in 2015-16. He's really one of the best players in the league. And, we're just scared to recognize it because we got these weird mental checks that we have to go through. But to me, if I get out of my own head, he's already there.
Wow.
Damn, Philmo, that's high praise, man.
Yeah, that was deep, though, bro. It's scary because you don't want people to say, "Oh, you're being a joke, you're being a homer." And here's and that's why I had to back up. And Phil Moore is a great call because first I said he's a top 10. Then I said he's the number one quarterback in Shanahan's offense. He could and so think of what I'm saying. I'm saying in Shanahan offense, I wouldn't rather have another quarterback because how well he executed. So, and I think we're stuck too on Shanahan. You see what he did with, think about Jimmy Garoppolo, all the different people, and everyone talk about the system. So I think we're stuck in our head also, Phil Moore, because we think about the system, what Shanahan's system does for quarterbacks. Can Brock leave here and still be as dominant and be as big and be as great as he is in San Francisco? And I'm starting to think this guy loves football, and I'm starting to think this guy could adapt wherever he was at.
Well, and I'm not willing to go as far as to say Brock Purdy is top 3, top 4 in the league, but I will say he's top 3 right now in the teams that are left in the postseason. The teams that are left playing.
And
to me, it's
right.
It's Josh Allen, it's Matthew Stafford, it's Brock Purdy. I'd take him over Drake May.
Me too.
I'd take him over Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And obviously over C.J. Stroud and Sam Darnold. He's better than the quarterback that's across from him today. Now, his job is going to be far more difficult than Sam Darnold's job. His job is more difficult than C.J. Stroud's, who's got an incredible defense. But if you're talking about the quarterbacks left, the guys that are playing for all the marbles and the chips, Brock Purdy's top 3. He's at the table. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. If you're talking about the quarterbacks in the playoffs. But even, of course, you see what Cincinnati Bengals, that's probably my favorite one. I mean, I love Joe Cool, Joe Burrows.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, he's just big, physical. He can do so many things, but you see him today. He can hurt you as well. Sometimes he gets so careless because he's so good. He gets a little careless. So Josh Allen there, Joe Burrows. I would take Purdy over Lamar Jackson every day. Because Purdy throws the ball, it ain't even close. He goes to he's better than Lamar. To me, I don't now have Lamar Jackson won MVP, but he's won it because his legs and there's everything else that's around it. But I don't know if where would you go? I mean, of course, I think of Stafford, what he's done. Stafford's just, but look over in Detroit. Who do you want? Do you want Purdy or you like Detroit quarterback?
I mean, to me, Brock Purdy this season has separated himself from Jared Goff, which is kind of
because that's where I had him.
Wherever I had Jared Goff is where I had Brock Purdy before this season. Yeah. I mean, if I'm thinking about the top 5 guys, I still got to give Mahomes.
Right.
Allen, Burrow, Lamar. To me, is still in there, and then I would go. I would go Stafford at 5.
Okay,
and a lot of it's going to be determined by what the Ravens continue to be. The one thing that Brock Purdy has over the majority of them, outside of really just one dude,
wins in the playoffs.
Wins in the playoffs. I mean, it just is. And I get it. Before this season, you could say, well, he's got this guy, he's got that guy, he's got a bunch of boys around him. This year, I hate to break it to people, Jake Tonjes is playing tight end today.
Right.
Luke Farrell's playing tight end today. Yeah, Christian McCaffrey's out there, but he's got Trent Williams on one leg. He's got a defense that before 3 weeks ago, a couple of them weren't even on the team.
They were on the streets.
And he went into Lincoln Financial and beat Philly.
Right. You had my linebacker from Fresno. He was on the streets. Good dude. I mean, 53. Think about what they've been able to do with this defense, and Brock Purdy has been at the helm of this thing, orchestrating this, and having this team believe, and they're locked in, and they're playing great ball. So I'm excited for the opportunity. Like I said, again and again and again, no question to me, this is David and Goliath.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to have to pick their shots. They're going to have to find a way to find that chink that said, okay, this is where they're not protected. Shanahan is going to have to be in the bag of tricks today, and he's going to have to exploit that defense and find a way, because last time they played, they held you to 3 points. You could not buy a first down. You only had 2 first downs in the half. You had problems. Serious problems, and now you have to go to Lincoln Financial, and now you have to go on the road where the 12th man and find a way to beat a team that's coming off of 2 weeks rest, that's had a bye, that's got a rest. And so this is a tall task, but what gives you hope and what gives you faith? Because look, last week we thought they had a chance of beating Philly.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
But you said, you know what, you got to give Philly the edge. They're at home. So you said if they won, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if they lost, you say I wouldn't be a big deal. You would say, okay,
I wouldn't have been surprised. Was not surprised in the Niners. Yeah, absolutely.
But today, 1,000%, you would anyone's crazy out of their mind if they said they wouldn't be surprised if the Niners can go up there and win in that environment, not having Kittle, not having your players, not having a lot of your playmakers on the road. Be hard to say that this game shouldn't be even a bigger point spread than 7.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lorenzo, Neil, Evan Giddings, the kickoff show. We got you for about 40 more minutes. Let's go to Burlingame and talk to Xavier. Wants to get into the underdog mentality. Xavier, what's up, man? How we feeling? What's going on?
Hey, we are feeling good, getting ready for the game. You know, got the drinks and snacks ready. Really wanted to say hi to you guys. Big fan of you, Evan, and shout out Low Neil. I'm from the Central Valley. Larry, so just wanted to say
T-Town, baby, T-Town.
That's right. So, yeah, really just wanted to get your thoughts on, you know, in the past years when we go to the playoffs, it felt like we were big, you know, dominant, and we were supposed to win. So, you know, not really surprised when we did get those wins in the past, and I felt that, you know, losing was so hard because of that. But this time around, it's been really refreshing, and I just wanted to get your guys' thought on those two differences, you know, the Niners being, you know, underdogs in this moment, and how refreshing it is to kind of win when you're not expecting to. And just wanted to get your thoughts on that. And bang, bang, Niner gang.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, X. Look, the underdog mentality is one. He's right. The Niners have not been that team before, but I don't know if it necessarily gives them an extra edge. To me, Lo, each year is its own entity, and underdogs and overachievers is just what they've been this entire year. I mean, no one expected them to come in and be a team that was playing for the 1 seed in Week 18.
No.
And especially considering the amount of players that they've lost. So, X, what I would tell you is the reason why the underdog mentality gives this team is the edge to me going into Philly, going to wherever, it's because that's been the identity of this team for the last 6+ months.
Yeah, I'm same church, same pew. It's an underdog because the bookmakers have said it. People with their own eyes seen this game 3 weeks ago, and you saw a Seattle team come into San Francisco and totally dominate, just beat them up physically. And so about being an underdog, but yeah, you're an underdog, but they've earned the right to be in this position. And that's the reason why, like you said several weeks ago, they were playing to be the number 1 seed. So even though you're an underdog, you're not out.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that people were saying, okay, it's an underdog, but they're not out. They're a team that's underdog, but they can still fight. They're a team that's underdog, but they're not a team that's limping into the playoffs like so many other teams have limped into the playoffs, and they don't have the guys or the skill set. But this is a 49ers team that hasn't had all the different players, that hasn't had these guys for the whole year. So this is a totally different situation because they've been here the whole year. So you got to say, okay, yeah, they're the underdog, but they've been here. So this is not a team that all of a sudden you just walk in the playoffs like the Steelers, and everyone talking about the Steelers. They knew that them are the Ravens. Those teams weren't that good. This is not a team that limped in the playoffs and said, man, we're just happy to be here. This team was playing for the number 1 seed and just so happened to drop to number 6. So when you look at it, and take all that out of it and say, okay, I'm going to be realistic, and I'm going to really say, look at this and diagnosis, like, where are they at? They're where they're supposed to be because they were playing for the number 1 seed. In actuality, maybe they should have been 2.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at what we're getting ready to see, we're going to see 2 teams that are competitive. You're going to see a 49er team that's going to fight. They're going to fight their butt off. Yes, they're a little smaller, undersized, undermanned, but you got to give them a fighting chance.
Well, and the only reason they might not have been a 2 or a 3 or 4 is because of the division they play in.
Absolutely. You got 3 teams still in it.
You got the best division in football, the NFC West, and I have an inkling. I don't know about, obviously, but who's going to win this game between the Niners and the Seahawks. We'll give our predictions later on in the show in our last segment coming up here. But what I do feel confident in it's going to be an NFC West showdown in the NFC Championship game. I think the Rams are going to take care of business tomorrow, and I think whoever plays the Niners and the Seahawks, they're going to get Matt Stafford, Sean McVay, and the Rams next weekend. That's why this division has been the best in football, and it's why you're seeing these two teams have to play now instead of playing to go to the Super Bowl. All right, one more segment left, 888-957-9570. If you like Filmo, if you like X, call us. Let us know how you're feeling about the game right now. You're feeling good about the Niners, maybe a little anxious. Where are you watching? How are you watching? How are you having fun? Are you biting your fingernails? What are you feeling right now before the Niners play for a chance to go to the NFC Championship? Would be another trip to that game for Kyle Shanahan. He's been every single season that he's got to the playoffs as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. He'll have to take down the Seahawks. He'll have to beat the 1 seed. How are you feeling? Again, an hour away from kickoff. We got one more segment left. This is the Kickoff Show with Lorenzo, Neal, and Evan Gettings on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
At
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Back in 16.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
49ers defense has kept them in this game, and now they're on the march. Down by 6, putting together a little drive here. And a 1st and 10 from the Eagles 29 to start this fourth quarter. Sky Moore again, little trickery. He's thrown it before. Going deep at Caffrey. He's got it. Touchdown 49ers, but there's a flag. Wait. Hold on. Let's see what the flag is. Juwan Jennings.
Man. Now back to the kickoff show on 95.7 The Game.
What was that, Lo?
Who do you love? Who do you love? Hey.
And this is our last segment of the season. I'm glad Cam got our guy rocking to get it started. I mean, this is what it's all about, baby.
That part. That part. Here we go.
By the way, so that play by Juwan Jennings, Kyle Shanahan dialed that up 2 years ago in the Super Bowl. Juwan Jennings, 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
2 touchdowns.
2 tugs.
You think he goes 3 for 3?
I think he goes 3 for 3, but they're going to hold it. You know what? You know that I love what the 49ers do because they gave Seattle so many things that they're going to try to defend. Hey, keep your eye on this guy. How do you do certain things? That's what Kyle Shanahan does. He is a mastermind offense. And last time they met and last time they played, the mastermind got put in his place. It was like, okay, Yoda. It was like, I got you. So the force wasn't with him. He was Luke Skywalker trying to fight Darth Vader before Luke became Luke, before he became the Jedi. So it's going to be interesting today how this Niner offense adapt to the environment, adapt to the elements that's there, adapt to the front four, what they're going to try to get after you, adapt to just everything around. So I'm excited about the opportunity for the San Francisco 49ers to travel to Lincoln Field and go try to make this thing happen.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you got anything in the next 20 minutes, we're taking your calls on this game. The divisional round, San Francisco at Seattle, the 6 at the 1, with a chance to take on the winner of LA or Chicago next week for the NFC Championship game. Let's go to San Francisco. Stay in the city. Talk to our guy, Mike. Mike, what's happening, my man? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, man, I just want to bring that energy real quick. We got Niners playoff football, okay? Seattle's like the Tin Man. They got no heart. We got heart. Lo, Neil, I'm ready to get the French onion dip. I got the Modelo. You got heart. This team got heart. Shout out to Lee Moore. Let's go, Niners. Let's go.
Bang, bang.
Mike, I love it, man.
Love it, Mikey.
He said, get the onion dip.
Get the onion dip, baby. The old onion, baby. And that's what it's going to be. Here's the deal. 49ers, they cannot just say we can't run the ball. They're going to try to run the ball in some form or fashion. We both know that, E. You have to keep the defense honest. And you got to realize we haven't given this guy, we haven't really talked about him a lot. And Trent, that side of the line is going to be, say, okay, they're going to probably play an over to that side. It's going to be interesting to see how Trent Williams and how these guys are saying, we got to go out here and we got to play physical, but we got to go out here and show this team we can punch them in the mouth. We can't settle for 2 yards a carry, 3 yards a carry. We got to some way get that 3.6, 4 yards, 3.5 or more. That's what this 49ers offense, that's got to be their mindset.
Yeah, staying ahead of the sticks, playing time of possession, field position battle, all of the little things. And I got to give them credit because for the majority of the season, that's what the Niners have hung their hats on. They have done the little things. I think it speaks to the coaching. I think it speaks to the character of this team. And I think it speaks to the identity that they've built of a team that's not going to inflict pain upon themselves. They may not dish it out. They may not be the hardest hitters, the team that's dialing up the most points, but they're not going to hurt themselves. And against Seattle, that is a must. That is what you have to do, baseline requirement to be in this football game, which I believe they will be. The question is Seattle, just like the first time they faced them, are they going to wear them down over the course of these 60 minutes? I do. One of my biggest questions for this game, it's not if Brock Purdy's going to throw picks. It's not if, can they stop the run? But how much do the Niners have left in the tank? This is now their fourth consecutive week they've played going back to Sunday Night Football. You got obviously Seattle, the loss at home, Eagles last week, and now on the short week on Saturday. How much do the San Francisco 49ers have left in the tank? It's just another thing I'm thinking about in regards to your comparison today to the David versus Goliath that we're about to see.
Yeah, and I think that we know Cal Shanahan, what he means as a coach. Of course, he wants to see guys run full speed. So this week of practice, I imagine we weren't in pads. I imagine they got the best stretch therapists, massage, got guys in hyperbaric chambers. They have a lot of different things they do. You want to make sure your team is fresh. So this, even though they're beat up, and like you said, the last 4 weeks has been hell, something about these playoffs, you just find a way to turn it up, E. You saw them going to Philadelphia, and they found a way to turn it up. You had guys out, guys that couldn't play, and they found a way to turn it up. You had Kittle go down, and they found a way to continue to still turn it up just a little bit more. So I look at this game, and you say, wonder how much have they got left in the tank? I think as much as it needs to take. They are going to try to find a way to win this game. They're going to not only find a way to win this game, they are going to go in here and they're going to know that they've been in a fight. Win, lose, or draw, the 49ers, this is the way, this is their mantra. This is their calling card. No one gives us a chance. We don't care. It's about us. That's what I like about this team, that mentality is we have our blinders on. We're walking in here. The media, our fans, really, really, really don't really give us a chance. No one gives us a chance but us. When Kittle went down, you heard me, oh, this is a big loss. Man, you talking about the best tight end in the league, Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Fame. You don't have him, and now you're still going into Lincoln, still going to Seattle. Man, I'm telling you, bro, this team, they have blinders on, and they're saying, it's all about us. Don't listen to the noise. As my dad used to say, when we be a country boy, they say, don't worry about the mule going blind, just hold the strings and pull the line. Because if you don't know a mule, you don't got to worry about him going blind. He just going to pull. He just going to line up, and he just going to keep pulling and plowing that field. So don't worry about him going blind. And that's what the 49ers, they like. Kyle Shanahan, he has the line, and he said he pulling. Let's go. And these guys, they're focused. They're not looking to the left, to the right. That's what gives this team a fighting chance.
Absolutely, along with the few playmakers that they do have. Well, see, this is the thing. So over the course of about 3 or 4 years we've been working together, I've heard a lot of the lowisms. I call them lowisms, and there is knowledge rooted in all of them. That one I don't think I've heard before. Yeah, I like that one though.
I'll give you one or two every now and then. Yeah, that's a great one. Don't worry about the mule going blind. Just hold the strings and pull the line.
Well, because a lot of people know, you're the big bad fullback, right. You physical, but they forget sometimes. Also a country boy.
Oh, country boy. Oh, country boy. Oh, country boy. So, and that's what it's about. It's old blue collar. You bring your lunch pail to work, and you say what you want. The 49ers, they bring their lunch pail to work, and they just go play.
Absolutely.
They just go play.
Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams on one leg. You don't have George Kittle. Ricky Pearsall, by the way, active for this game for San Francisco. D. Winters on defense, active for this game for San Francisco. They're getting a couple of guys back. Seattle's going to have all their dogs. Sam Darnold is active for this game despite that kind of that fugazi oblique injury that popped up earlier this week. It's going to be San Francisco and Seattle, basically another matchup for that 1 seed, for a chance to play for the NFC Championship game. This time you got to do it in Seattle, a place that, ironically, Brock Purdy has never lost. He's taken L's at Seattle at home. He's taken losses at Levi Stadium. But when he's marched up to the Pacific Northwest in Seattle, he has not taken a loss. And this is from the 707. I miss Lowisms from the morning show. I miss them. And this is why I love doing this show with them. And that's why I need the Niners to win in an hour, because we got to come back next week and get more of them.
That's right.
In the meantime, we got some calls. I want to make sure we can get everybody in before the end of the show. We're taking up until 4:30. That guy is in the East Bay. That guy, what's happening? What's going on, baby? How you feeling?
Man, I'm getting hyped and I'm amped. Low Neil, you were on fire, my brother from the Valley. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm all over the place. I'm headed out to watch the game right now.
Love it.
On a movie theater, so it should be hyped.
Ooh.
Yeah. So real fast, look, in life, brother, we all know whatever you're doing, whether you're in counting, playing football, or whatever, all you want after failing is a second chance, right? So you got the 49ers, and, it's good. I'm glad that they're up there. I've been in that stadium, and you can't hear yourself think, really, up there. But I'm glad they're in that stadium because they got like you were saying earlier, Low Neil, you got the whole world coming at you. Everyone says you can't do it. But you know what? You got a second shot.
Come on.
Unlike Eminem, you don't get one shot. You got a second shot. So they're going to go up there. They're going to go up there, and they're going to cook them birds. And just Brock Purdy has never lost in Seattle. Shanahan has never lost a divisional game, and he always gets to at least the championship game. So I just got something to say to the Niners. If you out there, Niner fans, you play smart, you play fast, but most of all, you play physical.
That's
bang,
right.
Bang, Niner gang, 27-24. Let's go.
Love it, that guy. Love the energy.
Love him. He brought it.
Well, shoot, he's going to be in movie theater. This guy might need to be an actor by the end of this day.
Absolutely.
Right. Dusty's in San Bruno. Dusty, let me know how you're feeling, Dusty. What's happening?
Hey, that guy just got me feeling goosebumps all over the place. I'll tell you right now. I'm actually down here in Southern California, but I'm from San Bruno. I always rock the Bay. I'm over here watching the game with my 9-month-old on solo dad duty for the weekend, and I can't tell you how unbelievably pumped I am for this game. Everybody's doubting us. Apparently, we have a 30% chance of winning this game, yet we were 10.5 underdogs last week against the Eagles. What did we do? We punched them in the face. So I'm telling you right now, I don't care what anybody else says. I don't understand what the rest of the world is thinking. I know the vibes in the Bay. I know the vibes here in SoCal. We're all rooting here for the Niners. Let's go, baby. Bang, bang, Niner game. McCaffrey's going to get 3 touchdowns. Brock's going to go for 2 touchdowns at least. I'm telling you right now, we're going to go at least 30 points. And Seahawks, I'd say maybe 21 points. I don't think it's going to be as close as everyone thinks. I love it down the throat.
Confidence, Dusty. Confidence,
Dusty
man. Yeah. Week 18, that's in the rear view. It's a brand new ball game today.
Right.
That's one of the things that's fantastic about this matchup is that game. Yes, Seattle dominated. You only had 2 first downs in the first half. We could talk about all the different ways that Seattle owned you at your home stadium. It doesn't matter. That game doesn't count anymore.
It doesn't.
You only got one in front of you. You got 60 minutes or your season's over. And somebody's got to go home.
Somebody's got to go home. That's why I love the playoffs. It's win or go home. And right now, you look at Buffalo. They're on the road. Josh Allen turns over the ball several times. Denver takes advantage of it. Opportunities ever lost is given to someone else. They take advantage of it. And then they start turning over the ball. And now Josh Allen, as you just see can you feel the energy from Josh and just the way Buffalo now is just like they're in mutter mode. They're running the ball. They're being physical. They're like, we're going to try to win this game on the road. It's a great game, but something about them playoffs, man. It's win or go home. The stage is big. The lights are bright, but that's when stars are made. This is when guys, the no-name guys, the 49ers, you want to get paid. You've been barely on this team, hanging on, been a third string, fourth string. You're playing. All these GMs, all these head coaches, all the scouting, guess what? They're watching you. You're some of these guys on this Niner team to know everyone put you out in the pasture and said, this guy pulled this guy off the street, and you're playing earn the right to play in the NFC Championship. Kudos to all of you. Let's go. Bang, bang.
Throughout the season and a regular season that leads to the playoffs, every team has names. Everyone can make a name for themselves, whether you're a backup, whether you're a starter. It doesn't necessarily matter, but these are the kinds of games where your name gets remembered, right? We remember Brandon Ayuk in the NFC Championship game and that catch he made against the Lions. You remember Brock Purdy's final drive against the Packers a couple of years ago, Jawan Jennings' catch over the middle. You remember the play that Talanoa Hufanga made in Green Bay in 2021, blocking that punt and helping the Niners secure a win on the road against the Packers, a touchdown favorite. You remember those moments, and that's why the names are never forgotten. These are the kinds of days today where we might remember Ricky Pearsall after today. We might remember Garrett Wallow after today, D. Winters, Diamador Lenore. Some of these names that, yes, we're familiar with, that we've built a relationship with over the course of 17 plus, 18 plus weeks. But now, you win this game today, that's a very special group that you get to remain in as a team that makes an NFC Championship run. Obviously, still work to do after that because the season ain't over, but you can't get to the NFC Championship. You can't get to a Super Bowl unless you win a game like today.
Oh, no question. You have to win a game like today just to earn the right to continue to play. So you're talking about different guys, and you think about, the guys that are up, and Ricky, everyone's talking about what has Ricky got in the tank. We wanted to see this guy. He can stretch the field. He runs great routes. He's unbelievable. But the team, guess what? When he wasn't here, they were able to weather the storm. And let's go see what, the tight ends are going to be able to do today, not having Kittle. Who's going to step up in crucial situations to keep the chains going, to keep the sticks moving? Who's going to step on defense? D. Winters coming back from injury. How is he? Is this guy going to be the one that, get 14, 15 tackles? Because he needs to have a heroic type of play today and play on the other side of the field, because Seattle's going to line up and run the ball. Who's going to stop this running game? Who's going to say, I'm going to beat my man? I'm not going to let this double team push me 5 yards down the field because I know what they want to do. The backs, they want to get behind those linemen, and they're waiting to pick their way. How are the Niners going to do this scheme-wise? How are they going to be able to say, look, I'm not getting pushed around. Not today, not on the road. We're going to find a way to want it more than you. And that's what this is about. Even though you have a puncher's chance, even though all the odds are against you, you're the biggest odds in the whole playoffs today and tomorrow. How are you going to be remembered? And I think Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, in this organization, in these players, they're saying, we're not finished yet. Not only that, they talked about when they lost on that field. We'll see them in a couple weeks. This is a team that's been preparing and thinking about this moment. I said it earlier. It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. But this is a game that I'm telling you all week long, Seattle's saying, if we push them, and we jump on them, they'll quit. If we push them, jump on, we can find a way to blow this game. This game does not have to be close. That's what Seattle believes because they've been dominating. But what happens when you survive that counter punch? What happens when you survive that big punch, and you're still there, you're still fighting? Will Seattle blink? That's what I want to see tonight. I really believe Seattle thinks they're going to come out here and just impose their will. And I think you let the 49ers stick around like you did last couple weeks ago. They don't want to see that. I promise you, Sam Darnold, because it's not about I got next week. It's win or go home. That's where I think the Niners have an edge. If they can keep this game between 3 to 4 points, going in with the ball 3-4 minutes, you'll see a team break, in my opinion.
That's 100%. I'm with you right there. Same church, same pew. If the Seahawks play with their food like they did the last time these two teams saw each other, if it's a 10-7 game at half, if it's a touchdown game, the Niners got an opportunity with the ball late. That's not a position where I expect Seattle to survive and succeed in. That's a position where, we're thinking about all the things that the Niners have done this year. They have been great in one-score games. If this is a ball game late,
right.
I don't care who's on the field. Advantage San Francisco, because Seattle has not been in this spot before. They have not won in the playoffs together the way the Niners have. They have not played as recently as last week and done what the Niners did. So I'm 100% with you. If Seattle's going to win this game, in a way, I almost feel like it has to be going away. Because if it's close, the Niners are not the team that you want to see with the football down late.
No, I totally agree 1,000%. They do not want the Niners down late. They do not want to be the Niners in this game down late. They want to try to close the door, and that's what the Niners got to do. They understand what Seattle wants to accomplish, but I think you're going to see a Niner team. I don't think you can play any worse than they played that first half. That first half several weeks ago was just ferocious. So I think you'll see a Niner team that's more motivated, that's going to come out and play better football than they did that first half. It'd be hard to duplicate that. Even on the road in a tough environment and be playing against a great defense, I just don't see you only getting 2 first downs in the whole first half. I think that this team understands what's at stake. I know it. Both these teams understand what's at stake. But I just think that you've been beat up and you got kind of mollywopped and kind of embarrassed, that I think you're going to see a Niner defense a little bit more motivated and a Niners offense a lot more motivated because their inability, because they talked about it all the time. We have a young defense. We have to do a better job scoring. They didn't hold their end of the bargain up. I think today they got to.
And today, if they win, we're going to be right here talking about it on the next kickoff show. So hopefully we will. But that's going to put a bow on it for us here inside the Laughing Monk Studios at 95.7 The Game. Coming up next, it's going to be Warriors Live with Mark Grandy, and then taking you up, obviously, till the 5:30 tip between the Warriors and the Hornets. The Niners, they're going to go for glory tonight in Seattle, trying to take down the 1 seed and do what many people believe that they cannot, which is as a touchdown underdog on the road, go in and win. Can they do it for a second consecutive week? We're going to find out. For my partner, Lorenzo O'Neill, for Cameron Williams, my name is Evan Giddings, saying thank you for listening to the Kickoff Show, and we'll see if the Niners can get it done. Hopefully we're talking to you same place, same time next week, and if not, thank you for tuning in for this edition of the Kickoff Show. And all season long, a season to remember either way for the San Francisco 49ers.
Bang, bang!
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight right to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit stanfordbloodcenter.org/promotions for more information.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th at the Masonic in San Francisco. A third show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 5 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Yes, it is Warriors Live. Mark Randy with you here on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Golden State Shop in Thrive City, right outside of Chase Center as we get ready for Warriors and Hornets on this Saturday. All the action, as always, right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Again, Mark Randy with you here live at 95.7 The Game at the Golden State Shop. And if you are on your way into Chase Center, you're getting ready to attend this Warriors and Hornets game, you can take advantage of the Warriors Shop item of the game. Get the on-court look with an authentic long-sleeve practice t-shirt available in gray or blue. It's a steal for only $20.99 at shop.warriors.com, a Fanatics experience. You can also, of course, step into the Golden State Shop where I currently am right now. Jerseys, hoodies, beanies, beanies, sweatshirts, everything you could possibly want, all right here at the Golden State shop at Thrive City, right outside of Chase Center. Well, it's the Warriors and the Hornets. Tip-off is a little more than an hour away right here on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors sitting at 23-19, the Hornets at 15-26, and this is the high point of the season for the Warriors. 4 games over 500 for the first time all season. They're sitting again 23-19, 8th in the Western Conference. They're 15-6 so far at home this season. Their season has kind of been a season of runs, both good and bad runs. Of late, though, it's been an extended good stretch for the Warriors. They're 10-4 in their last 14 games. They've won 4 of their last 5 games. They beat Milwaukee, they beat Sacramento, they fell to Atlanta, but then they most recently beat Portland. And then on Thursday, they beat the Knicks 4-1 in their last 5, 10-4 in their last 14, and they are beginning to sneak up just a little bit, not in terms of any movement in the Western Conference standings, but they are getting closer to the teams right ahead of them in the Western Conference standings. For example, let's just take a look at the standings right now. The Warriors currently sitting is the 8, and they've been the 8 for what feels like the entire season at this point. They're now only a game and a half out of the 7. The Suns are the 7. The Warriors a game and a half behind them. They're only 2.5 games behind the Lakers, who are the 6, and also 2.5 games behind the Rockets, who are the 5. The Rockets and Lakers have an identical 24-15 record, and the Warriors only 2.5 games behind those. So separating the Warriors as the 8 seed from the Rockets as the 5 seed, that is legitimately just 2.5 games. So the Warriors, while they haven't moved upwards in the standings at all, despite this 10-4 stretch in their last 14 games, they have shrunk the gap between them and those teams just ahead of them. The challenge tonight is to continue playing good, solid basketball against a Hornets team that their 15-26 record doesn't jump out at you as great or good really in any stretch, but they are playing a whole lot better of late. The Hornets, they began the season 4-14 in that first 18-game stretch. It featured a 7-game losing streak. Since then, though, this is a Hornets team that's 11-12. And I know 11-12 doesn't, strike any of us as great, but considering this is a team that's 9 games under 500, 11 games under 500. The fact that over their last 23 games, they're essentially a 500 basketball team, I think this is a better Hornets team than that overall record suggests. And in that 23-game stretch where they are 11-12, they have a number of wins over some pretty impressive teams. They've beaten Toronto twice. They've beaten Cleveland. They've beaten Atlanta. They've beaten Orlando. And then most recently, they dominated OKC in OKC. They won that game by 27 points. They beat the Lakers in their last time out on Thursday in LA by 18 points. So in their last couple of games, they have some absolutely dominant wins. And specifically in their last 7 games, they're 4-3 in those last 7. I mentioned that OKC win. They won by 27 in OKC. I mentioned that Lakers win over the Lakers by the Hornets. They won that game by 18 points. They also beat Utah by 55 points. 150-95 was the final score in Utah. So not only is this a Hornets team that is playing their best basketball of the season right now, they're also doing it on the road. And I know Utah is not a good team by any stretch, but they beat that team by 55 points. And on either side of that win, they had wins over OKC and over the Lakers that were blowout wins as well. So this is a Hornets team that is playing their best basketball of the season, just like the Warriors again, who are 10-4 in their last 14 games. The Hornets, as I mentioned, 12th in the Eastern Conference. They're 15-26, but again, this is a team that is playing really good basketball at the moment. Win Lakers in LA, LaMelo Ball scored 30 points. He had 11 assists and 6 rebounds, made 9 threes, and they also got a lot of scoring from some of the others. Brandon Miller had 26 points. Miles Bridges had 25 points for the Hornets in that game as well. And then Con Knippel, the outstanding rookie from Duke, chipped in 19 as well. So this is a team that can really score a lot of points. They've got legitimate 4 scorers that could go off for 20 or more every single night in LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, and Con Knippel, and they are a challenge to defend. Now for the Warriors on the other end, this is also one of the worst defenses in the NBA, so if you are the Warriors, you'll feel pretty good about your ability to break them down and at the very least get some good shots up. What we have seen from the Warriors a lot lately is creating good shots. but if the shots don't go in, they don't really have any other recourse. And I know that's kind of the case for a lot of NBA teams, but the Warriors consistently put up more threes than anybody else in basketball. And if those threes, even if they're good looks, aren't going in, they might just be out of luck. That's what happened versus Atlanta, but the last two games against the Blazers and against the Knicks, both times they had 10 or more players make a three. That's going to lead you to wins, and that's, of course, what has happened for the Warriors their last two times out. 119-97 over Portland on Tuesday, and then 126-113 over the Knicks on Thursday. Warriors winners of both those games because they made 20-plus threes both those nights as well. This is Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Mark Randy with you. I'm coming to you live from the Golden State shop here at Thrive City as we get ready for Warriors versus Hornets. If you're in the area, stop by, say what's up, grab yourself some Warriors swag before you head on into Chase Center to catch the Dubs taking on the Hornets. Let's take a look at some of the important games going on around the Western Conference today. We are at the point of the season. We're officially in the back half of the season. The Warriors have played 42 games. This is game number 43 on the season for the Warriors, which means after tonight, only 39 games left. We are at the point of the season where scoreboard watching is in full effect. Not a ton of teams in action tonight that you can say directly impacts the Warriors, but there are, a handful. You look, of course, at the Western Conference standings. I think there's a cutoff. The first four feels like a little too rich for the Warriors' blood right now. That's OKC, then San Antonio, then Denver, and then Minnesota. That's the current top four in the Western Conference. But 5, 6, 7 are all gettable for the Warriors. Again, the difference between the 5-seeded Houston Rockets and the 8th-seeded Golden State Warriors is just 2.5 games. So of the teams in the 5 spot, the 6 spot, and the 7 spot, the Warriors at the 8 spot, and then Portland at the 9 spot, how many of those teams are in action today? Well, the Suns are taking on the Knicks. The Warriors should be big Knicks fans in this game. That is in New York City at Madison Square Garden. That game, I believe, is just about to get underway. I believe it's tipping off just moments in New York. And yes, it has not tipped off just yet. That's coming up in just a little bit. But Warrior fans should be big Knicks fans in that game. And then Lakers are in Portland versus the Blazers tonight. The Warriors 2.5 games behind the Lakers for the 6th, 3 games ahead of Portland for the 8th spot. Warrior fans should be rooting for Portland in that game as well. Let's just say Portland wins, the Knicks win, and the Warriors win. That would mean a Suns loss. It would mean a Lakers loss, and of course it would mean a Warriors win. If that were to happen, the Warriors would end tonight a half game behind Phoenix for the 7 and only a game and a half behind the Lakers for the 6th seed. So we shall see how it all plays out, but keep an eye on those games specifically. Suns at Knicks tip-off is happening in just moments, and then Suns at Lakers. That is an evening game at 7 o'clock tonight up in Portland. So once this Warrior game ends, you can switch on over if you got League Pass available for Lakers and Blazers. Of course, though, keep that game on mute because I'll be with you for Warriors wrap-up, breaking this game down tonight, and we can react to some of the stuff that's happening in Portland together on Warriors wrap-up tonight here on 95.7 The Game. All right. This is Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Let's get to our injury report, which, as always, is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. First, for the Warriors, the one guy that's been on there consistently for the last number of weeks is Seth Curry. He's still dealing with left sciatic nerve irritation, and he is out. The Warriors are expected to reevaluate him in about a week. Next weekend. I don't imagine that reevaluation will provide us with a clear date as to when he will return. However, it does seem like he is making some progress, but Seth Curry remains out and will remain out for at least another week or so. Guy Santos, he is out with a left ankle sprain. If you recall, in that first quarter on Thursday versus the Knicks, he rolled it in kind of an awkward collision near midcourt with Josh Hart. It looked like it it looked pretty darn bad, but Guy Santos told Steve Kerr at halftime on Thursday that he thinks he avoided a pretty serious sprain. For now, the Warriors are holding him out. He is not available in this game today, but it does not seem to be a major injury for Guy Santos, but we shall see as time goes forward. And then notably, Steph Curry is not on the injury report. He was limping around a little bit post-game on Thursday. He said it was a quad contusion, but he's not listed on the injury report at all today. So Steph Curry is good to go. Not on the injury report. He will be playing tonight. And with that in mind, Steve Kerr did speak pregame about a half hour ago or so. In fact, a little bit more, 45 minutes ago, and didn't say a whole lot in general, though. Was asked about the plan for the next 4 nights for the Warriors, because tonight is the first of 3 games in 4 nights. Warriors play tonight, and then they have Miami and Toronto, a back-to-back on Monday and Tuesday. So they play tonight, they have tomorrow, Sunday off, and then they play Monday and Tuesday. Steve Kerr said tonight does not change. Their plan tonight does not change at all with what's coming up on Monday and Tuesday. However, Monday and Tuesday will be impacted one way or another. He was also asked if they determine which of the back-to-back games that D'Anthony Melton and Al Horford will sit out and not play, because they're both yet not cleared to play on both ends of a back-to-back. And I should say Melton not cleared. Al Horford will not be playing on both ends of a back-to-back this entire season, and likely for the rest, at least, of his Warriors tenure. But D'Anthony Melton, I think, could at some point play in both ends of a back-to-back. Steve Kerr was asked if there is any positive momentum toward that direction, and he said he's talked with the training staff about that of late, but they haven't given him any indication it's going to happen anytime soon. But when asked if they know what sides of that back-to-back, Miami and Toronto are the 2 ends of that back-to-back, they do not yet know which games Al Horford and D'Anthony Melton will sit out on that back-to-back. He said the result of tonight, whatever happens tonight, very well could impact what happens on Monday and Tuesday. So keep that in mind going forward for the Warriors. That is the update from Steve Kerr on some of the Warriors' injuries. Meanwhile, for the Hornets, though, they're dealing with a couple of injuries to some big men. Mason Plumlee, he just underwent surgery on his groin just before the new year. He remains out, will be reevaluated again in another month. So an extended absence for Mason Plumlee, reserve big man for the Hornets. Meanwhile, Moussa Diabate is also out, dealing with a right hamstring strain. You might not know a lot about Diabate, but he's been a really solid big so far for the Hornets this season. Second-round pick of the Clippers back in 2022, a 6'10" big man, playing about 24 minutes per game so far this season, but he is out and will not play tonight. So the Hornets down a couple of big men in this one. We'll see what the Warriors are able to do without those 2 big men available. This is Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. As a reminder, I'm sitting here at the Golden State Shop, Thrive City, right outside of Chase Center, as we get ready for Warriors versus Hornets. If you're on your way in, maybe you're parking your car right now listening to me on 95.7 The Game, I recommend you stop by, give the Golden State Shop a look. Plenty of Warriors jerseys, jackets, hats, sweatshirts, anything, shirts, shorts, anything you can think of, it's available here at the Golden State Shop. Plus, the Warrior Shop item of the game tonight, you can get the on-court look with an authentic long-sleeve practice t-shirt available in gray or blue. It's a steal for only $20.99 at shop.warriors.com, a Fanatics experience. Let's get to our Take It to the Bank prediction, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I'm looking at D'Anthony Melton in tonight's basketball game because he's been so key for the Warriors over the last 2 weeks or so. His last 7 games, the entire month of January, he's averaging 14 points per game, shooting 50% from the field, and over 42% from downtown. That includes a 23-point game, a 22-point game, a 19-point game, a couple of other games in double digits. I'm looking at his over 10.5 points. I think Melton, his scoring has, not that the Warriors weren't expecting him to score the basketball, but the ways in which he's scoring the basketball, I think, has surprised the Warriors just a little bit. So I'm going to go over 10.5 points for Melton. I'm thinking that his offense is going to continue. He's finally found the rhythm on his three-point shot, and Steve Kerr has said on multiple occasions they expected it to take some time because he hadn't really played basketball in NBA, game levels in like about 2 seasons because he only played a handful of games in the NBA last year before he ultimately had to undergo ACL surgery. And that was the very beginning of last season. So you had the entire offseason. He also, of course, dealt with some injuries towards the end of his tenure with the 76ers, which was the team he was on before he joined the Warriors last season. Was injured in that season for a good chunk. Had the entire offseason where, of course, no NBA games going on. Played a handful of games with the Warriors early last season, then suffered the knee injury and did not play the rest of the season and missed the first, almost 2 months of this season. The Warriors knew it was going to take a little bit of time for him to get into a rhythm, specifically shooting the basketball. He has found that rhythm. Again, 42.5% from downtown in the 7 games in January, averaging 14 points per game and 50% from the field. It's not just the three-point shooting, though. I think what has surprised me is his ability to, almost regardless of who's defending him on the perimeter, to put the ball on the deck and to drive past his on-ball defender and finish at the rim in a variety of ways. It was against Donovan Clingan, the young big man for the Trailblazers on Tuesday, who, not necessarily fleet of foot. You'd expect Melton to be able to get past him. But honestly, Clingan did a great job recovering, but Melton driving from right to left across the lane, a left-handed almost hook shot over his head to keep it away from the outstretched arm of the Kling Kong, because he's big and he's a great defender and he consistently blocks shots and swipes them away. He wasn't able to get to that one, and that kind of from DeAnthony Melton is something that has surprised me. So I'm going to go over 10.5 points for Melton tonight. I think he keeps his scoring punch up. And as I mentioned at the top of the show, this is a Hornets defense that is one of the worst in the NBA. Their defensive rating 116.6, 23rd in the NBA so far this season. So Melton and other Warriors players should be able to get some good shots consistently in this game. And then, of course, as always is the case, it's going to come down to can the Warriors take advantage and make those shots. You hear a lot of times coaches will say, well, it's a make or miss league. And I know after the Hawks game last weekend, I believe that was on Sunday, Steve Kerr essentially said, well, when he was asked what changed in this game, and he essentially said, well, our shots didn't go in this game. He liked the looks that they created. They just didn't go in, and sometimes that is the case. But you got a lot of Warriors now that are shooting the basketball a whole lot better. How about what Moses Moody did on Thursday? He went 7 of 9 from downtown, 21 points. That was all courtesy of the three-point line. You got a couple of makes from deep from Pajemski, who was 8 for 9 from the field and 2 for 3 from downtown. Steph was a perfect 4 for 4 from deep in the second half after going 0 for 5 in the first half. And you had, let's count them up together. All 5 starters made at least a 3, and then 5 bench players made at least 1 3 as well. 10 different Warriors players made a 3, and they've had 10 or more players make a 3 in consecutive games, which is exceedingly rare in the NBA. We'll see if the Warriors can somehow make it 3 consecutive games where 10 different players make at least 1 3. If they do that, I will guarantee a Warriors win. If 10 or more Warriors players make a 3 tonight, I feel pretty confident that they would win this basketball game. But we shall see. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. These teams did just play less than 3 weeks ago. It was New Year's Eve in Charlotte, that very early game. I believe it was 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. back in Charlotte. The Warriors won that game 132-125. It was, though, a pretty darn competitive basketball game. In fact, the Hornets led 100-98 after the third quarter, and then the Warriors came back and they won that fourth quarter 34-25. They closed out the game on a good stretch, but it was anybody's ball game going into the fourth quarter. Again, this is a Hornets team that I think is better than we remember a lot of Hornets team and what their record suggests. Again, right now they're sitting at 15-26, but over their last 23 games, they're essentially a 500 team at 11-12. So don't take this Hornets team lightly. They got some scores led by LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, and Con Knueppel. Con Knueppel, by the way, if you haven't seen a lot of him so far this season, sharp shooting guard out of Duke. He's a rookie, and Cooper Flagg takes, so much of the attention away from the other rookies in this class, but Connie Knippel is one hell of a basketball player, and partially, I don't want to take credit away from him because he's a hell of a shooter, but he's like breaking so many rookie three-point records, including breaking Steph Curry records, because he's a great shooter, but also because Steph Curry has changed the way the game is played. And let's say Connie Knippel was a rookie when Steph was a rookie. The comparison is not fair because what Steph did to the NBA completely changed the way the game of basketball is played. If it wasn't for that, Connie Knippel, of course, would not be getting as many threes up, would not be making as many threes as a result, and these records would be looked at differently. But it's not the point. He's a hell of a shooter, and if the Warriors leave him open, he will make them pay. There's no doubt about that. But this is a Hornets team that has a handful of players that can really score the basketball. They got 4 players averaging 19 or more points, and then you can add in Colin Sexton. He averages 15 points per game. So 5 guys averaging 15 or more points per game, 4 of them averaging 19 or more points per game, and they're all available and healthy in this one. So we'll see if the Warriors can limit this really 5-headed attack. LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges, Brandon Miller, Connie Knippel, and then Colin Sexton in this game as well. We will see how it all plays out. And for the most part, all 5 of those guys are going to start basketball games. Sexton has at times here or there. We might see Ryan Kalkbrenner start in this one for the Hornets. That would be my guess. And Sexton comes off the bench. But you see at times a lot of these guys all starting together and playing together at times as well. All right. That's going to do it for Warriors Live today here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Tim Roy standing by live from Chase Center. That is where I am headed. Once I get off the air here, I'll wrap up from the Golden State shop, and then I will make my way into Chase Centers to get a look at these Hornets. Warriors versus Hornets coming up next. Del Curry is in town. I saw him in the media room earlier today. He'll be calling the game, of course, for Hornets TV, but good to see Del Curry around. And he's been around for a bit. I know that they were in town. Del was talking with Steph, hanging out with the family a couple of days ago as well, but good to see Del Curry in town as well. All right, that'll do it. Tim Roy standing by. Warriors and Hornets is coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Ready for your next adventure? Welcome to San Francisco International Airport, your getaway to the world. With over 130 nonstop destinations worldwide, SFO offers seamless travel experiences, stunning art installations, and delicious dining options. Whether you're flying for business